Welcome to Plus One Shoot the Shit, a show that is on this channel where I trap a few of my friends with me for a couple hours and we talk about topics that we choose.
At least
That's
we get
right.
to choose
Topics that you choose.
Topics that I choose. I've prepared special spells. I or anybody else chooses. Last time we talked about Dimitri's topic.
That's true.
And I am
That is
more
true.
than happy for us to talk about anybody's topic, and someone else can even take the reins if they want. I don't have to be the one in control. So with that, we're going to go ahead and talk about...
Says the man with the gun.
Yep.
Says the man with the key. You can leave anytime you or I want, but we both have to want it.
I'm just glad this is the nicest version of Saw I've ever seen.
Now answer me this question. What do you think about D&D? There's dice. There's dice in front of you. Roll it. 15. Damn. All right, you can go. I can't break the rules. All right, so we're going to talk about Playtest 6. 1D&D came, or whatever they want to call it. What do we want to call it today? D&D 5e Redux, Dream Drop.
Electric Boogaloo, of course.
Yeah, you got to put the Boogaloo in.
D and D and D and D and D and D.
D&D's nuts.
Oh.
Sorry. Hey, there it is. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just talk about Playtest 6. We were all very excited because this playtest has a bunch of revisions for a bunch of the classes that we've been looking at. And we also have some new monk stuff, and we're going to talk about that. And it's going to be fine. We're all going to be fine.
It's fine. Fine.
It can't hurt us anymore.
I'd like to welcome back Charles and Philip to the show. Charles, excited to be here today?
I can't leave.
Shh. Philip, also excited?
Very excited. I love this so much. Please stop eating me.
Not till morale improves. And Michelle, welcome to the show for the first time. I hope you like it
I've been here.
Wait. Yeah, you have. Welcome to us talking about playtest stuff for the first time.
That is true.
She was on the first one, right?
She was.
Yeah, I was on the first 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I need a break. Leave me alone.
But that's okay. We caught back up to you. And by caught back up to you, I mean we caught you. So now you're back. We couldn't be happier. But let's get into things. So with the playtest, there is, oh my God, the last playtest was 50 pages, but this one is 70 pages because they're going to just start publishing these as though they're books until it's finally a book.
Wow.
Which is a choice.
How are we supposed to test it? There's just so much at once. It's not really focused, but that's cool because we get to see it all in context immediately. It's not like the Unearthed Arcanas, which took months in between them. So
I think
good and bad.
It stands to reason to talk about the fact that these playtests are open public playtests. And what that means is that they are not the core playtests that D&D is going from. They will be taking a lot of suggestions, and they do look at the feedback. They obviously look at the feedback because a lot of stuff has changed based off the feedback, which we'll go into. But it's important to realize that we're the beta. There's an alpha, and that there is an in-house. And both
What are you talking about? I'm the alpha.
Well,
I am the Omega.
I'm a Zeta male.
Huh.
I don't do your labels.
I guess I'm on the Gamma grind set then. I don't want to be.
Hey.
At least I'm not Sigma.
Inflation notwithstanding. We are going to go into this, but I want to just mention, it's like when it comes to playtesting stuff, they have very exclusive in-house playtesting that they do really hard. And then they have people that they farm out alpha testing to, much like in game design, who are the trusted group of people to go through the early builds and figure things out. And then there's the public playtest, which is probably a beta or even probably something further down than that, really. If you think about it, they're going to get a lot of feedback, and they're going to look at the scores and look at the margins and see how people feel about things. But we're more like screeners or a Nielsen test than we are the actual, well, we are the biggest voice, and we're the one that is going to have the most in-depth stuff. So it stands to reason how they're like, okay, feedback opens a month after we publish this.
Yeah.
Did you get 5 games in?
Yeah, good luck.
No. And so it is definitely one
Although
of those.
we might actually, if we switched all of our games over to this. But no.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
We
already
could, yeah.
planning to talk to Anton tomorrow about shifting over to the Monk and Rogue from the playtest just to try them out.
Hmm.
Not that we'll get much fighting in probably next session. It seems like it's going to be kind of talky, but either way, we'll see. We are in a unique place where we do play games once a week, so we have the ability to test, and we
Or
have
more.
done playtests in the past too.
Mm-hmm.
So
And you can find them on YouTube or Twitch. Da-dun-dun.
But so with that in mind, there is 70 pages of stuff, so we really need to get through because Charles, did you want to bring up some formatting things, suggestions that you had feelings about? You were telling me earlier.
Did I?
Yeah,
What did I
about
do?
these
Oh,
playtests being
sure.
70 freaking pages.
Right. Bookmarks. Wizards of the Coast, please put a bookmark in a PDF. I understand you don't do PDFs, but man, that always sucks, especially for this one. But thankfully, I found one out there. I can't give any credit because it was just like passed around. Don't worry, it's cool. Right after I started bookmarking it myself, I didn't want to. Please don't make me do that. I did it for the previous ones. Don't make me do it again.
It's a lot, and we really wish that it were more easily digestible as we are going to sit here and pick it apart. I made a little outline. We're gonna just go through the little part of it, and then not gonna lie, we're gonna hop into Monk because we need to talk about Monk.
We're going to open the gate of battle. Was that the fourth?
That was the 4th edition starting move.
That got me completely nerfed immediately.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was fun.
Gosh, we could talk about Monks through the years at some point, but damn, we just need to get into this.
Yes.
Overarching changes to design. There's a letter from the editor at the start of the playtest. What it says is it gives some recommendations for playtest, advice for modules and how to run things. They've done this for every playtest, but there's also a little note underneath that is pretty poignant this time. That is, lots of stuff got reverted to older designs, but also there may end up being things that are more or less powerful than they end up being at the end of it all. And I think that's going to be pretty interesting to look at given what we were given from something that should have been included in the last playtest and wasn't really in this one. Or it wasn't, and it got in this one instead.
Yeah.
Some other updates are that all spellcasters are not doing the weird leveled spellcasting thing anymore. And Michelle, I don't know if you heard about this one. It's pretty fun. So they made a new spellcasting system where you can prep every day, but you can only prep one spell. And I'm going to try to explain this, and then you're going to see why they changed it back. You can only prep one spell for every spell slot that you have. So what that means is if you have 2 level 2 spell slots, you can only prep 2 level 2 spells.
That's it.
They handed that to like the first alpha team and they threw it back in their faces like, what's wrong with you?
Actually, I'm betting that the in-house
reason.
people I'm betting the in-house people were like, this is so much more intuitive, and then someone tried to explain it to someone who's not already like knees deep into D&D, and they were like, I don't understand what the fuck you just said to me.
Yeah.
But it feels like an insult.
As a wizard, I took that personally.
And I took that personally.
As a ranger, what's new? But as a sorcerer, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing was, sorcerers actually didn't get that treatment. It was for bards, clerics, rangers, paladins.
Oh.
Wizards still got to prepare their spells however the hell they wanted because wizards. It was a goofy...
That's kind of crazy for clerics.
Yeah.
Similar, but much more limiting than what they do now.
It really was. And if we get to Bard today, they were also very limited in the previous playtest. They've reverted a lot of things. And the main thing that they reverted is that spells are now prepped pretty much the same way they were in 2014 for most of the classes, which means if you read the previous playtest, throw that part out the window. You don't need to care anymore.
I'm going to say something that may make people mad at me. So I always kind of thought that the way that clerics got to pick stuff at the beginning of every day and then use it over and over and over again was a little bit overpowered and made a lot of people play cleric as a damage class.
Mm.
So maybe something limiting would be okay, but also fuck that, it's not as fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I mean, you run into that syndrome constantly, and then they did the opposite with Bard. That was like, and this is reverted, that Bardic Inspiration is basically just a heal. That's basically what it was. Yeah, don't do that either. Don't force either way.
Yeah, they definitely did some fun stuff with Bard. I'm kind of sad for a lot of the reversions to Bard, but either way, a lot of things got reverted back, but have been given like new, interesting little things. Everybody gets weapon mastery now, except for bards. Everybody. And
Well,
I mean,
jack of all trades, they can't have that.
Yeah, but the rogues get it, and the paladins get it, and the rangers get it, and subclasses or the warrior
Do you think
sub.
they wrote out the other thing that basically already did weapon mastery for ranger?
Oh, you mean the fighting styles? Those are still there.
Oh, so you could just like hit forever.
They
So like
they
you
changed that
have-
one.
Okay.
Yeah, so like you have archery, but when you wield a bow, you can choose for your bow to also deal like a stun or a trip or a disarm effect,
Okay.
depending on the type of weapon. So
If you have weapon mastery.
if you have weapon, yeah.
The thing you're talking about where you got to attack twice on an action and then also do a bonus action thing that just made rangers like slicey slice forever. I think you played the playtest ranger, right, Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they took that off of light weapons baseline like it was in that playtest. They put it into a weapon mastery called Nick. And if you have Nick on your weapon, you can...
Yeah, that was my question. Like, do you still have the other thing?
You can still do it. You just have to wield specific weapons to get it and have the weapon mastery active.
I thought I heard that. Okay, I'm not going to argue this because I did not read this. I listened to somebody tell me about it.
That's okay.
I thought that Nick did actually apply to ranged weapons.
No, Vex does.
Okay.
Vex is the advantage one.
Yeah, Nick has to be light. So if there is a light ranged weapon, theoretically, yes.
Maybe
Like a
hand
dart?
crossbows? Do they qualify?
Hand crossbow, maybe.
I don't think they have the Nick property on them, though.
Yeah, I'll look at the table real quick. Light crossbow has slow.
Yeah.
Dagger. If you threw a dagger.
Yeah, so you could throw
Technically, yeah.
throw 2 daggers. That'd work. But
And if you were a warrior, if you were a fighter for some reason and you wanted to light crossbows and you wanted to put Nick on them, you could.
Yeah.
Not to stick on this for too long, but I don't like that.
It's
Like there are very few things on current Ranger that are good, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
So the thing was that it was on current Ranger, but it was basically available to everybody, and Ranger was just the one who was able to use it the most proficiently. They've done a lot of things to Ranger that you're probably not gonna like.
Yay!
We'll move on though.
Yeah.
But some things you might like. I think
Yeah,
a
there's
couple
some things
kinda cool.
Oh yeah.
that are super cool actually. But everybody gets weapon mastery. Cue Oprah with bees. And I'll give you special spells. I put that as our little note in the table of contents. But the thing that they've done is they're really doubling down on this. Classes get specific spells that only the class can have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of a fan. I like it.
Same.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like a la just talking about Ranger, Hunter's Mark being Ranger spell. Yeah, makes sense to me.
It's a little bit opposite of what Final Fantasy XIV is doing right now, where everybody gets everything basically under a different name.
Mm-hmm.
Very samey. Throw that in your face, Yoshi P. Sorry, but seeing
Go
the
play
classes.
D&D, Yoshi P.
Yeah, seeing
Guys,
the classes.
go see Eighth Right Radio tomorrow.
No, do that. No.
Well, we'll be D&D, so.
It will. We are playing D&D on Aetherite Radio tomorrow.
Well, now I have to watch.
Anyway, to bring us back from there, I like the idea of them making the classes even more branded towards their own job type.
Mm-hmm.
It is definitely good that jobs are getting their own identities that are very specific to them. And with that, we're going to go into something that's not going to make any of us mad at all. Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Is it time?
Are you?
Yeah, we're going to
time.
talk about
Shield.
monks.
Your voice.
I'm like, is he put? Oh,
Yeah, you didn't say. He just went for it. He didn't wait for us or
Okay.
anything.
fine.
He's like, I have another
Y'all want
one.
to go? No, I got plenty.
Oh my
no.
god. Okay.
Okay.
Cheers. That tastes like unfriendship.
It's been a while.
We're going to talk about the monk real quick.
Yeah.
Charles, did you want to open the gates of battle?
Sure.
Unfriendship, by the way.
If we were looking for episode titles, that'd be a good one. But Monk kind of sucks right now in 5th edition. We all know it. Just a little bit of a mess. Not enough key. Whole bunch of other things. That's fine. They fixed it all.
They told
Right?
us. They promised.
Yeah, they fixed it all. So the first thing in their design notes, right? Just to go through it real quick. Martial arts. So martial arts is the ability that the monk has to basically have a growing damage die because they can't change their weapon. They got fists and knees and feet and bites. Technically, you could bite as a monk.
Everything's a weapon.
Yeah, everything's a weapon. Don't think about it too hard.
I've heard of spites, by the way, which is a smite bite.
Ooh, that would be great. I kind of
Smites
want
no
to
longer
monk
need a
build it
weapon.
now.
Yeah.
That's
That was-
right.
Way more appropriate than the things I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, me too. But now, instead of starting with the D4, which sucks, any level up to like 4 monk, I think, is swinging D4s.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, you got a dagger. That's cool, but literally everybody else, other than maybe the rogue who decided to, because they could have gotten a rapier probably, or a sorcerer or wizard is going to have something better than a D4. So it starts at a D6 now. That's cool. And it caps out as a D12, which is also cool. It just kind of expanded it just a little bit more, push it up one. But it's about to start getting less good. They get weapon masteries because everybody gets weapon masteries. That's cool.
Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
A little bit of salt here for a second.
He's gonna take another shot. Oh my god.
Oh, geez.
He really prepared.
I did not prepare that many.
No.
Me
You guys are
neither.
fine. Don't worry. It's just whenever I'm going to
out
say
of key
something
points.
extra despair. It's discipline points.
It's
I
a
know it
key
is.
lime point.
I wish I had more of those.
So
Mhm.
just to rain on the parade a little bit here.
Yeah.
We have to remember as we're saying this that Monk's damage die was always this.
Kind of.
They nerfed it for 5e.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant for like when
Yeah.
they changed it. I was like, are you sure?
No, this was always
This is the way that it worked in 4th edition, which is
it's the
part
way
of
it
the
worked
reason
in
why they
4th,
got
way it
crazy.
worked in 3rd.
Because yeah,
So-
he was swinging up to like 10d12 at
Yeah.
one point.
Yeah. Monks were punch monsters in
Mhm.
4th edition, and they were punch aficionados in 3.5. They nerfed the martial arts die in 5th edition, and now they unnerfed it. This is not a buff. This is bringing it back to the level it probably was in its original playtest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see what you're saying, but it when they lowered it for 5th edition to a D4, that was
Mhm.
probably to try and keep it on par with everything else in 5th edition. So I mean, yes, it was a nerf to 4th edition or 3rd, but you could
Mhm.
probably say the same thing about a lot of things. I'm not 100% sure. I got
I
like
don't know.
1.5 sessions of a 4th edition game.
I had like
And,
2 as a monk and then 3 as a wizard that didn't do damage, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's necessary just because they have to keep pace with the rest of the martials. They're not going to keep pace because they didn't change this. They're not going to keep pace with AC that's still going to be just as hard for them. They're not going to keep pace with abilities because discipline points, as James said, is the new word or phrase for key points because they're kind of moving it away from the East a little bit. But you get the same amount. It's exactly the same amount, one per level.
Yep.
That's cool. You can use that to get one of the things that they changed is Step of the Wind now gives you both disengage and dash at the same time. That's great.
Fun.
It's really cool.
Because
You
that's
just
really
eat the
cool.
lime to eat the lime.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like limes. There's a little juice left.
Mhm.
We can keep going. No. So Step of the Wind got a buff.
Yeah.
Yes.
In so much as it does now what it probably should have done. And I think they understand that, and that's why they changed it. It used to be you could dash or disengage.
Yeah.
Now you can just do both at the same time as a bonus action. Which
That's nice.
it's nice because it means that now it's actually functionally better than the thing rogues get for free at level 2.
Does it limit your distance at all, or is it just a goodbye full distance?
Yeah. Goodbye. It's
a
your
good
full
buy.
walking
It's your
speed.
full
Yeah.
walk speed. Dash
Which with
and
the monk
disengage
is really
both.
far.
Yeah,
That's nice.
Yeah.
it is definitely.
I thought that was kind of interesting because it's you can move your full movement to get into a fight, punch maybe once,
Yeah.
disengage, dash all the way to another target, and maybe make a second attack. But I don't
Yeah, you
see
could.
why. Is the idea that you would use it as like an escape tool so that you were moving your full speed, punching, disengaging, and moving your full speed away?
The original class fantasy for 5e monk was extreme speed striker. It was a striker that could get to any part of the battlefield at any time.
Okay.
It is characterized by having the highest base move speed of any class in the game and the most modifications to its mobility. The one thing that monks can boast, and Charles and I have both done a lot of fun math on this, is monks can effectively, if you build them right, break the sound barrier and create a sonic boom.
Yeah. You can go fast enough. Yeah. And yeah, with a higher level monk, that disengage dash could be up a wall or across a river.
Yeah.
Because you can combine it with all the other crap that they can do, right?
Yeah.
So you
Okay,
just
I see.
punch, go up a wall. What are you going to do now? I don't know. You're going to shoot a ranged attack at me? Well, we still have deflect missiles. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh my gosh, the thing I was listening to was talking about monks deflecting fireballs and shit,
Yep.
and I'm like,
Yep.
okay.
We could just go into
17?
that change because
Let's
mean,
talk
for the
about
player,
deflect missile.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Also hilarious that they call it deflect missile since you cannot deflect magic missile.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so at 3rd level, you get deflect missiles. So this is just, you can use your reaction for bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. So when you do that, you roll a d10. You add your dexterity modifier plus your monk level. If it's more than the damage, like if someone hits you for 10 and you got 11, you can use one discipline point. It's going to be so hard not to call it key points. Discipline point to redirect the attack towards someone else within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. So you go, someone hit me with an arrow. Nah, they get hit with the arrow. That creature has to do a dexterity saving throw or take damage not equal to the arrow, but equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die. So, like, it's a very interesting idea because if that arrow was a kick-ass arrow, well, it doesn't matter because the damage is 2 rolls of your martial arts die. But that's fine. I think that would be kind of crazy.
It makes sense, to be fair, because in scientific reality, that momentum is ruined, and now it's your momentum.
Exactly. And
But at
where
high
it
levels,
gets,
it
where it
makes
gets
sense because then
nutty.
you are hitting it for more. Like it may have been like a small arrow that was dealing like a d6 of damage, and now you're rolling 2d8 first damage. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'll just throw this arrow back at you harder than your bow could hit me with it. And at 13th level, you can use deflect missiles against range attacks that deal any damage type. And this is where you get to the reflecting anything that's a ranged attack, which is a ranged attack roll, which is Eldritch Blast. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That
Each one of them.
I was going to say all of them. I guess if you have enough points, huh?
Just the first one.
Yeah, because you only have one reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's based on reaction.
Yeah, it's based on reaction. It'd be cool if you could use more key points for it. I would rule that. Why not?
We'll get into that later. We're going to talk about our ideas for fixing this new monk. I have a big idea that I think that if you're listening, Wizards of the Coast, steal it for free, take it from me. I don't care, but anyway.
I think the coolest thing on this whole list is heightened metabolism. So this is level 7. If you spend at least 1 minute resting, you can get a short rest. Period. 1 minute, not an hour. 1 minute is a short rest for a monk. You can only do it once a day, but you can
better than catnap?
Yeah,
catnap's like 10 minutes.
It's functionally way better.
Yeah.
So you just kind of go, hold on, guys. I'm just going to meditate for a minute, and you got your short rest, which got you your discipline points back. Nice, really good. That'll help.
I have like opinions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
By level 7, it doesn't matter.
Where's your tequila?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Is everybody ready?
No. Sure.
Oh, this one's yours. I'm not salty yet.
No, that's fair. Hold on.
Denisha's going to bring me the bottle.
Woo!
Did you just... What are you doing?
Flicking the cap off, I think.
Why?
I don't know.
It's easier to do in a recorded take. Sorry.
Wait, we're being recorded right now?
No,
I thought
like
we were just
edited. All right, so that's a patch. Patches should not be a feature.
Yes. That's true. That is very true.
See, to me, I think it's interesting is that for a 1 minute rest, like why are you only resting for 1 minute? Like, what is that saving? Is everyone else in the party like a long rest class only, and they don't want to just sit there and wait for you for an hour?
That's the other thing I want to say about this mechanic. Rest times are nebulous and bullshit at best. As someone who has run this game for over 6-7 years, you give the group a rest. You do not. It's like ritual casting something. You just kind of hand wave it. So if I'm going to hand wave the 1 minute for the monk, I'm going to hand wave the hour for everybody else, or the 10 minutes with an exhaust point for everybody else.
Well, what if you're like in a thing that has a time limit? Like we just did that thing in Anton's game where it's like you have 6 hours to do all of this. You have 3 different tasks and you just took 2 hours for the first task. You cannot take a rest. Well, that monk could still take a 1 minute rest.
I agree with that. But in any other situation, Michelle, I want you to imagine the people that you have played with D&D with in the past and to have someone say, I'd like to take my monk rest. What does everybody else at the table say?
Okay.
Well, can I take my short rest then? Like,
exactly.
I mean, it depends.
If I need a short rest, if I'm a fighter, it's like, well, I want my action surge back. Like
I don't
from
know,
one fight
like,
to the next.
It depends. I feel like it really depends on the table. Like for us, perhaps not, but for groups where it's like, no, you can't have a short rest, deal with it. No, you can't have rest for 3 days. Yes, you are tired, deal with it. There are groups that play like that.
There are. But should a full leveled feature of the monk class be dependent on the table? This goes back to like ranger biomes. It's like, should the DM have to
fuck ranger biomes though?
Yeah, that's true.
But that's what I'm saying.
They should get like 4 of them. You get one?
Oh, you're gonna
suck my dick.
You're actually gonna love this playtest, Michelle. You
All
get to
right.
change it on a long rest.
Okay.
Well, this is with that change to Warlock where they don't get it back on short rest anymore.
And that's the other thing. They've de-emphasized short rest so much compared to what they used to. but they haven't de-emphasized short rest on the monk at all.
Yeah. I don't know. It is a patch, and like everybody is right here in that it's just because some tables will be like, no, I'm not resting for that long, and most won't. But at least it's a patch in some way. I don't know that you can't really game it. If they could give you just a way to game it just a little bit to get a little bit of juice out of it, even with a table that's doing short rest, that'd be nice.
I say make
What
it
if
an
you're
action.
What if you're dead for a minute? Does that count?
I was dead at the time. Now
It's a rest.
think,
It is a very permanent rest. But then it
I
was
think it depends on the table.
I have two feelings about this ability, and I don't want to get salty about the monk yet.
Sure.
We'll get into it.
Sure.
Please continue.
What? How many shots have you had?
I've only had 3.
Like, were you?
Listen, what I mean to say, okay, I'll get into it, but I already took my shot for this, so I'm good.
That's fine.
The problem with this ability is that they're afraid to make it good. Setting it to 1 minute says here's a nebulous time limit on something that we've already proven is so nebulous and broken that we can't balance it between short and long rests at all, and we're trying not to. Make it an action. It's already at level 7. Just make it an action.
Yep.
What if, and this is not, I'm not saying that this is a good way to do it, but what if this 1 minute rest thing is a one job test for possibly applying it to many other jobs? Like you guys have been saying, they're pushing out the short rest in favor of a long rest already. So maybe they're like, well, an hour short rest is kind of dumb anyway. We'll just push everything to long rest and have certain abilities that are all 1 minute short rest.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah.
I'd be, you know what? Here's the crazy thing that I thought about as all of this is going down. I'm looking back into the past and I'm going, hey, yo, maybe encounter powers weren't that bad, huh?
Exactly. No, encounter powers were great. I mean,
I loved encounter powers.
It's a great idea.
Michelle, just so you know, in 4th edition, there were 3 types of powers. There were at-will powers you could use at any time. There were daily powers you could only use once a day. And there were encounter powers, which you could only use once per combat encounter. But you got them every combat encounter.
So good.
Reliably.
Yeah. And,
There you go, rest of the community who's only played 5th edition.
But, do this to Arcane Recovery as well. It would be cool as an action. It would be that tactic in battle where do I want to spend it in this battle? Do I need it right now? I do. I need this right now. I need all the key I can get. I need all the spells I can get, whatever. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It gives you more juice in combat. We need more juice in combat. Do
not make a new increment that is some other amount of time that is a wait for everybody in the party. Please make it into something that is already measured. Make it into an action. Make it a turn. Make it say use your turn and you get a full rest. Or a short rest. I'll take it. That's great. Yeah. And that's punishment. So I mean the whole waiting a minute is fucking goofy.
Look, they punished monks in 5th edition like they punished monks in 14, where meditation doesn't really get you any.
I feel like 14 monks are just way more punished than this.
Sure, that's very true. At
just
least
in different
this
and
monk had a
varying
few
ways as
editions
time goes on. Yeah.
Yeah. This one was good in 3.5 and 4. So.
Yeah. No, I agree though. Like if they are pushing out the short rest, and most of the time, I do not know what you can do with all of these particular points, but most of the time you're only going to be using the stuff that you get from those points in battle anyway.
Yeah. It's a date. Listen, here's what I see WotC doing is they look at the monk and they look at all the buffs they could give it and they say, oh, but it's ripe for abuse. To which I point at any other class and say, so are they. Let the monks have their fun.
That's the point.
Listen, we are in the world of revision versions, patching, and balance testing. What that means is sometimes something else is allowed to be stronger than it was before as a way to shift the meta of the game, as it were, for like competitive games. Just let the monk be stronger. It's fine. The monk has been so weak for so long. They do all these cool flavor things and they don't do anything functional.
Nobody wants to play a monk anyway. Like they're the least played anyway concept. Like even like when they were doing the panel from hell, the last panel from hell for Baldur's Gate 3, everybody was like, I never would play a monk. I don't care. But then I played our version. It was pretty good. So I like it now. And it's like, nobody cares. It'll be fine. Speaking of let monk be good, here's where most monks are going to be very mad, is Stunning Strike.
I'm
So
actually
Stunning Strike.
I just want to say real quick, in a vacuum, I'm happy about this change, but please continue.
Sure. Stunning Strike used to be, you spend a key point, you attempt a Stunning Strike. You have to say it after you hit them, right? You hit them, spend a key point, you do the Stunning Strike, a Constitution saving throw, or be stunned until the end of your next turn. Now, anytime you hit with a melee weapon attack, you can attempt this, right? Because if they pass a Constitution save, they don't get stunned. Now, the way that it is, once I find to read it completely, once per turn. First of all, it starts with once per turn. When you hit a creature with a simple weapon or an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 point to attempt a stunning strike. They must succeed a Constitution saving throw or have the stun condition until the start of your next turn, not the end of your next turn. So you will not benefit from them being stunned, because it used to be the end of your next turn. Now it's the start of your next turn. So and I see what you mean in a vacuum, because Stunning Strike is so incredibly strong.
Every piece of monk was carried on the back of the way that Stunning Strike was built.
It's true. It's true.
Stunning Strike to monk was what paladins had with smite, and that was on one turn, I can ensure that at least one enemy is super dead. Super duper dead. They're gonna be stunned. I'm gonna hit them 4 times in the face, and they have to pass 4 Constitution saves in a row. I'm going to spend at level 5 all of my ki to do this. And it is going to be my entire shtick for this entire rest. But that one guy is going to be fucked.
Yeah.
And it was the most oppressive thing for DMs.
It's true. I mean, much like the caster raise in 14, it completely changes the way people look at that role. You look at monk and you go, they're going to stun people. If you don't have stun, what are you doing? If you're not up there and stunning people for me, because of course everybody else benefits from this as well. Every marshal then all out attacks from Persona on them immediately. Right?
Hey DM, did you have a big bad evil guy that was a single enemy in an encounter? Did you remember to make him immune to stun?
Good night. So
just pretend you remembered.
It's like it is exactly as strong as, hey, are they immune to having their form changed? Because polymorph is a spell.
Yeah. It was too strong. It was carrying monk. But
it was
also
too strong
super flavorful
on the worst class in the game. So it didn't matter because it's not worth playing all of monk just for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. The once per turn, all right, that's fine. You can only get 1 attempt. It kind of makes, if you want to stun people, wisdom more important, because that's what your save's going to be from, which makes monk a little bit more multiple ability dependent, but that's okay.
I want us to talk about wisdom here in a second.
Sure, we definitely can. I'm just going through the list. So
absolutely.
Stunning Strike change. After Stunning Strike, Empowered Strikes. So it used to be key Empowered Strikes. Your unarmed counts used to count as magic for overcoming resistance and immunity. They think just magic as the type of weapon is stupid. Probably true. Now it makes you do force damage instead of a magic type attack.
I'm a fan of caring more about damage type, because damage type means jack all in 5e currently. And I'm hoping that they're going to make a difference now.
Force damage is very interesting because not a lot of things have resistance to it. So that helps, because you normally would just be magic bludgeoning. Yeah, it's not an element, so it just gets resistant.
Force and for anybody who doesn't know, Force and Psychic are two very special damage types in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition currently. That are, I would say, honestly, Psychic's a little overemphasized by the development process as one of the things that's not resisted. And Force is absolutely not resisted except for things that nullify it. And there's like 9 of those.
Yeah.
In the totality of all monsters that are written into D&D 5th edition.
Yeah. It's not
common.
It's a great change. Yeah, it's a great change. It's going to make monks do more damage on average to more monsters. That's cool.
Yep.
That's good. They changed the name of like acrobatic movement, whatever. Next thing, takes out 3 abilities. So, abilities that are leaving now are Stillness of Mind. Okay, nobody plays a monk. What does it do? You can use your action to end Charm or Frighten. You can just stop Charm or Frighten on yourself. That's cool. That's what it was. Purity of Body was making yourself immune to disease and poison forever. You don't need to spend anything. You're just a monk. That just happens. And the last one is Timeless Body, which was you can't be aged magically and you don't suffer frailty of old age. And you no longer need food or water, period. So that was a 15th level ability. So all of that were very thematic. One of them was an action. Yeah, whatever. What are we getting? Self, what is it called? It's called
Restoration.
Restoration. That's what it is. So now you can use a bonus action to remove one of the following conditions: charmed, frightened, or poison. And in addition, foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion. I'm fine with this.
I'm fine with it too. Honestly, what I want from this is the same thing. I have played all these comments that I have. I've been playing a monk in an ongoing D&D campaign for the last 5-ish years with my friend, with Tiki and Greg and Lily. He is a level 11 monk now. And I will tell you irrefutably that even though it's a newish feature to be able to use the action to do stuff, there are no charm, frighten effects that I can use an action on to remove.
Yeah.
Because when I'm charmed,
yep,
the charm takes my action to do something. So giving me a bonus action to remove it is nice, but I want it written into the freaking skill that in lieu of doing the charmed effect, I'm allowed to use this bonus action. Much is the same as the Fury or Frenzy Barbarian gets. You, as long as you're in a rage, you can ignore that shit. That's what I want to see for this ability. I want this ability to promise me as a player mechanically that if I use my bonus action to get rid of that thing, I can ignore its effects on that turn.
Sure, yeah. That
or by the end of that turn.
Yeah. There's no wording in there. This would be sage advice at best.
Yeah.
To get it to do that.
And things like Dominate Person do not qualify. That is a magical effect. It does not charm or frighten you. So you cannot remove Dominate Person from a monk using self-restoration. A lot of the things that dominate your character and make you unable to use your actions don't qualify for this because they're magical effects.
I think it's kind of interesting that you said that. So for monk, they took out the long life effect, but then they gave it to druids.
Yeah.
Druids already had it, in fairness.
But I mean,
but it's funny.
I just meant druids have it, but it's like, well, monks don't need to. Their purity and everything doesn't keep them young.
So
druids, sure.
Here's the stupid thing about monk, and that is that what it said was you didn't show signs of aging.
Yes, you still die of old age.
What the explanation is you still die of old age. You just look young.
Okay.
In previous versions of D&D made a difference because as you got past age 50 in older versions of D&D, you got bonuses to your intelligent or your mental stats, and you got negatives against your physical stats.
Oh yeah.
Or when you would reach half-life of the character race. The only thing that the monks you never show signs of aging did was made you immune to magical aging effects, like when a sphinx does a thing.
But it's interesting to me. Snap poll. Who wouldn't take that though? Right? You still die of old age. but you don't look like you aged at all.
Yo, I might
yeah.
take that in place of immortality. Let's
Yeah,
be real.
just, yeah. Like serious.
I get to look young forever, but I still get to die? Hold up.
See, that
Yeah.
seems fine, right?
Yeah. No, I'm down. It's a great ribbon ability at a ribbon ability level. I'm here for
Yeah.
it. I wish that the actual useful part of it was useful. And they do give you a
Yes.
design note talking about disease that says, hey, disease was always kind of goofy in 5e, so we're just going to kind of write it out. And applause. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly. We talked about deflect energy. That's at 13th level. 14th really hasn't changed. They just changed the name. They changed what is it called? Diamond Soul into Discipline Survivor. Still DS. Not going to talk about those initially. Moving on to something that's SD.
Well, hold
Weirdly.
on. Let's give 14 a little bit of shine on it because
Sure.
the saving throws, one of the best abilities of Monk is this one right here. It grants you proficiency in all saving throws.
Yeah.
Every single one of your saving throws gets your proficiency bonus as a monk. At very
Yeah.
late game, most people don't see it, but they added a little bit of just spice to it and said, if you fail a save, you can spend a discipline point, take the second result. So
Yeah.
much like Indomitable, they
Yeah.
stole Indomitable and gave it to Monk.
No, that was there.
That was there.
That's what Diamond Soul did. Yep.
I don't remember that part. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Diamond Soul, was Master of Key grants you proficiency in all saving throws. Additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you spend 1 key point. The forbidden key point that I shouldn't be saying. To re-roll it and take the second.
Discipline.
It's a
Yeah.
D point.
Gotta get them D
Okay.
points.
Yeah, gobble up all those D points. So moving on to wow, Monk. It just looks really different to me now.
Oh no. No,
now that the
continue.
next one is called Perfect Discipline at 15th level.
Perfect D.
Yeah.
PD.
Ooh. Both of those are great.
Mhm, mhm.
So I think this is the when you roll initiative, you regain 4 discipline points if you
This
have
used
none
to be
remaining.
the 20 ribbon.
Yep, they move that capstone down, which is nice. 15th level. If you were doing dips into other things, you'll still get it now. That's cool.
Mhm,
That's really cool.
Yeah, you can get that solid 5 dip into
Fighter.
Rogue.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do for?
Yeah,
what are you gonna do with? I guess you could do action surge. Sure, why not?
Action surge and maybe a couple.
Get
of
it back in a
those-
minute. Ooh.
Yeah,
Yep.
some of those superiority dice. I'd like give me some of those. I'm telling you, whenever I haven't played a monk in 5th edition that much. Next time I do, it's a battle master monk, and it's going to be so much fun to have so many die to just do things.
Oh my god! Just so many dice for activities.
Just do things.
I feel like this is how sorcery points work now. If you have a glut of them,
Yes.
and
yep.
any sort of in D&D, I know that there's the ability that Anton's given me isn't
Sure.
a 5e one,
Canon.
so it's like it's made up. But
Mhm.
he's given me ability that when people die, I have a 1 in 2 in 6. So I guess 1 in 3 chance to get them back. So it's like I have 10 now, and oh, I still have 10, and I still have 10.
Yeah. Wouldn't
Yep.
it be nice as a monk?
Yeah.
But so they lowered the capstone ability. So
They
at
did.
15th level, if you were just a straight monk, you are never wanting for key. And it still
D.
has this D. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
But it still has that little obnoxious rider on the back. If you have none remaining.
Yeah.
Why are we still here? Barbarians get 1 use back every time on the new playtest. Just give us 4 key points every initiative. We're level 15.
Every monk is just going to burn 3 key points if you're at 3 key points before battle at that point.
They're going to be like, can I just go to 0? Thanks.
Can I just run?
Yeah.
I'm just going to run in
Just
circle
run
real quick.
around the walls.
I use the key
Monks
point to
get
fart.
zoomies?
Can I do that?
Yeah. Step
Monk
of this.
zoomies, let's
Step of this wind.
Win, yeah.
Oh no. How dare you?
Says the man with the nut button.
It's true. It's very true. I will not
We're
use
almost
it right now.
we're almost done though. We're almost.
Yeah, we're almost to the subclasses. Yeah. But superior defense. It used to be empty body, right? So empty body was a 18th level ability where you can use 4 key points to become invisible for a minute. You also have resistance to all damage, but force damage. You also got, you can spend 8 key points to cast astral projection without needing material components. When you do, you can't take anybody with you. So it was this kind of cool
sick
monkey
as
thing.
hell.
Yeah. Astral projection is cool. You just go snoop in on people. You go on a trip.
Go to another
Why the heck
plane.
not?
Go
Yeah.
fuck off. Just fuck off out of your
Why
body.
not?
It's fine. Get it tethered. Don't get it cut.
Yeah.
Watch out for them silver swords.
You know, it's all good. Now it's called superior defense as a bonus action.
SD.
SD, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend 3 discipline points, so 1 less point.
One less than you get back.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. To bolster yourself against harm for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. During that time, you have resistance to all damage except force damage. Hey, that's the same. That's just about exactly the same. That's cool. That's the end of No More Astral Projection.
No more invisibility.
Congratulations.
No more
You have the
invisibility.
level 3 feature of a totem barbarian.
And now it's my turn.
They can now it's my turn. They can do that,
And
by
hold
the
on
way,
to that.
like 7 times.
This was
3.
so flavorful.
Yeah, it was.
You
Was
go
it?
ahead, Phil.
The first one, the astral projection, so cute. So cool.
Yeah, so cool.
Did you say cute?
No, I said cool. It was so
Oh, I
cool.
think you said astral projection's so cute.
It's fetch.
So fetch.
Stop trying to make that a thing.
But
You
yeah.
were saying if you had if you had 3 key at the end of a fight, just before the next one started, you would use superior defense. You're at 0, then roll initiative, and you've still
Yes.
got 9 rounds.
You're right. It's a pre-pull.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Like,
Oh, God.
go, hey DM, hold on. I'm gonna do a bonus action the last turn before the combat starts. Is that okay?
Mhm.
No, stop asking. But I know why you want it, so I'll give it to you. That's the DM answer.
No, stop asking
The
me.
DM
Yeah,
answer is you chose to play a monk and I feel bad for you. Yeah, you can do it.
So I'm gonna give this to you. Because yeah, it's gonna be a pre-pull, which really is weird, but it's 18th level. Who gets up there anyway? Right?
Yeah.
I miss astral projection. I do. But hey, whatever. At least they didn't make that, well, much worse. You still can't be invisible. Now, invisible is so cool for monk.
So here's the thing. If we're going to go through the subclasses, we're going to see it
Mhm.
again. It's coming
we will.
back, but it's somewhere
It is.
else now.
But yeah, it's not every monk. So, moving on. New capstone, right? Because we moved that capstone.
Yeah, we did. What do we get?
We get Defy Death. If you drop to 0 hit points, you can spend 4 discipline points, which you got back at the beginning of initiative. Roll 4 martial arts dice and add them together. Your hit points change to that total. You hit 0, you roll
Okay.
4d12 at this point. You get that much. Cool.
Wait a minute. That's the new barbarian feature.
Isn't it? So
You're just giving me a bunch of
there's
barbarian skills on my capstones.
So this is only slightly better than some very, very basic abilities you get at low level on other jobs.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank
What
you.
the hell?
I don't know. And here's the best part. Each time you use this feature after the first in a day.
Hold on, it's my turn.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm not
okay.
even invested in monk, but that's just dumb. Not for a capstone ability. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hey,
you
she's
use
with
this
us.
feature,
Yeah.
it costs 2 more. So now it resets on a short or long rest. So after it, you could take 1 minute to take a short rest if you haven't already done that, and then reset the cost to 4.
Yeah.
But
4.
yeah, that's still way too high.
It's not
means-
only. Go ahead.
With the as it is now, you can only do it if this was the first fight of your day.
Yeah.
You could do this 3 times
Yep.
for 18 key points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, yes, it's very powerful because you don't die.
You won't
get
die,
that.
which is cool. But that's kind of the barbarians thing. Monk, what are you doing here?
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
some of the... Here's the thing that you could argue with your DM. Don't do this. Don't tell them that I told you
Argue
to do
with
this.
your DM. Fight. Get in the comments.
Do you get proficiency in the death saving throw? Because it says proficiency in all saving throws.
Wait, it does. Holy shit.
Yep.
So if that's true, then I don't need
All
to use
saving
this.
throws. All.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
James, you got so excited.
listen, I love it when they forget to make things correctly worded and it comes out in your favor. It's like Jack of all trades works for initiative because that's a skill check.
Yep, it works for initiative and counterspell, which is great for Bard.
Yeah.
So, Defy Death. Mid. But am I...
You know what? Less than mid.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's not that it's mid. It's that for your last 3 levels, you're stealing directly from Barbarian. Monks aren't barbarians, and I want to have a talk about job identity. I want to have a talk.
But you get to 20, and Monk just has an identity crisis, as you're saying.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
As a monk, am I the person who doesn't die, or am I the person who has all these cool abilities that can happen? Because the last 3 levels, as you said, are all about trying to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't I a striker?
Everything, Are we past the monk base class?
Yep, that's it.
Do we want to go into the subclasses? Because I'm actually a fan of 2 of them.
Oh yeah,
but I have some monk salt. I'm gonna need to take another shot
first.
before I go. Okay.
Yeah, do the salt first, and we'll talk about subclasses, which is the only saving grace for monk. Really, honestly.
Yeah, it seems like they give you these abilities to get in and out of combat. And at the very end, they're like, hey, we know you can't get out of combat anymore. You're going to die. Here, take this. It's like, wait, what? I thought my whole thing was that I wasn't
getting hit.
I step in the wind, I disengage, and I'm far enough away. Let the barbarian, let the paladin, let the cleric, whatever, take those hits.
Yeah.
For everybody playing at home, tequila is my bad drink, so we're gonna have a great night.
I don't know why people give tequila such a raw deal. Tequila is an amazing, delicious, beautiful, friendly friend.
Tequila's great. It's just my bad drink. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, everybody has one. But
vodka.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, vodka's my best drink, though.
Sure.
All right, so I have some salt because I did my shot and everything. Phil,
Yes.
did you want to finish up? I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that was it. It was just how it seems like...
switch.
Yeah, it's like, here's all the things to allow you to survive these last fights. And it's like, well, but I just spit my character for, 17 levels, not getting hit. I get out of all of melee combat, and now anything that comes at me, I throw right back at you. I either reduce its damage, I've got evasion, and I throw it right back at you. Why am I all of a sudden now in the throes of death?
Yeah.
That I need to be able to save myself.
So, all right, let me go off.
Yeah.
Monk got a lot of feedback. The feedback is thus: we don't have enough key points. It's rough. True. We die real quick. We have a D8 hit die, and we're the only marshal with a hit die that low. True. What did WotC do for that? They got scared because they were worried that you would not... putting something at too low level that made them good between level 1 and level 4 would make it so that monks were too strong low level and too strong for multiclassing. So what did they do? They gave you a level 7 feature that lets you recover at a short rest for 1 minute. That doesn't help me from levels 1 to 4, so what are you doing?
Yeah, and that hit die is still a D8. They didn't change that.
Hit die is still a D8. I have a D8 hit die from level 1 to 20 that makes it so that I am clobberable. Yeah. Absolutely clobberable. By the way, I am the Wisdom Martial class. There is no other martial class that requires a third substat. I have whatever strength or dex I want to go. I have constitution because I am a melee fighting class.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm squishy to boot for it.
Yep.
But just like the barbarian, just like the fighter, I have to be up close and personal. So I have constitution, and whatever my damage stat is, it's going to be dex. Spoilers.
Yeah.
And then I have wisdom. I have to play like a paladin does. But I don't get a spell list for it. I get key points. Discipline points.
Yeah.
Sorry, D
Yep.
points.
D points. You get DP.
Yeah. So their answer to that is, don't worry, from level 18 to 20, we're giving you resilience.
Oh, bad joke, but ready? Wizards
Yeah.
of the Coast is DPing Monk.
You're not wrong. Bad joke,
It's
but
true,
you're
though.
not wrong.
It's very true.
What?
I mean,
The only thing that Monk had going for it was if they wanted to lock one person down, much like a paladin can already do and kind of still do now that we have the new smites, they would be able to do that at the cost of nearly all of their key.
Yep.
But they were the best person at making a big bad evil guy fail legendary resistance checks.
just spam.
Spam them with stunning strike. They're gonna have to give it up. They don't want to lose their whole turn. That's not fun. And that's I agree with the way that they put things here. That's bad design. Because you don't want to have the one feature that makes the game unfun, stunning, or polymorphing, or any number of other things that are unavoidable after they hit with a saving throw that it's a D20, you're going to fail sometimes. They didn't want that to be their whole identity. I get it. But now the monk's identity is basically nothing. They have to go into wisdom to spec it so that they get armor and saving throw DCs, but they don't get anything else out of it. And they're able to deal... I don't like going into DPR, but I do enjoy listening to Treant Monk and Kobold pack tactics. One more DPR per punch.
Ooh. Now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah. And on an ability that should have already been there the whole time. We should have already been going to D12s. There's no reason for it to cap at D10 for unarmed strikes.
It's at least give me,
Sorry.
as a monk, the ability to do the same amount of damage as a weapon. Still a little bit behind.
You didn't even talk about weapon mastery. Let's go into weapon mastery. Hey, hold on.
Sure.
I'll read this one.
Sure.
Your training with weapons allows you to use mastery properties of two kinds of simple weapons of your choice. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kinds of simple weapons you choose. For example, you could switch using mastery properties of maces and slings. Now,
For all that range damage you want to deal.
Now, I will say, one of the buffs they gave to Stunning Strike that we forgot to mention is that you can do it on ranged attacks now. Once per
that's
turn.
true. That's true.
Can I just throw out there, like, apropos of nothing? What the fuck is the difference between a simple and a complex weapon? Like, some of the things that they qualify as complex weapons, no.
I'm so glad you asked. Let me tell you what the difference between that is. Can we go to feats real quick, Charles?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So let's go down to
Monk's
feats.
Guts too.
Sure.
Yeah. So there's some feats that are super cool, and some of them are on this table. And are they not even in here? They
Which
didn't do
ones?
them in the feat updates. But let me go ahead and give you the spoilers for it. All the cool feats like Charger, Crusher, all of those things so far in the playtest required you to be proficient in at least one martial weapon.
Yeah.
Guess what monks the martial class aren't proficient in? Any martial weapons.
But
Shout out to
where's the freaking line?
I don't know. I mean,
I
we're a
don't know.
martial class, right? As a monk, we're supposed to be the ones who are the frontliners. We're supposed to be taking the damage, dealing.
Can I just point out, it is so difficult to use a sling well. But like a staff? Chka! Oh, you used it right, you know?
Yeah, staff
Or-
is a training weapon, but
Yep.
but let's be even crazier with this. And Michelle, I'm gonna lead you down a tiny journey here. There are the difference between simple weapons and martial weapons is martial weapons deal more damage and have better weapon
That's really it.
mastery properties. That's all the difference that you need to know for 5e.
Just so that they can gate them so that
Okay.
most classes can't get to them. That's it. They just put them in a folder and say, you can't have these big boy weapons.
So
You're not
the
a big boy.
the simple weapons max out at a D8 for the Great Club.
Mhm.
It's a two-handed weapon.
Yeah.
Which the monk can't use, right? Because they can't use
Yes.
any simple weapons that are two-handed.
Yeah, can't use two-handed or heavy.
Yeah. So monks are limited to weapons that have the D6 damage die, with versatile being D8 for quarterstaff. Monks are supposed
Unless
to
you
use
take-
quarterstaffs.
A certain subclass, right? And then you're beholden to that subclass.
Well, I mean, so they haven't put Kensei in the playtest yet, so we don't know.
Yeah. it
They
doesn't
have
exist.
shown precedent for giving martial weapons to subclasses in
Yes.
the War Priest.
Mhm. So it's probably going to happen. I mean, that's how you could get a longbow as a
Is
monk
there a feat
anyway.
for it?
There is.
Uh,
You can
yeah.
spend one of your feats for it.
Oh.
But you know
Yeah.
what they didn't make any other class do so far?
That.
Spend a feat to do any weapon masteries. Rogues get them. Paladins get them. Rangers get them. All of them are not martial classes.
Yep.
The martial class of monk has to take a feat to get any martial weapon masteries, and then they're allowed to actually have martial weapons as their weapon mastery choice. And
That's-
then they can get to the other feats that are allowed once they unlock a martial weapon,
Mhm.
which, by the way, monks are known for training with martial weapons. I'm gonna point back
Yeah.
here for a second, and you see this lovely black belt that I have here.
Yeah.
I've trained in martial arts in my life, and one of the higher martial arts is like a foundation. You build, and you Michelle, you've also trained in martial weapons. Literally, you've trained in weapon training martial arts.
Yep.
The culmination of martial arts is showing you how to move your body so that you can then, as the apes of old did, put a weapon into your hands and use it correctly.
Like a smart man, you use a tool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tool proficiency and weapon mastery is the culmination, the pinnacle of martial arts. So why don't monks have it? They're the martial arts class.
Because they would somehow be too strong.
Let us
guess.
just assume that the originators of Dungeons and Dragons and everybody since then who's been on the top tier of the admin team doesn't actually know anything about martial arts.
Sure.
The only thing I can think is that from a thematic point,
It's absolutely a thematic thing, but like
They
James
want
is saying, the point of it is to get to a point where you are using a tool.
Mhm.
And not hurting yourself doing it.
Yeah. No, I mean it's really just a cool thematic thing. Like, it's a monk, it's a punchy guy. Punchy guy, that's the thing. But you have to make punchy guy as cool as sharp sword guy too, or it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also, punchy guy is the guy who doesn't want to fight as much usually. So you can have a subclass for that where you're mostly just doing unarmed strikes. But like any martial artist worth their salt comes into a fight with a big weapon because they're there to fight. The
I'm just also going to throw out punchy guy. Your average punchy guy player also wants to be able to punch so hard they just like break someone's jaw off. Is that
Exactly.
gross? Absolutely. But is that something that your average punchy guy player wants to be able to do, especially at a higher level? Yeah.
So that brings
Or
us in.
flying.
Oh, you're bringing me directly into my next point. You've baited right into it, Michelle. Thank you. Because the next point is, guess what you can't use weapon mastery property on?
What's that?
Your unarmed strikes. You know, that thing you use as a monk. That thing that's going to scale outside of the weapons that you have.
Yeah,
and is
exactly.
going to have force damage property on it. You can't use weapon masteries on it. Everybody else who does any physical attacking gets weapon mastery property. There's a subclass of cleric that gets weapon mastery property on their basic attacks.
Subclass of bard.
Subclass of bard too, Valor. Gets weapon mastery property on their main attack. As a monk, if you want to be a punchy punch monk, no. You can't use weapon mastery. You have to wield a weapon to do it.
They need to make knuckles, just like brass knuckles need to be a weapon in this game. That way, it has weapon mastery. It uses your unarmed strike damage, and therefore they're. Or didn't it used to be like wraps? Didn't they used to have things where it was like the monks had hand wraps?
Just build it into your fist. Those are called knuckles too.
Yeah,
but so
like they had magical hand wraps or something that would allow them to do these things.
They do,
and
so
like
that's the thing. There are magic items for this, and there are magic weapons that solve this. But the base class shouldn't ignore it.
Yeah, I agree.
You're going to outscale. Well, let's see. By level 11, you are going to outscale any weapon that you can wield with your unarmed strikes. By level 11, weapon mastery, the property that they touted as being the cool new thing that martial classes will be able to interact with more than other classes. And let me just say for clarity, the fact that they've given weapon mastery to every class that does any sort of weapon attacks, I'm here for it. I love it. I think maybe rogues don't need it because rogues are getting cunning strikes, which we'll talk about that. It's super cool. But any martial class like a paladin or a sub-martial like paladins, rangers, valor bards, war clerics, though it's very cool that they get weapon mastery because it feels very good and thematic, and it gives martial attackers something to do that mages don't. It's fun. It's great. Make topple something completely else because it's really obnoxious to have a con save every time you attack, but for the monks to be basically locked out of that as they level is ridiculous. And
it's one of these and one of these.
Yeah. They and for everybody who knows in the chat or who's going to know in the comments later, I understand they put it into subclasses. They do. But why? Why doesn't the monk just have it?
Even they talk about paladin smites. They moved that shit into paladin main. They took it out of the subclasses. They took those individual things, so they didn't have their own little bullshitty thing they had to figure out per subclass, and they put it in the main job.
I don't know. I mean, this is the first version of monk we have seen for this new edition, but it really feels like the only one. I mean, it's 2023 currently. This is D&D 2024. They've got a full year, but are they really gonna give monk as many iterations as everything else has gotten? I don't know.
I really do feel like, and hear me out and correct me if you feel like I'm wrong. I feel like they took the martials and they put them on a shelf, and they took all the classes that they thought were fun and brought them in and made more fun things for them to do. And then they were like, oh shit, what do we do for martials? And then they were like, weapon masteries. We'll design a whole weapon system for just martials. And everyone's like, well, everybody should have that. And they were like, you're right. Everybody should have that. And so they gave it to everybody. Again, I agree with all of this. But now you really got to republish those martials and figure out what they get that's unique, because they don't have much right now.
Yeah, I mean, the whole linear fighter quadratic wizard is an old mainstay.
The thing that I've heard a lot and that I agree with is wizard gets blank at this level. And I really think that if you care to pay attention to the action economy of things, it's like, well, we can't make the monk too strong at level 8 or level 17. It's like, wizards get wish.
Yeah.
Wish is really strong. Sorcerers get wish and they can cast it once basically for free.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It has always been a thing, and then they fixed it with splat books in 3.5.
Yeah.
They fixed it with the Book of Nine Swords.
The Book of Nine Swords, the ultimate monk the ultimate rogue, the ultimate, like they did a
Mhm.
bunch of really cool stuff, but they have the chance to do that sort of thing right now, and they're doing it with the rogues, and they're doing it with the barbarians, and they're doing it. Well, they need to do more with the fighter, but they haven't done anything with the monk except for subclasses.
Yep. So then, now, first and foremost, the subclasses are not called the way of blank anymore. That was probably too Eastern. We're moving away from the key points to the D points.
I'm a fan. Give me flavor I want. I can do it if I can make it way of if I want,
exactly.
and I can make it something else if I want. I get it. No.
Exactly. The default now, and the first one we'll go through because it's the first one listed, is Warrior of Shadow. So this is your Shadow Monk or Way of Shadow Monk. They changed a whole lot, and it's kind of cool. So
it's so busted.
It's amazing. So third level, because this is the first, subclasses you get at 3, 6, 11, 17. Sometimes this changes, but 3, 6, 11, 17. 3, Shadow Arts. So you can do the following things. 1 discipline point to cast a darkness spell without any components. You can see within the area when you cast it. That's already awesome.
We're talking about shadow sorcerer levels of why are you doing this?
You put a dome of darkness around you and the person, and now you're in the Thunderdome. And you are hitting with advantage.
But you might not know you're in the Thunderdome. Only the monk knows that you are in the Thunderdome, and you are just kind of there like, where am I? Punch,
and you can move this at the start of each of your turns. So the other thing the monk is very fast. So you go put a dome of darkness around a person until they die. Start of my next turn, move the darkness with me. Now, next person. Really cool.
Something else to note about that, because I am a shadow monk in Anton's game, and I will be playing this version of the subclass to test it out. Hey Charles, there are the last line, the last 3 letters, or the last 3 words on the second line of the darkness explanation, and the first word on that third line. Can you read those out for me?
I am completely lost. You made me drunk.
I got you. So darkness. You can spend 1
Say
discipline
he
point.
made you drunk.
No, you made me drink.
No, I'm
no,
drunk.
I could find it. I just want him to say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can spend 1 discipline point to cast the darkness spell without any spell components.
And it's 1 point.
1 point.
Which is low.
Now, let's talk about the nerf. They took away silence. They took away pass without a trace. You can no longer cast those as a shadow monk. What did they give you? Movable darkness that has no components.
Yep.
What is that?
And no detriment to you.
And no detriment to you. What does that mean? It means that you can look that wizard right in the face and say, I cast darkness. And the wizard's like, counterspell. And you're like, ha ha ha.
No.
There's no components. You can't counterspell this. You're now in darkness with me.
Yeah.
Mage.
You have no idea I even casted it. It just happens. I will it to existence. Yep. Now they could still dispel magic that, but let's not talk about that.
I mean, they could dispel magic it, but gosh, it costs 1 key point. Discipline.
And it's an action
D-point.
versus. Yeah, it's an action versus counterspell, which is the reaction, which is why counterspell is so crazy.
Yeah, but counterspell does nothing. They would have to cast the dispel magic as an action. And then they'd have to try to move away from you. And if you think I'm not standing right on top of that guy, ooh, you're wrong.
Yep,
so why is it the components that make the difference?
Because there's no verbal, somatic, or material components to the spell. And if you can't see the person casting it, you can't counterspell it.
So
in the same vein, if somebody uses subtle spell to cast a spell, you can't counterspell?
That is the 100% the main reason that min-maxers use subtle spell and high-level play,
you can't be caught.
not counterspelled.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the way around.
For 1 sorcery point.
Yep. It's super cheap.
It's super cheap, super great, super free.
But you'd have to do it beforehand. So that's the only thing. Counterspell is a reaction.
Yeah.
So you'd have to know that they're going to counter, so you might run into 1 counter first. But anyway, you gain dark vision.
For free.
Right?
You don't have darkness or dark vision to cast anymore for 2 key points.
You just get it for free with a range of 60 feet. If you already have dark vision, the range extends by 60 feet.
Always.
Which is cool. I can see 120 feet. Okay.
I
Sure,
have.
That's
fine.
pretty
Mhm.
commonplace for people who already have dark vision for the little abilities like that to be like, by the way, you just get more if you already have
Yeah.
this.
Current Gloomstalker
It's
does a
just for
very
free.
similar thing. They increment it if you already have it
Mhm.
because they don't want you to just lose out on a thing.
Right.
I agree with that and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just that's new to Monk.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It's
'cause
new
it
to
just
Shadow.
overwrote it. Yeah. So last one for the 3rd level, you know the minor illusion cantrip and use wisdom as a spellcasting ability for it. I love minor illusion.
It's such
You
a
can tell by the
versatile
way I
spell.
play bard. I just use minor illusion for everything. We need a graph, there's a graph. We need a picture of person, there's a picture of person. We need cover,
Do
we
you
have
need to
cover.
make fun of a demon? It's got a mustache now.
Yep, exactly. Minor illusion's great.
10 out of 10 spell. You can
Yep,
make a little barrel,
absolutely.
hide yourself in it, you're fine.
Yep,
Obscured from the enemy.
yep. So the next one is Shadow Step. This I do not believe has changed.
It's not changed much.
Yeah, it's 11th level, the improved that has changed. But Shadow Step, just to talk about it, while entirely within dim light or darkness, which you can make, you can use a bonus action to teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see that is also in dim light or darkness. Remember, you can move your darkness at the start of your turn and then teleport to it. Anyway, you then have advantage on the next melee attack you make before the end of your turn. So
Word
you
for
can
word.
teleport to other darkness if you're in darkness and then have advantage on the next punch you make. So that's cool. That's just Shadow Step. I think that's the way that it was.
It's
11th
almost
level.
word for word, yeah.
Yeah. 11th level is improved Shadow Step. You can draw on your connection to Shadow to empower your teleportation. When you use Shadow Step, you can spend one more discipline point to remove the requirement that you must start and end in dim light or darkness. As a part of this bonus action, you can make an unarmed strike immediately after the teleportation. So by 11th level, your Shadow Step, if you make it cost, because by the by, Shadow Step doesn't cost any discipline points by default.
Oh,
Does
it's
not
free.
cost.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's free. If you spend 1 point on your Shadow Step after 11th level, not only do you not care about darkness at the source or the location, you can then attack immediately as your bonus action and then use your action to attack them. But it does mean that bonus action unarmed strike is the one that has the advantage. Not that that usually matters, but just to know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, that said, let's be fair. Bonus actions for
Mhm.
monks aren't free
No, they are not.
because
That
bonus
is true.
actions mean a lot to monks. A lot more than
I mean,
most other classes, except for maybe rogues.
but that's why they gave you spend a discipline point to get one unarmed strike. Because it went,
Exactly. That's
it's the economy.
this in this economy, bonus
This
action
economy.
attack.
Yes. I mean, they do the same for Bard for a lot of the subclasses. Use Bardic Inspiration, get something else, because you
They-
know you're going to use your bonus action on that.
Since I have my book open, this replaces the old Cloak of Shadows, which used to be level 11. Use your action in dim light or darkness to become invisible. Just basically like the invisibility spell, but the one that when you punch or do anything, it fades.
Yeah. But now, the capstone feature of this subclass is Cloak of Shadows. So they moved it. And as a bonus action, while entirely within dim light or darkness, you can spend 3 discipline points to shroud yourself in magical darkness for 1 minute. Now, this is not the darkness spell. This is just yourself in magical darkness, or until you're incapacitated, or you end your turn in bright light. So once you're in darkness, you can start it. Don't go into the light. Don't get knocked out. While
And-
shrouded in
Don't
darkness,
go into the light.
yeah, don't go into the light.
I have to go.
While
to
shrouded in darkness, oh yeah. While shrouded in darkness like this, you get 3 benefits. 1, you're invisible. Period. For that whole minute, as long as you're not in bright light or incapacitated. 2, you can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. So you can just walk through people, but you'll take damage
with that
if you're in
weird
them.
force caveat that we always have
Yeah.
on everything. Don't end your turn in somebody. It'll hurt.
Yes. Do not do that. You'll get kicked out.
Yeah.
And then the best one, Shadow Flurry. You can use your flurry of blows without spending any discipline points for the entire 1 minute.
My God, at level 17, I can do something for free.
It's so great. We finally have.
I have
That should be
17
the
fucking
monk
discipline
capstone.
points at this point.
That should be the monk capstone, and it should be like once on short rest you can use flurry of blows for free. Like get crazy.
But
That's crazy. That's 4 times a day maybe.
yeah, but hey, yo, Empty Body, it's good to see you, bud. You became Cloak of Shadows. Cool stuff.
Yeah. Hey, but this is 3 discipline points. We do know that we get 4.
Yeah, not 4.
So you'll get that. That's cool. But yeah, so you flurry of blows forever once you get Cloak of Shadow.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I wish it wasn't 17 like you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, well, so it's basically replacing Empty Body. This is what they did with the Empty Body baseline monk feature. They took it and they put it into Shadow, and they replaced Opportunist with this, which I'm a big fan of because Opportunist was kind of meh. It was at 17th level, you can exploit a creature's momentary distraction. Whenever a creature within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack made by a creature other than you, you could use your reaction to basically do an opportunity attack to it. But, you know, that's
cool.
That's a boring level 17 feature. This is way better.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's a shame that monks can't just become Goku, but, you know, I'm glad this one
Isn't that a different subclass?
Yeah, we're about to talk about that one. That's a great segue.
Oh,
well,
man.
Goku, or more likely the Avatar.
Ong.
Yeah.
Team Boomerang.
So,
let's go.
So, Warrior of the Element. So, anybody who has played a monk or knows a lot about monk knows that this is the worst subclass probably in the game in the current version.
Shout out to the person who made the better Way of the Elements monk that has been the staple for the Way of Elements monk community for these last 7 years, maybe even 10. I think they made it a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
And it basically, there is a PDF that exists online where someone basically fixed the Way of the Elements monk by giving it a bunch of extra features and lowering the key point costs for things.
Yeah.
This is a more concise way of doing it, and I appreciate it. I like the options of the other one, but this is fine too.
Stealing from stealers.
Yep, that's right. So, what happens though? What do you get? 3rd level, Elemental Attunement. You know, the Elementalism cantrip. That's the first thing. That's not the only thing. That's the first thing. It's cool. It's like Thaumaturgy or Prestidigitation. In addition, at the start of your turn, you can spend 1 discipline point to imbue yourself with elemental energy. It lasts for 10 minutes or until you're incapacitated. What do you get, though? What you get is elemental strikes. Whenever you hit with your unarmed strike, not your weapon, which you have mastery on, but your unarmed strike, just wanted to say, you can cause it to deal your choice of acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage. Okay. Rather than its normal damage type. When you deal one of these types with your unarmed strike, you can also force the target to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you can move the creature 10 feet toward or away from you as elemental energy swirls around it. Cool. You can pick what element your damage is, and you get to kind of move them around, which is kind of weapon mastery without giving them weapon mastery. When you think about it. They've got shoved.
Doesn't having this sort of negate the benefit of empowered strikes?
It just gives you like that other option, because you can it doesn't happen very often. It happens a lot. I'm going to talk about Baldur's Gate 3 for a little bit. It happens a lot in Baldur's Gate 3 because if you're wet, cold and lightning do double damage. So you would pick cold or lightning and force normally.
I can't see them ever choosing that sort of modifier system, because that's very Pathfinder 2 and very video game, but it's not very.
It's very
5e.
Divinity, yeah.
Yeah, it's very Divinity too. It's also very old. Watsy, sorry for coming in. I had to open the gates of battle because I've had too many limes and tequila shots.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine.
But we're talking about them punching in different colors now.
Yes,
I assume.
Yeah. Colors. Yeah, and how it de-emphasizes force.
It de-emphasizes, good. But also, so here's the thing. As far as I can tell from this, everything that we've seen so far, and I will be really fucking shocked if we do not see vulnerabilities show back up strongly in the new version of the game when it comes to monsters that show up. Because everything that we're seeing is a de-emphasis on damage multipliers and an emphasis on different damage types.
Yeah.
And if they don't make those actually worthwhile, I'll have no idea why they did this.
Yeah. It's cool. It's thematic, it's flavorful, and you can push people around so you have weapon mastery without needing it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing at third level is your unarmed strike reach is 10 feet greater than normal now.
Yeah.
So you can attack.
Wait, is that
from
saying,
how
like,
many feet away? Yeah, that's the question, isn't
15.
it? 15.
Because 5 feet is how far you can hit somebody, and then 10 extra feet, which, by the way, guys, you need to just say your range is 15 feet on your unarmed strikes. Why did you say up to? Well, no, that's a lie. I'm sorry, because you could be a bugbear and have 10-foot reach, so this would be 20. You could be larger and have it modifies your reach, but essentially it modifies your 5-foot baseline reach. So
15, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what this did is this combined the two coolest evocations that you had as a Way of the Four Elements monk, Fist of the Fire Snake, and what was it, Water Whip, I think?
Water Whip, I think.
So this is basically combining both of those into one thing and giving it to you.
Yep.
That does sound
It's
cool.
cool.
It is cool.
Like you can reach far.
Not only is it cool, what it does is the thing that we're complaining about. It's making it so that you basically get a weapon mastery property for your unarmed strikes.
Yep.
But,
and, you're a monk who's the avatar. I'd let you theme it like you're throwing bolts of fire. You're making rocks hit them. Like, it's super cool. It's great. It's what we wanted from this day subclass.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we got elemental strikes and reach at third level. That's cool. Sixth level. What do we get? So we get environmental burst.
Shitty fireball.
Yeah. As a magic action, because remember, magic actions are a thing now. There's the attack action. Yeah, and there's a magic action.
Give me the wording to counterspell, you motherfuckers. I need to see it.
So as a magic action, which means I do believe that you cannot flurry of blows afterward. Biggest issue there.
But it does give you another thing. Later.
It does.
Go ahead.
You can spend 2 discipline points to cause environmental energy to burst in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point within 120 feet of yourself. Choose a damage type from the same 4 before: acid, cold, fire, lightning. Each creature within the sphere must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take damage of your chosen type equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. Successful save is half. Before or after you take this action, you can make 1 unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Before or after, an interesting way to put that, because they've definitely caught flack for that in the past, and I'm very interested to see that they were willing to do that.
Yeah.
Now, my question is, I do want to see what the modifier is for Flurry of Blows.
Yeah.
So you would at 6th level, you would say you're going to use environmental burst. Your bonus action beforehand, unarmed strike, allows you to use elemental strikes. If they fail the save, you push them 10 feet away, and then the burst hits from there and doesn't hit you.
Yeah. So you can bowl. You can knock a person into a group and then explode them, theoretically. Which is cool. Like, this is the plays that we want, right? We want to have these plays. So it's
fun.
Cool.
It's very fun combat manipulation, as long as you're playing on a board.
Yeah, that's very true. More map light groups, this wouldn't really give you much. I mean, you and the DM would have some agreement anyway at that point.
It's not exactly, but so the elemental strikes interesting feature of pushing would be lost. By the way, on a failed save, you can move a target up to 10 feet toward or away from you. Elemental energy, doing whatever the hell you flavor it to.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the push feature of the weapon mastery property does not require a saving throw?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think you're right on that. I will look at that.
I got it right here.
It's at the top.
When you hit a creature with a weapon, you can move them up to 10 feet away as long as they're no more than one size larger than you. Now, okay, so here's the trade-off. The trade-off that I'm seeing is there's no size category given for the 10-foot movement from elemental strikes or from the push ability of open hand. Oh, when we get to open hand, I'm going to have to take another shot. I better get some water in me.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, I definitely, yes.
You know, you agree.
Yes.
But so
11th level.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stride of the element. When you use Step of the Wind, which now is disengage and dodge, just remember, you gain a fly speed and swim speed equal to your speed for 10 minutes.
So now is that saying that if you can fly, your fly speed is increased, or does
Nope,
it
you
give
just
you
get
the
one.
ability you can fly?
You
Yep.
can now fly.
You can fly and swim. Don't forget you
Yep.
can swim. It might be niche, but it's still kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So-
I agree.
Now you're an all-terrain master because you can fly, run on a wall, run across the water, swim under it,
You have
and
better
your speed is so high.
You have better flight than the Draconic Sorcerer. Congratulations.
Yeah, you're super fast at that point, and you can dodge. I mean, and it's for 10 minutes because remember we said that there's a pre-pull. Hey, you Step of the Wind. I got 10
Yep.
minutes of just flying now.
And you're level 11 monk, by the way, so your movement at that point is plus 20. You're at 50.
Yeah.
So
And-
fly speed 50.
Enjoy that. So that's super cool. And then remember, they don't say this. Do not do this to your DM. But when you're flying and you use elemental strikes, 10 feet towards you in the air is
Up.
up.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Bruh, I hate to mention it to you, but every time towards or away from you, if you are right next to them, away from you is up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, like let's.
Dante, do a combo.
I mean, that would be very cool. It would get weird, but yeah, like you could fly over them and pull them because you have your attack action, and then your flurry of blows, and each time you hit, you can move them up to you.
Oh, God.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, that's silly and fun.
Move them 30 feet.
Yeah. 30 feet up into the air where you are 30 feet up into the air. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do when they're up there, though, because they're just going to fall. But, I mean, that's fine, too. What's the capstone, though? Capstone.
Oh.
I love the alliteration here. I'm going to give you this WotC. This is a great name. Elemental Epitome. Oh, that just sounds good. Is it any good, though? Let's find out. When you use the elemental attunement feature, which is the one where you imbue yourself with elemental energy, it's the one that you start all of this with, you gain the following benefits for the duration. Damage resistance. You pick a type, acid, cold, fire, or lightning. At the start of each of your turns, you can change this by the by, but you gain resistance to them. So one turn could be acid, next turn could be cold, fire, go through it. The next one is destructive stride. When you use your Step of the Wind, which you're going to use anyway, because that's what gets you your flight speed, your speed increases by 20 feet until the end of the turn. So you're flying faster. For that duration.
Nope.
handy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
17. Your speed is increased by then. Let me just go ahead, monk table.
Yeah.
Level 17, you're at 25. So you're at 75 feet.
75 feet at that point in time. For that duration, any creature of your choice takes damage equal to one roll of your martial arts die when you enter a space within 5 feet of it, which is why you'd want to disengage so you don't get attack of opportunities along the entire way. The damage is the same type as you chose, and a creature can only take this damage once per turn, so you can't run away and back, run away and back. But this is kind of a strafe. This is a better strafe than the Draconic Sorcerer.
This is a Chardelon stride, but built in.
And of course, you use Step of the Wind. You attack a few times along the way and deal damage along the way.
So,
And move people to do so, because you can pull them towards you.
this is a surprisingly fun Mook Destroyer, honestly.
And
absolutely.
Because
Minion Mash.
you use your Step of the Wind, you gain a fly speed. You get an extra 20 feet on it. You're at 75, but you're dashing, so you're at 150.
Mm-hmm.
And at 150, you are going to be able to hit everything on the field for one roll of your martial arts die. Now, will that usually make a big difference? No. If there's enough enemies on the battlefield, can that absolutely be just a hilarious, I dealt 100D martial art die this turn? Yeah.
Yep. And you can set it up. You can move people into the way and then
30.
finally do Step of the Wind, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like Step of the Wind can be an afterthought on your turn if you don't want to flurry of blows. Like, it's cool. It really is. I enjoy this in a niche situation.
But that's not all. We got one more. Empowered Strikes is also at 17th level. Once on each of your turns, you can deal extra damage to a target equal to one roll of your martial arts die when you hit it with an unarmed strike. It's the same type as you chose for this. So you get an extra D12 at this point, right? I believe you're at a D12. That's cool. That then gave you what, 2 extra martial arts die to one of them because you're going to move within and hit them.
I'm at a half shot for this one real quick.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm level 17. Why is this once per turn?
Yeah. I was waiting for that one. Yeah.
This is my capstone feature, being a monk. My
This is
actual
Hunter's
capstone.
Mark, basically.
This is now. Let's not be rude to Hunter's Mark because our boy got done dirty this round. But
it's true.
There are features like, I believe the new Warlock playtest, which I'm sad to say has almost no chance of standing. But the Warlock playtest has necrotic damage. It's not Thirsting Blade, Vampiric Blade. That is 1d8 per weapon attack.
Yeah.
It is the only feature still in the game that is not a once per turn extra damage feature. That isn't a spell outright.
Yeah.
At level 17, as a monk, if I am able to destructive stride through up to 30 enemies for one roll of my martial arts die each, if I spend a key point and do the dash disengage of Step of the Wind, why can I not just punch twice for an extra D martial art? So at 17, what's that? Am I at D12 now?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
An extra D12. Just let me do it. It's so high level. Just why limit it to once per turn? What multi-class bullshit can I do at level 17 monk?
The only thing is I can think of is Action Surge, and then if you wanted to get
for
a
2
subclass.
more.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like, listen, Holy Weapon already exists, and as long as it's in the playtest, that's already multiple dice on top of every attack that any class can do. It's hilarious on fighters and monks alike. I'm at level 17. Let me deal a martial arts die on every attack I do.
Let me cook finally.
Yeah, let me cook.
Yeah. So there's some good stuff. Go ahead.
I was saying, so I guess it's because they don't want it to also be your attack, your bonus action. If you used key to do flurry blow, so that's 2 extra attack. Now you're looking at 4 on 4 strikes.
I'm gonna say it right now. 2d12 on 4 strikes at level 17, with it being unarmed strikes, because it's only when you hit with your unarmed strikes. You cannot modify this with like a flame tongue or a frost brand.
You don't have a magic weapon.
You don't have a magic weapon. It's not that great. Even if it were on every attack on the turn, it's still a ribbon. Just give it to him. It's level 17. You don't have to restrict it as though it's the Ranger level 3 feature.
Nobody ever gets that. Because Hunter's Mark scales up to 3d6, which is, I'm just, in case anybody out there didn't want to do the math on that one, it's better than 1d12. Just gonna say,
Yeah. 3d6
average-
a little better.
just a little bit better than 1d12. Just a little bit. And plus, if you crit, it's way better than 1d12.
Yeah.
It's so
They're so scared of making monks strong, and I don't understand. Sorry, but we should continue because
because you need the drink soon.
Yeah, I need a whole shot for this last one.
This subclass I've always wanted to do well, and this subclass can never do well.
Let's be fair. In current 5e, the Way of the Open Hand is the strongest subclass, or at least one of them.
Really?
Yeah,
it is, because you can do a lot of stuff with it. Yeah, but and we'll get to it, because I don't want to tell you what my problem is, because it's still here. So third level open hand technique. This is cool. This has always been pretty cool. Whenever you hit a creature with one of your attacks granted by your flurry of blows, so only those, you can impose one of the following effects. Addle, give me PTSD of 14, but that's fine. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. It can't make reactions until the end of your next turn. No reactions means no counterspell, means no riposte, means no deflect missiles, means a lot of bad things. It's cool. That's cool. And this is free if you do Flurry of Blow.
Yeah.
Push.
Give me just a second. Way of the Open Hand. I'm following along at home.
Yeah. So that was Addle.
Yeah, Addle in the current 5e Way of the Open Hand is it can't take reactions until the end of your next turn. Yeah. Is that
same.
Yeah, same.
End of your next turn.
This doesn't have a saving throw currently.
Nope, just
you just take away reactions like a Shocking Grasp, which is a cantrip.
Yep. Because you hit with Shocking Grasp, so you get it.
Because you spent a key point.
Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, but you could push instead, right?
Sure. Let's see.
Target must succeed a strength saving throw, or you push it up to 15 feet away from yourself.
Same as it ever was
before.
Same as it ever was.
Okay. And then Topple. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or it is prone.
Also same. But I will say, it's a little funny that they call it toppling, because the mastery property for topple is a con save. This one is a dex save. So it's a little funny that they use the same word.
Yeah, and I think Constitution is technically the harder save, or the harder save to land, because more enemies have higher Constitution, I think.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. So for the weapon mastery property, it's worse, arguably.
Yeah, just a little bit. 6 level. So you get those. That's cool. And it's only when you Flurry of Blows, so it's gated behind the use of a discipline point. But then for both of those attacks, you could do these things. Any combination of them. Yeah. Good.
Which is true of the old one as well. Every time you hit with a Flurry of Blows attack, it had to be flurry attacks. But you could do it for any of them.
So the next one, 6th level, is Wholeness of Body. You gain the ability to heal yourself. Because you need to, because you're squishy. But anyway, as a bonus action, you can spend 1 discipline point and roll your martial arts die. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled, plus your wisdom modifier. You can use this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all of the expended uses when you finish a long rest. So you're level 6, you got 18 wisdom, let's say. You could do this 4 times, and it would give you 1d, what are you at that point? Probably 6 or 8, 1d8 plus 4?
Yeah.
Health? Not quite a second win.
You're thinking I'm a monk with 4 wisdom modifier? Damn, I'm
giving you
smart.
The best case.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the best case. Because you had 1 ASI at that point. You could have.
That's true, and everything's a half feat now, so that's true. That's true.
Hey, that's a thing.
Maybe I don't care about HP, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a thing. That's cool. It's not quite second wind, but it's something. 11th level is Fleet Step. you can use Step of the Wind without spending any discipline points. Now, if this was combined with any other subclass, that'd be cool as hell. Right now,
yeah.
It's
I mean,
the
that's cool.
exact opposite of what you want to do with this subclass at any given point, considering all of your other features are tied to your bonus action.
Yeah, and it replaced the literal lowest rated monk feature called Tranquility, which
was such a flavor win, but it really should have been on the other monk.
Yeah, it's you get Sanctuary for free. Now, Sanctuary is a spell, which makes it hard for you to be hit. It makes everyone have to do a saving throw before they actually hurt you. That's cool. It's thematic.
Until you punch somebody, and then it goes away, because that's how Sanctuary works. If you make an attack, you lose it. And that's why people hated it, because it basically gave you Sanctuary forever at the end of a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
But if you punched anybody, it went away until you did another long rest.
You've got to be a pacifist. All right. James, could you take this one? I need the pour because I hate
Okay, buddy, let's go. All right, hold on.
I hate this ability.
Quivering Palm.
I hated it before. I hate
Quivering
it now.
Palm. Let's blast from the past this real quick. Quivering Palm, as it was. At 17th level, you gain the ability to set up lethal vibrations.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? What a terrible name. Quivering Palm.
So here's the thing. It's supposed to evoke Bruce Lee doing like a 1-inch punch or so.
Regardless, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Listen, OnlyFans aside, when you hit a creature, you gain the ability to set up lethal vibrations, hence quivering, in someone's body. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you spend 3 key points to start these imperceptible vibrations, which last for a number of days equal to your monk level. So you hit somebody and it does nothing.
17 days though it lasts.
Yeah. The vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. To do so, you and the target must be on the same plane of existence. When you use this action, this is still the old version, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The creature must make a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it is reduced to 0 hit points. So con save, pretty easy to make for most things. But if it fails, level 17 feature, dead. If it succeeds, it takes 10d10 necrotic. You can only have this on one creature at a time. You can choose to end the vibrations harmlessly without it. This is your Xena. I've cut off your circulation. Either you do what I'm asking you, or I'm going to explode your brain.
Yep.
This is also your 5-point strike from Kill Bill. There's so many different. This is the most.
Can you make it go off earlier? Because that's
you
silly.
can.
You
use an action.
You use an action to make it end lethally, or you can use an action to make it end non-lethally. But the thing about this ability is you have to use your action to set it up, and then you use your action to try to trigger it.
Yeah.
That's the old version, but it kills them. There is no immunity to this that exists in the game. If you go and Quivering Palm the Tarrasque, and then it fails its save, it dies.
Yeah.
Pretty destructive to a campaign, to anything, really. It's supposed to be basically a capstone feature. It's very oppressive. The new version of it is you gain the ability. Go ahead.
Is it worse?
Yeah,
worse.
I just wanted to say worse.
It's you send lethal vibrations. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, same. You spend 3 D points. Same. Imperceptible vibrations. Last number of days of monk level. Vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. If you do so, target must be on the same plane of existence. When you use this action, the target must make con save, taking 10d12 plus your monk level of force damage, not necrotic. Key difference on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Same thing, you can only have one creature on this at a time, and you can end it harmlessly if you want. so it doesn't auto kill anymore.
Nope.
It deals reasonably more damage.
Yeah, reasonable.
It's basically a disintegrate. But hey,
Yep.
Charles, what level is the disintegrate spell?
Isn't it like 6?
Yeah, it's a 6th level spell. You know,
Wow,
a
I'm
wizard will
surprised
get
you did
it
that.
at level 11.
12? 11, yeah.
Yeah. Monks
Yeah.
get it at
17 is the capstone.
17.
And
As
you have
their
to use 2
capstone feature.
actions.
You have to use
Ah!
an action to set it up, and then an action to trigger. I could cast 2 disintegrates as a wizard in that time.
If you're a sorcerer, you could cast 2 disintegrates in 1 turn.
Well, no, you can't do that still. They still have the weird bonus action bullshit.
That's
but
right. That's right. I
You
was
could-
talking
you
about
could do
twin
that.
spell.
That and cantrips. Yeah, you could do it. You could do it for reduced cost twice.
Yeah.
I almost don't have a problem with that because it is such like a
It's
sorcerer thing, I guess, but mage thing.
the thing is, at this level, the sorcerer gets wish. They get wish with no consequences.
Okay.
You could just say, hey, I wish, if you're trying to Quivering Palm, you go Quivering Palm the Tarrasque. You spend 3 key points, which is a low cost. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
pretty low.
And then you wait another turn and you say, did it work? Maybe you Stunning Strike in between to see if you can make him take away Legendary Resist. In the old version, what you would do is you would do Quivering Palm with 1 strike, Stunning Strike the other 3, and then you'd negotiate because you'd have the upper hand.
Yeah, because you're going to die, probably.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, bud, out of those Legendary Resistances,
Yeah.
want to maybe talk about it before I murder you?
You
Like,
are
really
poisoned.
bad.
You need the antidote, and I won't give it to you unless blah blah blah.
Exactly. If you take
Yeah.
5 steps, you're going to die. I hate both versions of this. I don't
Oh.
think it's a good idea.
It's-
I really hate Quivering Palm. I've always hated it.
It's not great.
It like Stunning Strike. It's one of those where it can just ruin a game. So it's so strong that they have to dampen everything else. Quivering Palm is so freaking strong, according to them, because once again, you can haste and do Disintegrate, and then a cantrip. You know what I mean? Like you can do so many things, whereas a monk is like, I have to hit you first, then you have to do the Constitution save. Disintegrate is just a save. Remember, you have to hit first and then do it. Now, you know, you might have a high, whatever, but if there's mirror images, well, you're kind of screwed for a longer time than the sorcerer or wizard would be screwed. It's just, it makes no sense to me that like warriors of the hand who are masters of unarmed combat to push and trip and manipulate their own energy to protect themselves from harm. Why the fuck can I hit you in the heart and make you die 17 days later? Where did that come from? Other than that was a monk idea that WotC had,
Fu
and they
movies.
went, "We need
Kung
to
Fu
use it." Yeah,
movies.
because that's all they know about. They're like, "That's the fantasy we want." Is this the fantasy I want for Warrior of the Hand of the Open Hand? Is the Byakugan? That's what I want. That's what you think of. I don't want the maybe I might kill you. Because yes, 10d12, that's a lot. That is a whole lot.
You want
3
to put him in
discipline
an
points.
illusion.
3 discipline points is 6d12 normally, though, because it's 3 flurry of blows, which is 2 unarmed strikes, which also have bonuses. You're giving up 3 discipline points for 10d12, but you're also giving up 6d12 and 6 attacks that could have had addle, push, topple, whatever else on them. Why?
So
And 2 actions. Yeah.
I agree with you 100% because 2 actions on especially on a warrior of elements
Sure, yeah.
monk
Yeah.
is 5d12
Yep.
each turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10d12 if you hit. And it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to miss at high level.
True.
So,
That's true.
So you get 10d12 guaranteed on a Way of Elements, monk. or a warrior of
Yeah.
elements monk, basically.
Yeah. So I've never liked quivering palm. I don't like that idea of
it's goofy.
Yeah, like the monk is about multiple attacks, and putting so much on one attack is like, isn't that the opposite of what we were doing here?
So
Now, if
I
it was
don't
like you
know.
hit and then do extra damage, go ahead.
I just kind of feel like there should be a kung fu movie monk. I don't know if this
Sure.
is the way to do it, but I like the idea of this attack.
I
What about if
agree.
it was just the capstone for monk in general?
Yeah, I like the theme of it. Sure, but in practice, it's just like, when am I ever going to use this? When am I going to give up the 2 action other than intimidation?
Maybe I'm one of
let's
those
say
people who does
Mhm.
like to roll up into a fight and try and word my way out of it, though.
Yeah, I mean that is what it's good for. But you're the monk.
But so here's the
You
thing.
have no charisma.
Yeah. And
Who
this
are you gonna
is
convince?
That also I feel like that plays into a different conversation entirely.
Sure.
Where the monk isn't necessarily the person who's going to be the talker, but what if you
Sure.
want to be a monk who's the talker?
Well, then you have a 4th
way of
ability
mercy.
score. Well, no, it's
Which,
just
by the way, something to mention,
Mhm.
the Way of Mercy is also in
That's
this
true.
playtest, quote unquote. They're just like, just use it straight out of Tasha's. It's just 1 for 1. So that's a thing. I agree with Charles on this, and the reason that I do, Michelle, because I see your point.
Because you love him, I know, it's fine.
I love all of my friends, but I do love Charles more. No, the reason that I agree is this. It's a capstone ability that argues that it is for damage, essentially. But it's not. It's supposed to be a negotiation tool. But negotiation tools should be like level 7 to 11, like ribbon features.
I feel like you can use it as a negotiation tool. It absolutely makes sense as a negotiation tool.
Yeah.
But it's damage. It is for murdering.
Yeah.
It could, if you're a bad guy, you're like, haha, there's nothing you can do about that. No, I don't want to negotiate with you. Get walking.
But that's the thing. It's a once you say, hey, you're gonna die if you don't. Well, it's 1 Constitution saving throw. It's 1 saving throw. You could do anything to get a bonus on that. If the monk goes, I have hit you with this thing, you're gonna die. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna listen to the monk, or are you gonna try and not die?
Yeah.
Right?
Cast
You're
the
gonna try and
cantrip
not
of
die.
resistance.
Yeah, resistance or legendary resistance, which means it doesn't even matter because they just succeed.
They'll take half. The problem that I have with this, Michelle,
Hold on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You're arguing that they'll take half or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
But isn't that opposite of what was just said a little bit ago? Like, this is impossible. There's nothing you can do to get rid of it. Yes, there is.
Yeah, I know. So it's not useful, is what I'm saying. It's
I'm arguing a
a
different
threat
thing than
that
Charles.
doesn't actually exist.
I like this ability. I like Capstone. I will agree with you. Maybe not Capstone.
Mm.
Let's look at it from the reason of the other thing's perspective. The elemental epitome from Warrior of Elements can basically deal 10d12 by using their flurry of blows twice and activating their elemental attunement. The total cost of that, 3 discipline points, but they just get to hit 10 times basically. The Warrior of Shadow gets to become invisible for 3 key points for an entire minute and has the ability to use their flurry of blows for free. So they will also be dealing 8 to 10 d10.
Does it not cancel
12.
out the invisibility?
No, it doesn't. They just get to be invisible for that whole minute.
Which gives them advantage.
Yep.
Every time. So they will hit.
Quivering Palm lets you hit once, spend 3 key points, and then hope that they fail a save. And it's here's the thing, and I agree with you at least on the flavor part of it. It's such a flavor win.
Super flavor.
Because being able to say, I get to roll 10d12, just the idea of being like, all right, everybody at the table, give me your d12s. I don't have enough. That's fun.
Yeah.
And being able to roll 10d12 and see big number is cool. But it's so disruptive as a tool to the DM and the table, because basically at that point you punch the guy, bam, and then you're like, everybody else stop attacking. I want to try to talk to him.
Yeah. And that's fine.
What if you don't use it that way, though?
Yeah, if you just want to use it for the damage,
but you can't kill him until next turn, though.
So?
Because it's an action to do both. So what I'm saying is you could have done more damage by anything else.
By just punching him.
Yeah, by just punching him instead of going, I'm going to do this and then hope that you fail
and
next
maybe
turn.
Spend one less key point and maybe trip him so you get advantage. And
that's what it's just the opportunity cost. Go ahead.
You do also, on top of doing the quivering palm, you are still striking for your like 5d10, right?
You're striking for 1d12.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Plus your second, your extra attack gives you a second strike, and then could you not still spend a key point?
It doesn't say you wait.
Flurry?
You could, but you could do that on any turn anyway.
Right. So yeah, you get 4 strikes on if you spend 3 on one of the ones that hit. The next turn, instead of getting your 4 strikes again, you're dealing 10d10.
My opinion might just be changed here. Give me a second.
Theoretically, you would still get. You could do it on every turn, or you could. You were still. So I think it would be higher damage.
But to get those two, you still have to spend one.
It's a pass or fail versus a small pass fails. One big pass or fail versus many small ones.
Which I don't like comparatively. It's just like crit variance.
Charles, at least
I love that kind of shit.
My math
when
is
it fails, it's not good. Yeah, go ahead.
No, of course, when it fails, it's not wrong. But when it passes, you feel.
But
awesome.
Constitution's the hardest saving throw to get someone to fail.
I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but I personally love those impossible fail things when you pass them.
Yeah, everybody likes it when you pass it.
So here's the thing. Philip is right, and this gives a lot of precedent to what Michelle is saying. You don't have to use an action to set this up. It is not your action on that turn.
True.
So
it's an unarmed strike, yeah.
Technically, it's even or better damage. But it's more key points than you're spending on any of the others, and you don't get any of the flavor or bonuses that the other classes get.
It's definitely more key points.
It's certainly more key points.
Yes, because
what if
don't hit with it?
What if it's your like? What if you're trying to make that cinematic final punch happen?
Well,
and
that's what it's good for.
This is kind of a dumb reason to be like, yeah, I'm totally picking this class. Sort of dumb, but if it's like, that guy is super bloodied, he's my mortal enemy, or he killed my girlfriend, you're like, I'm gonna use the secret punch, and you're gonna walk 5 steps and
it's the Kenshiro Fists of the
17 levels for that, though.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I think it's cool. I do think it probably needs some sort of modifications, if only due to the Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
I feel like at least my opinion of Quivering Palm has been changed a little. Spending the action to deal 5 or 10 is decent. What were we gonna say?
What really ought to be changed is the name.
Oh sure.
Yes. What? But Quivering Palm's a great name. What
are
you
stupid name?
Boo. You're supposed to send imperceptible vibration.
That turn when you use your action, if it doesn't hit, period, you're done. You don't have an action anymore, so you didn't use an unarmed attack, so you can't do the other one.
The other that's true. You can't set it back up. But that said, the other thing is that it's just worse than it used to be. Once again, they have nerfed the monk, because if you failed to save before, your head exploded. You died. And then if you failed, you were dealt 10d10 force.
Yeah.
They changed it to 10d12. Oh, we upgraded the die. But half if they succeed.
Yeah.
There's not even the kill condition. And I'm kind of a fan of that, because just auto-killing things is obnoxious too.
Well, so then what's your opinion on like power word kill? where anything below 100 and they're dead, no save.
I don't think it's a great idea, but they gave it to bards, so
Bards
like,
get to do it to 2 people. That's my opinion.
yeah.
Power word kill is gambling, just like
Yeah.
banishing strike or banishing smite is gambling. Not anymore though. They kind of changed the wording on it.
But yeah,
So I don't know. I figure that's because
Mhm.
there are some things where you can hit like a 9th level spell can do enough damage to a creature to, you know, several, like I think I looked at like CR22 creatures.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If an average 9th level spell can hit for enough damage that on your next turn, power word kill will take them
We'll
out.
kill it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Will then kill it. And it's like, okay, wizard, if they can survive the one attack in between those 2 castings, they can kill anything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
don't know.
It's
I like
it's
this.
a
I
math
like the instant
game.
kill.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it just go ahead.
I thought it had to take the action to set up initially, so now knowing that it doesn't, I'm a little finer with it, but still it's again, it's one of those monk needed help, and we're going to
Mhm.
add extra things to it and make sure that it's doing better. And then it's like, except for stunning strike, that was too strong. And except for quivering palm, that was too strong.
And
If
too
they make
dumbly
Quivering
named.
Palm a
Well, it's
bonus
the same.
action to trigger, I would be with you. An action to trigger in this action economy
Ooh,
sucks.
yeah, you're
It
right.
sucks. There's like, if they fail, not only do you have to set it up again, but then you have to burst it again. That's 4. Like, it's worse than Stunning Strike ever was.
Yeah.
It's just,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
it's just so low chance that by the time you want to use it, either you're at the beginning of a fight or you're at the end and you're losing. When else are you going to use this thing?
Yeah. I mean, I can see why the way it was before, if that
Yeah.
was your first action. And
Yeah.
so 2 rounds into a fight, you take out the target.
Yep.
Super anticlimactic. It's like, yay, we win. What do we do for the next 30 minutes? Whereas this way, at least it's just damage. The fight continues. But
Keep it named Quivering Palm, and every time you hit them, you do 2d12. Okay, that's better.
yeah, it's just like the reverberations in them
Mhm.
cause your attacks to deal more damage.
Yeah, to like echo. I don't know. It's just the
I can see that.
5-point exploding
More of
heart
a buff
attack.
than a big
Yeah.
end.
Yeah. It's just been one of those things that puts a cap on Monk for the longest time because they're afraid of it. And it's like, then get rid of it. Just stop then.
But
You make
shouldn't a capstone ability be something that's sort of a be all end all?
It should be, but for marshals and especially Monk, it's not. It's weird in that way. It is just the way that they have designed it. Because we looked at the Monk capstone. It's don't die.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the
points, I don't know.
subclass, though.
Yeah. And from the subclass, oh yeah. They're mostly
more
all
invisible?
super damage.
We're we're done with all the subclasses on monk now, right?
Yep, we are done.
Within the book, yeah.
Yeah.
Your
So,
last
We're
bit of
not going
shot.
to talk about Mercy.
Oh,
No.
you had to go get another shot.
Is this to pregame for Dance Bard?
No, this is to give some shit about open hand real quick.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. That was 2. Oh my god.
Oh
No, he's
boy.
just finishing off the.
I
Oh.
didn't get it in one.
Oh, okay.
Feels so bad. Just
Why
like
are you
monk
hurting
right
yourself?
Yeah.
Uh.
I didn't do this. Watsy did. No, I'm just kidding. Open palm monk should just be monk, and we should have all of those features in the monk
Yes.
class, and then we shouldn't have to worry about quivering palm because we should just have other subclasses.
That's the way it was in 3.5. Quivering Palm is from 3.5, and I hated it then too.
It's a problematic ability, and I'd be fine to see it gone in favor of the other capstones from the other subclasses that already exist.
Yeah.
I
Used to be
should,
level 15.
as a monk, be able to do cool things with my flurry of blows at a certain level of monk. Maybe not 3rd level, but let's go to 5th or 6th and just be able to do that. I should be able to do Fleet Step as a level 11 or a level 10 feature on monk, and being able to deflect a magical missile should just be part of deflect missile. I shouldn't have that be an upgrade that's baseline monk. That
Sure.
should just be in there. What's the highest level spell that you can deflect missile on?
What do you get? D10 plus.
It has to be an attack roll.
Yeah. Okay. I can find that out.
I believe it might be an upcast Melf's Acid Arrow?
Probably something like that.
There aren't, I mean, except for Sorcerer. I think Sorcerer has some leveled spells that require attack rolls. There are not many non-cantrips that require attack rolls.
Yeah, let's see. Spell attack. Hey, the highest one is new. It's from I don't know where, but it's called Blade of Disaster. 9th level.
Oh,
You
yeah,
make
the
a
Blade of
blade.
Disaster. That's Ragnablade, basically.
Yeah, on a hit, they take 4d12 force damage. It scores a crit if it's 18 or higher. On a critical hit, it deals another 8d12.
That's
so you
a
can't.
melee spell attack.
Okay, so yeah, that's
you're not going to reduce that to 0
that's right.
anyway.
Yep, so you would have to do. Can't do Steel Wind Strike.
It's cantrips.
Yeah.
You can deflect cantrips, which, by the way, are level 0 spells. I should be able to do that at whatever level I get deflect missiles at.
There's not
It's
very
like,
many.
hey, you can deflect Eldritch Blasts. Cool, all of them? I'm level 11 now. No, just the one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I deflect that back to him. Cool, you take 2 more? Shit.
Oh, hey, wait. Wrath of Nature.
Yeah?
As a bonus action on your turn, you can cause a loose rock in the cube to launch at a creature you can see within the cube, make a ranged spell attack. It's 3d8 non-magical. Theoretically, you could redirect that. I don't know any druid that would take that, and it's from Xanathar. So
Wait, if it's non-magical,
Oh.
doesn't that mean that regular deflect missile would work?
yeah. So it's like,
But so this
Cool.
is my point. They're like, hey, look at all these new banner rivens and flavor features that we've given you, and it's just like, guys, listen.
Yeah.
Base monk class has been flavor this entire time.
yeah.
I've played a monk for 5 years. Do you know how many times I've jumped off the edge of a thing that had a perfectly reasonable ladder on it just so that I could use my slow fall? It's been a lot, let me tell you.
Yeah. You don't have to give Monk more RP things. Monk is all RP, and it's great.
all RP, and I love it, but also give us some real features. Give weapon mastery to the fucking unarmed strikes. Give it. I don't understand. This was a no-brainer flavor and actual mechanics win, Watsy. Why did you not give monks the ability to use weapon masteries with their unarmed strikes very similarly to how the fighters were able to use multiple types of weapon mastery?
Switch once per long rest, short rest, who cares? Doesn't matter. To one that you're also proficient in.
What do you think what am I gonna do with a fucking quarterstaff? Push? What does it have? Quarterstaff has flex. It has flex. I get to deal a D8 with my one hand. My martial arts are allowed on my feet anyway. What am I gonna do? Cast a spell with my other hand? I'm a monk.
I don't know. It's yeah.
I'm so.
It's funny, the discussion I listened to, except it was barely a discussion. It was the Wizards of the Coast guys reading through the thing and being like, "Hey, this is what's happening now." They were like, "Yeah, we're really like we've talked a long time about whether or not we should break down Monk and like start from fresh or blah blah blah. And this is what we came up with, and we think it's gonna be really great." And it's like, did you break it down? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Here's what I'm seeing is weapon masteries had happened at the 11th hour, and they're worried about giving martial weapon mastery to monks because they don't want to fuck with the Kensei. But guys, you literally wrote into the monk class Let me just. Sorry, I gotta get to this weapon mastery again. It's. You literally wrote simple in.
Yeah.
You didn't even say thing you're proficient with and give them proficiency with only simple weapons. You said they can only use weapon mastery with simple weapons.
Yeah, that limits the problem space, and it keeps them from getting so many of the super strong ones. So you already limited it.
I just want to see something real quick. Let's go to Paladin. Just weapon mastery. Weapon mastery property are two kind of weapons of your choice with which you have proficiency. They wrote in a restriction to the monk's weapon mastery. They're one of the 3 martial classes.
I don't, because they're going to give it to you in Kensei, which
that's not good enough.
It's like, and we don't see it.
So
it's
gonna
not
be
here.
Kensei, and it's gonna make it the only like viable.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Charles. I'm being so loud so you don't have to, because I know you
it's
feel
fine.
this in your soul.
Oh no, I'm all raged out from 14. It's okay. No, it's just that Monk was neglected for 10 years. 10 whole years. And this is what they come up with, and it's like, well, I mean, it is your first draft because this is the first time you put it in any playtest, but that's what you were cooking for 10 years? Wow.
You didn't do
And with Ranger, like everyone has said Ranger was the worst class.
Yeah.
They've made what, 4 iterations of it?
Different. Yep.
Yeah.
To make it better?
Not only that, in Tasha's, here's the thing. In Tasha's, they gave a bunch of bonus features and a whole rebuild of the Beastmaster that made it viable. And in the Monk, they did that too. They gave a lot of interesting extra features, like, hey, choose a martial weapon as your monk weapon, and you can have that as a monk weapon as just a thing. You can just add that in. Nowhere in this playtest. They've done so many things where they've made Tasha's things built in, bolted in, and none of that showed up for Monk. Why? It is not the flavor when you think it is to restrict martial weapons to Kensei.
But hey, that's Monk. It's a first try of a new version of it, and that's
fucking
that's all right. There's some okay stuff in there. I mean, Elemental is fine.
The subclass. Here's the thing: the subclasses have a lot of great stuff about them. The subclasses are way cooler and way stronger than they were, except for Open Hand. That just needs to be Monk. Open Hand is. You're telling me that in order to get weapon mastery properties on my unarmed strikes, I have to use a discipline point.
Yeah.
No one else has to do that. No other class has to use a resource to get weapon mastery properties. They just get to do that whenever they hit. Which is already kind of oppressive for a lot of the weapon mastery properties. But you're letting everybody else, including the Ranger, Paladin, Bard, and Cleric, do it. Let the Monk do it too.
Hey, look, those extra 2 attacks from Flurry of Blows are very
I'm gonna
scary.
scream.
I knew that would get you. Those extra. That's what, you have too many attacks. There's no way.
They're hiding it behind subclasses. I just don't get it. It's like everybody else just gets it as part of their class, and then they also get cool things to do with their subclass. Don't do this to Monk.
Yeah. Also, Fighter gets 4 extra attacks by 18th anyway.
So
Flurry of Blows isn't even that big a deal.
Okay, let's see. It is. We are 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, we are.
We have talked the Monk to death.
Yes.
There is still a Bard, Cleric, Druid, Ranger, Rogue, and a few other little things to talk about in this playtest.
Let's pick the next one. So I think.
May I suggest
Ranger?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it was the second worst class for the longest time. I mean, it was the worst class. It was worse than Monk. Don't get me wrong.
Now, I just want to say, Michelle, are you sure? Because there is a Bard subclass that you are going to scream about.
I know, I've heard. Before I even read anything, I had multiple people send me messages like, "Hey, did you see there's a dancer bird now?" And I was like, "What? What did you say?" But no,
And
I
you
think
were
we
like,
should
do they have ranged attacks? And they were like, no.
No, I definitely think we should do
Yeah.
Ranger in conjunction with Monk, though.
Okay, we can
Yeah.
definitely do Ranger then.
All right. Where do we even begin? What version of Ranger is this? Probably 5.
This is the second playtest Ranger. Let's get some Ranger updates as the design notes. The Ranger in the previous Unearthed Arcana had the expertise feature baseline. Just pick 2 skills, you get expertise in it. They were one of the expert classes. They still technically are. They get to do the same things that bards and rogues do now. They're super fun and special, but they've changed it a little bit. They get Deft Explorer now, which replaces expertise at first level. They are getting 1 expertise choice, which is a keyword now, which there's a whole thing about expertise not being a keyword in original 5e that it is now, which thank God, because it needed to be.
It's a type and you can apply it to things, and
no proficiency, expertise.
Yeah, so I'll just read Deft Explorer real quick. You're an unsurpassed explorer. Choose one of your proficiencies in the skill that you already have at first level, so one of the ones that you pick. You gain expertise. So that is double your proficiency bonus?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what expertise is a keyword now. That means double your expertise or double your proficiency.
Yep. In addition to choose 2 types of terrain: Arctic, coast, desert, forest, grassland, mountain, swamp, or the Underdark. So 2 of those. Yep. You have advantage on... Yes.
What the hell?
You have advantage on
that's
intelligence.
the same you had. Calm down.
No, it isn't.
Oh, you're right.
Not the very beginning, yeah.
1.
You have advantage on intelligence nature checks about the chosen terrains, and you have advantage on wisdom survival checks to track creatures in them. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one of them with a different one from the list. So when you go to sleep, you can go, I'm going to the desert. Let me be good at the desert today.
Rangers, congratulations. You can learn.
Yes. It's
Congratulations, you're Rangers now.
Oh. We're talking about flavor about Monk. Flavor about Ranger is they're great in the wilderness. They can adapt.
Philip and I have gotten in semi-real fights on camera about how Ranger works because I had impressions upon reading original 5e Ranger words as to how things worked. And he's like, that's not actually how it works. And I'm like, that's stupid. That's dumb. And I'm like getting mad on camera about this. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you. Please stop yelling at me.
Ranger was the worst. Like we say a lot of bad things about Monk, but Ranger was worse. They got better before Monk got better, though. Yes.
No, just in fucking general. There are basic things that Rangers should have an ease of doing. There are things that Rangers could already do. They did already have places that they had certain advantages in, but they weren't real advantages. They were not like, read the book, it says you get an advantage here. It's like you get a stealth advantage on a roll if you're alone.
So let me just go back to Old Ranger real quick because I know we all enjoy it so much. Original Ranger. We're gonna look at Natural Explorer.
Oh, that's what it was called, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You are particularly familiar with one type. You're right. Yeah. One type of environment and are adept at traveling and surviving in such regions. Choose one type of favorite terrain: Arctic, coast, desert, forest, grasslands, mountain, swamp, or the Underdog. When you make an intelligence or wisdom check in your favorite terrain, and this was the wording, that there is a actually question that I need to submit that has to do with the wording of this in original 5e.
Yeah,
because
that wording was more open.
Expertise is a class feature. It is not a keyword in original 5e, much to everybody's misunderstanding.
So
when you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to your favorite terrain, your proficiency bonus is doubled if you are using a skill that you are proficient in. Now, the fun thing about that is if you have expertise in a skill, that's the same fucking thing.
which
Yeah,
is a
same
problem I had when we were doing the fucking game. I was like,
I listened to that episode and they did not keyword expertise in 5e. They said doubled proficiency for a skill, and that's the best you can ever get. You can't quadruple it. You can't add any more.
I probably
Doubled was
owe
the best.
Philip like a cake or something for how mad I got.
But that was a problem with the wording of the ability. Nobody understood that Natural Explorer gave you expertise in your checks in that environment. It did.
Right.
But here's the thing. If you're doing like a perception check, which you should as a ranger, what should you maybe already have as a ranger? Expertise in wisdom.
Yeah, for that environment, certainly.
If that's a thing that you want to do on a ranger, which makes sense to do, if you are being the person who ranges, that might be a thing you want to do.
What do your elven eyes see? But
yes,
but let me go a little further, because there's even more. While traveling for an hour or more in your favorite train, you gain the following benefits. And here's where it gets really noodly, but also really boring.
I have to be right back because I should be taking a shot right now.
Okay. Difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel. Your group can't become lost except by magical means. Even when you are engaged in another activity while traveling, such as foraging, navigating, or tracking, you remain alert to danger, which that's nebulous. There's no rules about that. If you're traveling alone, you can move stealthily at a normal pace. When you forage, you find twice as much food as you normally would. While tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, their sizes, how long and how long ago they passed through the area. You can choose another terrain in 6th and 10th level. So, the problem with Ranger, with these abilities, was the fact that you had to pick them at like level 1, 2, something like that.
That's
and
one.
then your fucking DM had to be on the ball for, fuck, you picked what? C? Shit, this isn't a naval campaign.
Philip took pity on me because we are using a module, a pre-made game. He knows where we're gonna go, and I was like, please tell me at least one place we are going. I do not want to pick Underdark, and we never go to the Underdark.
Yeah, and it seems so cool, right? You're like, I want to pick the Underdark. That seems rad as fuck.
Flavorful.
So here we are. I'm getting on your level, James. Probably not, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm at 5, but go off.
When I talk about your whole sheet being how you RP, this is what I'm talking about, and this is why limiting them in that factor makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense.
We're by the way, we were talking about old 5e. New 5e fixed it. God bless. Yeah. And the other thing that it did was it nerfed it a little. So don't tell
just a little bit.
Michelle.
Because they took that second.
You get advantage on intelligence, nature, and wisdom survival in your terrain. What you don't get is everything else.
No perception. Yeah.
Yep.
But
it's
you could,
okay though, because you can build your character to make up for those things, and some people did.
Also, you get a freaking expertise in one skill of your choice that you have proficiency in, so you can just go. I want to be expert in perception or stealth, whatever.
Yeah, and when you replace the terrain, you replace the proficiency. I would.
That's the coolest part to me.
Oh my god!
Like that. That's how I wanted to play my ranger. Right. I wanted to be the person who was like, hold on, you guys, look at the ground. I see deer tracks. I wanted to do that with my character. And it just takes all of the fun out of it when you don't get to change the area that you know. It doesn't make any sense for a ranger to be limited to one area. One area of expertise, sure.
Yeah.
Let me go even further than that, because as a DM, this was the problem I had. I ran Tomb of Annihilation. And here's what I found, because we had a ranger in the party. They were proficient in forests, and the forest covers 99% of the Tomb of Annihilation campaign. Yep. And let me tell you what that did for that player. Nothing. What it did was it made it so that all of those cool things that we could do, like running out of food or getting lost or doing all that. We just ignored those mechanics from then on, and then we just moved forward. Because all that the Ranger's Natural Explorer original feature did was tell you, here's a bunch of fun mechanics that you could add to your game. Unless you have a Ranger, then fuck yourself. Why?
And
it
then,
was like, you get double food, you get no ability to be lost, you get all these things. Fuck yourself. If you wanted to make this an interesting part of the campaign, a player has an ability that makes it so that you just say, I have a hand wave. That's it. I just have a hand wave.
How do you do it? I do it. Okay.
Yeah, I know which way is north, so we can't be lost.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see the sun. I know we can. And so that
It's
now
so
you get the two
non-interactive.
proficiency.
Yeah.
You get two levels, or sorry,
Yep.
two biomes, two types terrains. You can switch them every long rest. And then at 9, they said, you know what? Let's give you 4.
Yep.
Which is half. So you can know half of all of the types of terrain, but you can still change it every long rest.
Yep.
Also, you get a new
What's
expertise. Fucking let's go.
Yes, so the
Proficiency
expertise,
and stealth.
But what's the purpose of having 4 favorite terrains when you can already change them? To me,
Well,
Sure.
what if you are going from one into the other? What if you've come to the edge of a desert from a forest?
so
What if you
have-
are traveling through a forest and entering the Underdark?
It's true.
You can take a long rest and you can change any one
Well,
of them.
what if that's
to
not how it lines up?
It's true.
I
It's just
agree
a
with
niche
Philip on this one. I'd
benefit.
say give him 2 expertise.
Like the fact that you can now have 4, but you're gonna change one every time you take a long rest to match wherever you are.
Well,
The other 3, like that's your whole level, is that you get 2 more when you can already just change what you have.
well, if we're going the route that James said, where you take away one of the areas, the land areas, and they give you another expertise, I think I'd rather have that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more flavorful and better.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you will do that transition that you're talking about. But I really do not like niche and very like specific uses of abilities, because that is your DM then.
Mhm.
That is up to your DM and up to the player. Now, most players will remember because it benefits them, but a lot of people forget a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I really like these niche things that rely on that. Get rid of them. Just stop.
Can we... I know we're not at Bard,
Sure.
but just real quick, can we
Sure.
just very briefly mention... where is it? I need to find Lore Bard. Sorry. Lore. It's Magical Discoveries is the
Oh,
old
boy.
Magical Secrets, but on this Bard, it's fucking useless at level 10. Why is that still a feature if they're actually planning on going forward with that level 10 magical improvement?
Mhm.
I don't know. I guess you just get 2
Yeah.
more than
Hey,
normal.
you get 2 more spell. Cool, I have every spell list. Why do I give a shit? Well, you get 2 free spell
think-
slots.
The only reason is you always have these chosen spells prepared, so you pick 2 from any list at level
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
But when you level, you can replace one of the spells with another spell that meets the requirements above, right?
You basically get 2 more spells. That's all
Yes,
it is
that's
once
it.
you hit level 10.
You get to repick them, yeah. You just every level get to repick one of them, so you can just keep upgrading the spell that you have.
It's the same problem as the Deft Explorer improvement, though. It's like,
Yes.
but I already have all spell lists. Why would I care about a peasant's problems?
Right. I mean, it's just to get 2 extra ones, because 2 of them are gonna be counterspell and dispel magic. Are you a lore bard? You have them.
That's
Don't
not true.
think that
I'll
you
have
don't.
you know that I also have Fireball and Counterspell.
I mean, yes. You can use the other ones for fireball. You have to bring counterspell and dispel. You have to.
Dear
That's your
Watsy,
job.
if you don't make Fireball 66, I'm a scream.
Yeah.
Michelle, I know that's an unpopular opinion for you as a fire mage, but
I wasn't going to say
Instead of
anything.
8D maximum?
it's 8d6 currently
Yeah.
at level
I
3.
wasn't going to say
Oh.
anything.
Yeah,
Did not know that.
It's not okay. Lightning bolt's the same way. Because they intentionally up-resed it for being Fireball because it's iconic and Lightning Bolt because it's iconic. And by definition, they made every other spell that is a damage spell that doesn't do any utility worse.
True. I mean, I get
than
that.
those two. So if you take anything but those two at level 5, you're basically griefing your party.
Sure. Yeah.
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah, it's kind of those picks that you have to pick, which sucks. Like
And
the meta, if you will.
Yeah, and they've been doing everything they could to shatter meta picks in this by making it so that all of them are nerfed. We were talking about Rangers. I'm very sorry for sidetracking.
Well, no, that's fine because the next thing was just their spell casting, which we talked about anyway.
It's not as stupid complicated anymore. God bless.
Exactly. It's fine. And now you go ahead.
I wouldn't say Ranger spellcasting was complicated just from the perspective of having played it recently. It's because it's so limited, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What?
But
Yeah,
I'm referring to there was the other playtest version of it, which I think you played, but you played it at such low level that the spellcasting didn't really come up.
Not a lot.
Being allowed to pick, let's say you were a level 9 Ranger, you would be allowed to have exactly 4 level 1 spells and 3 or 2 level 2 or 3 spells, but you only get 9 spells total, so you have to only pick as many as you have spell slots of for that spell level.
You
and
just lose a lot of options.
Yeah, anybody who you ask, who you tell that to, who's like a new player, is going to be like,
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Wait, so okay, I picked 5 level 1 spells because I have level 1 spells. No, you can only pick 4, but I'm only allowed to pick 2 level 3 and 3 level. I don't understand what I'm doing. It's just like pick your fucking spells. Are they of a level you're allowed? Great, you get 9 of them. Go.
Just pick whatever you want.
So much easier.
Then they get weapon mastery.
Yeah, which is fun.
2 kinds of weapons. Favorite enemy, which is you always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared, cast a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, rather than it being an actual spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
And you regain all that on a long rest.
Yeah, favorite enemy is super big, right? That change is humongous. Because favorite enemy, it's you get to use Hunter's Mark for free, however many times you have your modifier. So what was it, Wisdom, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's say you have 18 Wisdom, you can use Hunter's Mark free for 4 times a day. Instead of just having a favorite enemy, you go, I Hunter's Mark him, you're my favorite enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which I think is what Tasha's... No.
It was somewhere, though.
It's built in now, but you have to add it separately.
Yes, exactly.
It's just like the same thing, just separately and a different dice, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. And you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can call it your favorite enemy.
Mm-hmm.
The first time on each of your turns that you hit them, you can deal an extra 1d4.
That's nice. Does it still cost the spell slot?
No, it's free 4 times.
It's
however
free.
Many times a day.
But don't get too excited yet, because here's the sad part. Michelle, are you ready?
I'm ready.
New Hunter's Mark. Once on your turn, when you make a weapon attack, you can deal an additional d6 damage.
So not every attack, just once a turn.
I mean, that's pretty standard for a lot of things, so I'm not that disappointed, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's
everything
good.
Other than Hunter's Mark.
Every other Ranger is going to rage against the machine for this, because it was their one cool thing.
It is very cool.
And they made it their staple ability. But now they've said, and I have an entire dissertation about the way that they're reformatting the new 5e that is making it so that multi-attack is kind of silly.
Yeah, you do everything on your first attack.
And then your other 2 attacks are weapon damage twice.
Yeah. But if you miss on your first attack,
It'll still
you can
happen on the second.
Then
can
you'll
do
do
everything
everything
on your
on your
second
second attack. So it's basically like giving you
Insurance?
weird, funny
Yeah.
advantage.
I mean, honestly, like that's sort of how I'm playing Ranger right now when I don't use Hunter's Mark. I have that like psychic spike thing
Yeah.
that goes off. So
From
well, it's
Hunter
only
or
on
whatever?
one thing.
But psychic spikes is the one thing that as long as you hit another creature with it, it goes off again.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
Really?
it does.
So
yeah.
if you hit a second thing?
Extra D4.
Okay.
That's why it's only a D4, because you can do it
All
multiple
right.
times a turn, and they're really goofy about that.
Do you hear that, Philip?
Are you sure, James? Are you remember
I can pull it up if you want, but I'm pretty familiar with the Feywild Ranger. They have
Yeah,
goofy things that reflect charms, and they get the ability to weird action coat their weapons with psionic energy, and as long as
Yeah.
they make
Yep.
attacks against different enemies.
When you hit a creature with a weapon, you can deal an extra 1d4 psychic damage to the target.
And
Which-
the target
which
can only
can
take it
only
once per
take-
turn.
The target can only take it once per turn, but it's
So
not
if you hit 2 targets, yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
You're very welcome.
So
Enjoy
once
your
per
D4/D6 when you reach level 11.
Yeah, you just have to hit 2 different people, which is
Saying I don't mind doing that. I'm a
Yeah, that's fine.
Ranger.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is like Ranger has always. Let's talk about Ranger flavor for a second. Ranger has always been, if we're in the wilderness, I am king or queen or thing.
Yeah.
I don't like that
No.
smush word. That's a bad smush word.
How about Thang?
Yeah, you
Thween.
go.
We're gonna go Thween.
Thween?
Thween with
I
it.
like that.
We're gonna go Thween with it.
Queen.
But so either way, it's Ranger has always been the I chop them harder on my one hit. The Hunter Ranger gets an extra D8. The Gloomstalker Ranger gets an extra D8, and some other stuff they don't get anymore. The Wilder Ranger or whatever it's called gets an extra D4 as long as they're hitting a new person every time. The Astral Ranger spends their bonus action to make their first hit deal an extra D8 and be force damage. Rangers get to hit harder on their first hit of the turn for free. That's what they do. That is their niche. And some of them have the ability to hit multiple things harder depending on what subclass you have. Like Hunter,
Horde Breaker or
Horde
whatever.
Breaker,
Yeah.
bullshit, whatever.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like the Hunter
Hunter's
changes.
cool.
New
Yeah.
Hunter is pretty sick. Because basically they said, hey, you reached level 11, pick another one. It's like, yes, that's all I wanted.
So to get to there, because
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know how
please,
far
please.
we're going today. What are we at? Subclass at 3, right?
Yep.
Fighting style, which they already got. Extra attack at 5, which is great. That's cool. You should get that.
Yeah.
At
Sixth
6 is
level.
roving.
Yeah. Yeah.
That went up. It was 5 feet per.
Yep.
Not originally. Originally, it was something completely different. But
Yeah.
Tasha's gave you roving, and it added 5 feet.
Mhm.
So
Now
that's
it's 10.
Mhm. And I don't think it used to.
You have a climb speed and a swim speed equal to your speed, which is
that
new.
is also before, yeah. So that's what Tasha gave.
Yeah, Tasha gave that. Yep.
And then subclass ability. So 9th level, Conjure Barrage. You basically you always have the Conjure Barrage spell prepared.
That's it. You get a spell. It's only a use spell. Nobody else gets it. If we look at Conjure Barrage, it's pretty cool. Conjure Barrage is they increase the damage on it from what it used to be. It used to be kind of lame, and now it's kind of cooler. It's you brandish your weapon, use to cast a spell, shoots forward, 60-foot cone. Everybody in it must succeed a dex saving throw, and they take 5d8 force damage if they fail. So you kind of go, here's a bunch of weapons or arrows or knives, and you shoot.
I
in
am
your
the
cone
bone
for
of my
60
sword.
I am the bone of my sword.
Yes,
and it's a 3rd level, which means you get it at level 9.
Yeah.
So far.
So
Yeah.
it's interesting. You get to pick 2 spells, and then they give you a 3rd one. You still can only cast 2 spells, but
And
also with 9th is sorry, go ahead, James.
I was just going to say, nobody else gets Conjure Barrage anymore. That is only for Rangers. Rangers only.
Also, the Deft Explorer improvement. So now you can have 4 terrains and a 2nd expertise. 10th is you get Tireless to forces that help fuel you on your journey, granting you the following benefits. So you gain temporary hit points. As an action, you can give yourself a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. You can use this action a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all on a long rest. And decreased exhaustion. Whenever you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level, if any, decreases by 1.
Which is cool because exhaustion is a mechanic that I would actually use now in this version of it. Before it was too bad. It hurt people too much. I would never want to use it. Now it just gives you,
But
negatives by level, which is fine. That's okay.
I think they eroded it back to what it was.
They did.
Yeah. So now it's shitty again with the
Oh, you mean in this one?
I could be wrong. I'll look at the rules glossary.
Yeah, it might not be in there. But yeah, I mean, Rangers reign.
Yeah.
Longer than everyone else.
The temporary hit points are kind of interesting.
It's actually kind of sick, honestly. I love that. It's basically like getting false life for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how powerful that is, to just get 1d8. Granted, you can do it several times. If you hit the 1d8 and then you take 10 damage, like, okay, well, let me do this again. Save yourself, but
nothing in there.
I'm going to say the change I want is as a reaction, you can give yourself a number of temporary hit points.
That would be
Did they keep the thing where you could change your initiative order with anybody if they were willing?
That is a level 1 feat.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So yeah,
I like that.
It's super cool. I love that one.
Yeah,
Alert.
It's cool.
It's the new version of
Alert's
Alert.
great. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that being it rather than +5 to whatever. It's like,
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like temporary hit points as an action. All right, that's fine, but then you can't do anything. Once again, action economy. So if it's as a reaction, you feel awesome. You feel like the Ranger. I'm about to get hit. Fuck that. Here's my temporary hit points from a dodge or something that I know, or hiding behind a tree or using ground cover. Like, that'd be awesome.
So I agree with you, but also here's the thing. The way that temporary hit points work is they last until your next short rest.
Yeah.
So while you're roving around and not taking a rest, you just go, I'm going to trigger my thing. It's free. I have temporary hit points now. I'd take it, if only because there's no reason to really lock it into an action other than I think the main thing they're worried about is people peppering it on in combat. And what is it? Your wisdom modifier per?
Yeah. It's a total of 4.
You're going to be able to use it at most 4 times, and it's what, 1 roll of your hit die?
Yeah. Plus your wisdom modifier.
Plus wisdom.
So like you got 20. You roll maximum, you got 13 HP. At level 10, that's fine. It doesn't stack, so who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have the ability to make that exactly 2 temporary hit points. I think it's fair to just give it to you as a bonus action. But, I mean, I think the idea is they're trying to say while out of combat, you may use this feature. If they want it to be that way, say that. Just say when you're not in combat, you may use an action.
Because as an action means like, okay, well, I'll think about doing that in combat. And then you think about it, and then you don't because it's an action.
Because you already have cure wounds as a fucking ranger.
Yeah, I mean,
I could use my action to heal myself for 3d8 plus my wisdom modifier.
Not use an action and drink a potion.
Yeah. Well, you have to use an action for that unless you're the new thief.
Look, I can tell my bard to give me heroism. You know what I mean? Like it's like
help me out, bro.
I don't understand the as an action because it disincentivizes using it in combat. Funnily enough, even though they made a combat timeline for it, like, no, I'm not using that. Why would I? It's the same reason people don't heal until you're at 0. Fuck that. Why would I do that?
There's really no reason to. I like it as like Rangers get a buff.
Yeah,
Or
it is
Rangers
cool.
Rangers get false life. I think that's neat. I think that's fun.
Yeah.
If they want the exhaustion thing to mean anything, they really need to go harder into exhaustion. I like new exhaustions. I like having the -1 per exhaustion level. I checked. There's no errata in here, so I think
Okay,
we're
cool.
still at that, which is a much better version than the you're at disadvantage, other disadvantage, now disadvantage to attacks and you move at half speed. It's like this got really severe really fast.
Yeah.
You're really disincentivizing anybody from ever getting anywhere on this exhaustion tree.
It's like they don't understand the action economy that they made.
That's
Taking any
Yeah.
action away from someone is so punitive that don't do it unless it's really bad.
yeah.
Don't do that.
It's
After that, sorry.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
no, please go
I, I
ahead.
was gonna say, so then after that is a subclass feature, then ability score 14. We get Nature's Veil, where you invoke spirits of nature to magically hide yourself from view. As a bonus action, you can give yourself the invisible condition until the end of your next turn. Use it
That's
a number of
cool.
times.
Mhm.
That's
Use a
better
number
because
of
it used to be an
times
action,
equal
I
wisdom.
believe.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
number
sure.
of times the wisdom modifier and regain on a long rest.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure how nature is making you invisible in this case, whether it's supposed to be camouflage or
Yeah, for sure,
This-
camouflage, man.
You're just
The
fading into
nat-
the background like Homer Simpson.
Mm.
You just sit down. You sit down in the bushes, and you're like, "What's up, plant friends?
Wow.
Could you just like hug me for a second?" And the plants are like, "Hell yeah, I got you."
Bro, you need a
This one.
hug. We are here.
This one's
for
super
you.
complicated.
Hmm.
So it used to be at level 10, you got hide in plain sight. 1 minute creating camouflage, right? Once you
Bonus.
camouflage, you can try and hide, right? No, this was original Ranger. At 10th, you
you're
got
right.
hide in plain sight. Then you got Nature's Veil, which was replacement of that. You bonus action become invisible, just this thing. And then at 14th level used to be Vanish. You can use the hide action as a bonus action on your turn, and you cannot be tracked by non-magical means unless you choose to leave a trail. So it's combining like all three of those together and giving you Tireless the temporary hit points in another place. So the only thing that you've lost really, bonus action hide instead of bonus action invisible and bonus action hide. And you cannot be tracked by non-magical means.
Oh, something interesting for Tireless in Tasha's, it was proficiency bonus because Tasha's liked proficiency bonus.
Right. Yes, instead of modifiers. That's right. But so this is kind of a combination of hide in plain sight, Nature's Veil, and Vanish. I think you're better for it. I think.
I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, when I looked at that, I was like, what's it 14 needs to be Vanish? Go ahead.
Certainly more concise.
Yeah, exactly.
And it switched back. The Nature's Veil it was the level 10 feature,
Yep.
but it was also proficiency. So this is switched back to wisdom, making it reasonable for you to go into tri-stat for Ranger.
Yeah. It's really cool. I really love this change, even though it was already there in Tasha, but I just like that they codified it.
Yeah, I agree. Then we
Fey
get another
Wanderer.
subclass feature and
don't know
where
ability
going
score
from.
improvement.
Okay.
17, Conjure Volley. So you always have Conjure Volley prepared. Again, a ranger only spell. Only rangers can do this. So that's kind of cool. But
Yeah.
for that level, it's just like, oh, here's a spell that you know.
It's Weird
Yeah.
Ranger
It's
Fireball.
not free. I think it
Yes.
should be
Weird
free.
Ranger Fireball.
I think it should be
It
free
is.
too.
Yeah,
They should.
they've done a lot of
one free cast.
Once
yeah,
per
they've done
day.
a lot of precedent for one free cast of abilities that take up levels to be a feature, but they're not doing it for the Ranger, who's always been kind of spell light, which is rough because arguably they're asking the Ranger to upcast their Hunter's Mark as they level.
Mhm.
So
So
Yeah.
I love Conjure Volley.
Yeah.
Yes, I love the idea of it because
Oh,
it's like,
God.
yeah, you brandish the weapon that you use to cast, and hundreds of similar spectral weapons, whatever that you're holding, fall from above and then disappear. Like it's super
So
cool.
I pray. Unlimited
Exactly.
blade works.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And it's 8d8 force damage on a failed save. and it's force damage.
Yeah.
Rangers don't get access to force damage. Now they get 2.
Well, Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley cannot be reduced, essentially.
Yeah, which makes a whole lot of sense for Ranger.
I would say variety is not a thing that Ranger usually has. As somebody whose turn is usually, oh, it's me, I shoot them. Add these 2 extra things. I shoot them again. That's my turn. See you guys in a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, did they die? Transfer Hunter's Mark.
If it's out at all, because it's so limited to use.
Yeah. So here's what I will say as a Ranger aficionado and also as a Bladesinger aficionado, this competes with Steel Wind Strike for Rangers, and that's rough because Steel Wind Strike is arguably just better.
It's one of the best melee spells in the game.
It is the best melee spell. Steel Wind Strike is what, 8d10?
6 by default.
6d10 to up to 6 opponents.
It's a few. I don't know.
It's a goodly amount, and it allows you to teleport to one of them at the end of it for free. Also, it's a melee spell attack, so it can crit.
Yeah.
So
now, that is the ability. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know whose game it was that I wasn't there for, but my wizard had it.
It was Philip's game, and I did it.
Right, and it blew up.
I critted.
Yeah, and it just literally blew up because Steel Wind Strike is one of my favorite things in the world, and I don't know how you don't pick it on a Ranger either because
that's the thing is
the bonuses.
The main thing that I see as a problem, quote unquote, with Conjure Volley is that Conjure Volley competes with Steel Wind Strike, and if there's any point in the game that I can use Steel Wind Strike as a Ranger, I'm using it.
Going to use it, sure. I get that. I definitely get that.
As opposed to Weird Fireball. Again, I will say 8d8. Fireball's a level 3 spell and does 8d6.
Yeah.
Better radius. No, worse radius.
But as you said, Philip, if it was free, no brainer. This is amazing.
Oh my god!
Absolute.
Once per long rest. Let's go,
dude. That would be amazing.
I'll go be Driz de Erden once per long rest. Let's do it.
For 18, we get Feral Senses, Blind Sight. Yeah, you get Blind Sight for 30 feet.
Which is cool.
Yeah, Blind Sight's always helpful.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Feral Senses is not a weirder name than Quivering Palm.
I mean, true.
It's not, but Feral Senses does sound like something that belongs on the Barbarian group rather than the Ranger one.
Feral Senses sounds like something
that
that
Ranger.
Make your palms quiver, though. Maybe, depending on the person, right?
Something else.
Different strokes for different folks, but yeah.
I mean, I guess really, I'm not sure if that was the thing before you just got Blind Sight. I don't think so. I'm fairly certain
let me see.
that they didn't get Blind Sight before.
Okay. Here's what you got. At 18th level, Feral Senses, you gain preternatural senses that help you fight creatures you cannot see. When you attack a creature you can't see, your inability to see it does not impose disadvantage on your attack rolls against it. So you wouldn't be able to see where it was, but you could attack it. But then, this is stupid. You also are aware of the location of any invisible creature within 30 feet of you, provided that the creature isn't hidden from you and you aren't blinded or deafened. So they didn't have blind sight.
They didn't have Blind Sight figured out when they wrote the the player's handbook originally in 2014. And so now they're going back and being like, "Ayo, isn't this just Blind Sight? We should just give them Blind Sight."
It's just Blind Sight.
It's literally a fighting style. They could take it level 2.
And that works for Magical Darkness or no?
That works for everything. Blind Sight sees.
Yes.
Blind Sight is basically echolocation within a set range.
Yep. You're a daredevil within 30 feet.
Just making sure. Because that's actually one of the things I was going to say really ought to go to Ranger if Monk is going to get it.
Yeah, Ranger and Monk make the most sense to close their eyes and know where things are. Right? That spatial awareness, that kind of one with nature the world or one with themselves enough to hear things, to feel things. Ranger and Monk,
Think
I
things?
love that we, yes, hear, feel, think. Uh,
Here,
but
feel,
I love
think,
that we did
see.
Monk then Ranger because one, they are the two classes that got the worst of 5e. And
Yeah.
two, they're closer than people really think about.
Mhm.
Just the idea of
Yeah.
The number of,
Ranger
like-
is the second closest striker to Monk.
the number of like movies with like fighters, you
Yep.
know, monk style fighters, that the crucial fight, the bad guy throws dirt in your eyes,
Yep.
and now they have to like close their eyes and not get their ass kicked.
Yep.
You know, so like that's
Which
so,
is
yeah,
why the
basically.
blind sight fighting style is my favorite fighting style. It makes perfect sense, and I will take it on every fighting class I ever get from now on because it's just so flavorful.
Yep.
19 is an ASI, and then capstone of 20, we get Foe Slayer.
Oh,
You
yeah.
become an unparalleled hunter of your foes. When your attack roll misses the target of your hunter's mark, you can add your wisdom modifier to the attack roll, potentially turning it into a hit. In addition, whenever you hit that target with an attack roll and deal damage to it, you can add your wisdom modifier to the damage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's
It takes
no
until
number of
20.
uses.
It's-
There's
Yeah.
no like action or bonus action. It just is.
Yeah. And by that time, let's say you weren't interested in going above 20 in a stat. You're level
Mhm.
20, you probably are above 20, but let's just say you weren't. You had 20 wisdom, 5 hunter's marks for free per day. And
Mhm.
every time you hunter's mark, you add wisdom to your attack roll if you missed, only if you missed, only if you
I'm
need.
sorry. Can you
Yeah.
roll back a second?
Yeah.
Did you say for free?
Yeah.
For free. Yeah.
Oh.
Hunter's mark is for free up
Hold
to
on.
your wisdom modifier.
We
Yeah,
got
that's
you.
what
We
the
got you.
favored
Hold
foe
on.
does.
Favored
Yep.
enemy. Your second level feature of the rogue playtest. You are adept at focusing on a single foe. You always have Hunter's Mark prepared. You can cast it a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier without expending a spell slot. You regain all expended uses of this ability when you finish a long rest.
So you get 5 free if you have 20 wisdom. If you have more, it's even more.
But
And
you'll
your hunter's
likely
mark is
have
charged up.
less at level 2.
Yeah, 2.
Well, yes, that too. But we're talking about
I
for
mean,
20.
sure.
And
Yeah.
something to note about this, much like with the Warlock, a baseline rule of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is if it says you can cast the spell, but it doesn't clarify the level, it's the base level of the spell.
Base level,
So you
yes.
only get Hunter's Mark level 1 for free.
For free. But that's okay because
Just keeping parameter.
oh yeah, that's fine because you put it on someone and you have it for free. When it's a high level target, then you use the leveled up one because you have a few of those that are not free. But every combat you use Hunter's Mark. It's kind of an encounter power, if you will, at that point.
Well,
If only there were more of those.
Yes. And so
Yeah.
then you're not only adding 5 damage to every
Yeah.
attack, you're adding possibly 5 to every attack roll.
And you sharpshooter
need it.
that thing. Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
well, Sharpshooter's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, they took it away?
Which sucks.
They took away the bonus damage to it.
Yes, they did.
It's still got the cover thing, and it's a half feet now with an ASI increase.
Range power attack was cool. I don't know why it went away.
I have a subclass of fighter, and also I have some salt. God, I have to take another shot if I talk about this.
Well, we're still on Ranger.
Yeah, we're on Ranger. Did we want to
That
talk
was the
about
last one.
subclasses?
Yeah, that's the end of it, and not counting subclasses.
Yeah.
So Ranger to 20. Is it better than Monk to 20? Because we said that Monk is only saved by the subclasses. Is this better? Let's use Monk as nobody here likes
I only
football as
very
much.
briefly played
Yeah.
that one monk. I think in like James's game,
Yep,
which might
you
have been
were
the
a
very
Tensei.
first thing.
Yeah.
First thing on this channel.
On the channel.
Yeah.
So like, I don't have a really good base to compare to.
Sure.
I am personally much more excited about Ranger things than Monk.
Sure. It's like the Monk that we just read versus the Ranger that we just had. Who's got the better abilities, do you think? I want to use A class as kind of, this is football, the Dalton line. This is if you have a quarterback and they're better than this person, you're good. If they're worse than this person, you're not good. You need to get a better quarterback. If you have a striker and they're worse than Monk, you need a better striker. Is Ranger better than Monk? Just with these abilities right now, do you think? Or more flavorful, or any way that you think it might be
Flavorful,
better?
definitely.
Sure.
If only
Sure.
from, I mean, we haven't even looked at the subclasses yet.
Yeah,
But
right. We're not going to look at it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go salt, tequila, lime, aren't you?
Yes.
I
Yes.
hate that. I've been doing it salt, lime, tequila this whole time and being fine.
Nobody knows.
No, yeah.
Yes, I agree. Go ahead.
Lick your hand, drink the shot, and then bite the lime.
I did, and
Bite
no,
your
that was
hand, lick
pain.
the shot.
Snort the lime, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, lick. Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Subclasses aside, I definitely think that Ranger is at least
So
more
much
flavorful.
better. So much
Yeah.
better.
I
100,
agree.
a million times better. And we haven't even gone into the subclasses yet, and I'm already more interested to play a Ranger than I
Their
am now.
capstone is a striker capstone. Instead of not dying,
Instead
you
of,
do
I
damage.
fell down, I get up. Here's all my, I only had 3 discipline points left. Guess they're gone now. Yup.
Mhm. So Ranger's good.
Yeah, Ranger's definitely a better striker, I think, than Monk. I mean, I don't know. I guess there's... I don't know on the damage levels, because you
Right.
you would have 2, bow shots maybe as an
Mhm.
archer type. So if you went the archer to get the bonuses and everything, you had 2 shots with
Yeah.
that versus a monk getting 4 shots because they get their flurry of blows.
But they have to be right up on the guy.
Yeah. So I
And
don't know.
Ranger-
Like I don't know the
Yeah.
damage numbers and all that kind of stuff, but the sound of it, I think Ranger.
Well,
I
I can
think
tell you
Ranger-
right now with Hunter's
Yeah.
Mark being free.
Hunter's Mark being free and the Ranger being able to use magical bows that have bonuses.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The
Yeah.
main thing to remember
Plus
is
2,
that
plus 3.
any magical weapon,
Flamed.
there is like 2 magic weapons for monks in the entirety of published 5e. I believe it's the Staff of Thunder and Lightning
Yeah, something like that.
and the Staff of Striking. They're both quarter staffs. So D6, D12 if you're wielding it two-handed.
Yeah.
The Staff of Thunder and Lightning is kind of cool, actually, but it's limited.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm just, like rules as written, going to just like the highest. What is this? Vicious Longbow. It's a major magic weapon, so you would easily have it by 10th level, 15th level. Extra 2d6 piercing damage every time. So, yeah, I think with magical weapons, Ranger just scales way higher. I don't know, like I haven't done the calculation, but an extra 2d6 piercing damage
On every
every
shot?
time. Whew. Yeah. I don't know.
It's
1d8, 2d6, then your Hunter's Mark, then your other stuff.
so
Yeah, Hunter's Mark can start replacing, what Flurry of Blows can do.
Mm-hmm.
or doing essentially the same thing because you get spell slots as a ranger and you don't as a monk, but you also get 2 attacks as a ranger. You also do as a monk. But hey, if you're a ranger who uses Nick, you get 3 attacks on a turn for free, just like the monk gets, but you never have to spend a key point to get that bonus damage on your first one.
Yeah.
Sorry, D point.
Yes, it is a D point. So yeah, I think Ranger as written here is pretty good. And then the subclasses just make it way better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do we want to talk about subclasses or?
Yeah.
I think we should, yeah.
Yeah, we'll finish out Ranger.
Yeah.
I was going to say to Mark, he's asking how would Monk be better? And I think definitely weapons. They've specifically removed weapons from Monk. If you put them back, you could fix it.
Yeah.
I have a salt that I took a shot for that I just want to say real quick, and that is that there are so many martial or sub-martial classes that if you could please, just for monk and barbarian and fighter, when they get extra attack, give them something else with it that makes them unique.
Sure.
That's the earworm I want to give anybody who's
Sure.
listening to this. When Rogue, the new Rogue, gets 5th level, they get Cunning Strikes. And it's amazing. And it should be something that is transferred to all of the martial classes in their own special ways.
Yeah. Don't just give an extra attack. Do
Give
something
them something
unique.
to do with those extra attacks, or with attacks in general. Right. If you are a martial, your attacks should be specialer than everybody else.
Yeah.
Ranger
As it is
subclasses.
now, you just kind of do.
You do weapon. If you once you hit, you do weapon plus all of your cool stuff, and then if you have like 2 more attacks, you do weapon damage. Yay! It really front loads your turn and makes it boring to keep rolling after you hit.
So for the subclass, first is Beastmaster. So level 3, you get Primal Champion.
Mm-hmm.
You magically summon a primal beast, which draws strength from your bond with nature. The beast is friendly to you and your companions and obeys your commands. Choose its stat block. You either get Beast of the Land, of the Sea, or of the Sky. Use which uses your proficiency bonus in several places. You also determine the kind of animal the beast is, choosing a kind appropriate for the stat block. Whatever kind you choose, the beast bears primal markings indicating its supernatural origin. In combat, the beast acts during your turn. It can move and it can use its reaction on its own, but the only action it can take is the dash action, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to use a different action. That action can be one from its stat block or some other action. You can also sacrifice one of your attacks when you take the attack action to command the beast to take the attack action. If you have the incapacitated condition, the beast can take any of its actions by choice, not just dodge.
Big. We'll go
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah, it's great.
If the beast has died within the last hour, you can use your action to touch it and expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher. The beast returns to life after 1 minute with all of its hit points restored. When you finish a long rest, you can summon a different primal beast. The new beast appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you, and you choose its stat block and appearance.
So basically, you get to it's the same as your subclass, Philip. Your fighter Echo Knight. It's basically like an Echo Knight. You can sacrifice an attack to make it do an attack. You can spend your bonus action to make it do an attack. It doesn't get the cool thing that yours does, where you get Constitution modifier free attacks on a turn, but still good.
Yeah, it's good.
Better.
And then the stat block. The stat blocks make it really interesting when you think of what you could do with it, because you can make the Beast of the Sea grapple people. The Beast of the Sky has flyby, so it could be a menace and not get hit. Beast of the Land has charge, which since the charger feat is gone, it's the best charger in the game, I think. Or charger feat is not as good, at least. Like, that's cool. This is what a Beastmaster should have, you know what I mean? Like, and then it's discrete stat blocks. You don't have to go find out what the fucking eagle does. It is an eagle, but it's a beast of the sky. Period. Done. What do you want it to look like?
They did something similar with Druid too. And we're not going to talk about Druid today, but they took those stat blocks
really
for various
similar
animals and were like, "Hey, we're going to simplify this for you."
Exactly, and it makes perfect sense.
Sadly, they actually went back on that in this playtest. They just
how dare they?
They said you don't get a baseline stat block anymore. Pick 3 animals, you get to choose them. Yay!
But only 3.
Everybody complained. Everybody complained. They were like, the generic stat blocks are too generic, and we don't like them for our wild shapes. And they were like, all right, fine.
You know,
but now you have to pick 3 in advance, so you can't just be like, "Oh, I'm in a situation," and like flip through a monster manual and figure out like what you want to do in this one situation. So I think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's so weird to me that D&D, and a lot of people say this about D&D, is that it's so hard to RP in it. We need to play an RP or a more RP focused system, and then you go, wait, you didn't like the stat block and then make it whatever you want? What are you talking about? It's a dinosaur. It's a pterodactyl.
It's
What do
whatever
you
you want
want?
it to be.
It's
And the answer is, but I could exploit the system if you let me use everything, to which the makers would respond to that. Yeah, but you're making it so we can't make any interesting beast classification monsters because you're going to abuse them. And everyone's like, no, you can do that. We'll just abuse them.
But these stat blocks are cool.
I like the stat blocks, and man, I would go for Jacob Bud's throat. XP to level 3 was very keen on the new monk and said that it was fine, and I would absolutely fight him on that. But as far as the stat blocks to make things simpler for like wild shapes and the beasts for rangers and everything, I 100% agree with him. Please let us do that. Maybe give us a little modifier on the side where we can be like, well, this one has a poison stinger. This one has a web attack. I don't know, whatever. Let us grapple or let us burrow or whatever. But it's fine. Stat blocks are fine. It's easy for newer players, and they don't have to go into the monster manual and be like, what are the beast stat blocks for
Which
everything?
ones would I know? Have I ever seen a dinosaur? Stop asking those questions.
What do I know? An insect and a fox? Are those useful? I don't know.
Yeah. But hey, Ranger gets stat blocks, and that's good.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So that was 3. 7, exceptional training. When you use your bonus action to command your primal champion beast to take an action, you can also command it to take the dash, disengage, dodge, or help as a bonus action. In addition, whenever the beast hits with an attack and deals damage, it can deal your choice of force damage or its normal damage type. So you can turn it magical. Your beast's basically
Congratulations, your magical beast is a monk.
I love that, but I also the wording of it is just a little weird. When you use your bonus action, you can to tell your beast to take an action, it gets a bonus action. Is the way that I would like that to be said, and the bonus action can be used for this. Because you can also command it as a bonus action. People go, do I need to use 2 bonus actions? No, it gets a bonus action. It didn't have one before. Now it gets one. And it can do this.
They gave the Beastmaster's beast the help action as a bonus action back.
They did.
They did.
Yep, they did, which is great.
It's a familiar now, but familiars can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, but 7th level.
For how long?
Wait till 7th level, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what Fine Familiar looks like now, if it even changed.
It's hanky. I think they changed
it.
Pact of the Chain has a bunch of fun stuff. Honestly, man, let us keep the new Warlock, guys. It was kind of cool.
We'll see.
We will see, but it won't be. I won't be happy with it. They're gonna change it. It's gonna go back, and it's not gonna fit into everything else they're doing.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's fine. Please keep going.
Number 11.
Warlocks are mushrooms.
Warlocks are mushrooms.
Bestial Fury. When you command your primal companion beast to take the attack action, the beast can make 2 attacks. In addition, the first time each turn it hits a creature under the effect of your hunter's mark, the beast deals extra force damage equal to the bonus damage of that spell.
So here's your pump ranger, everybody, because here's what this is saying. It doesn't say once per turn for the attack action stuff. So you can attack once, tell your beast to attack, it attacks twice. Spend your bonus action, your beast attacks 2 more times. You get 5 attacks as a ranger. And one of them on your attack is Hunter's Marked. And if your beast hits the same guy, also Hunter's Mark. That's like a lot of dice.
It is a whole lot of dice.
Is it?
So many dice.
I want a hunter sorcerer for the reason to twin spell Hunter's Mark.
Shadow sorcerer. What are you
Just
talking
for no
about?
reason.
It's a Hound of Ill Omen.
Well, yes. So yeah, you do. I'm sorry. You do Ranger Sorcerer. That's what I meant to say. Ranger Sorcerer multi-class with Hunter's Mark and with that ability that you just said, and also to twin Hunter's Mark. My goodness, that'd be fun.
But you can't. It doesn't work like that anymore.
That's right. I keep forgetting about twin
You
spell.
You can't choose 2 targets anymore. It's
Yeah,
you cast it, and you cast it slightly cheaper on the next round.
I'll look into it.
It doesn't
Yeah,
persist
I think it is.
concentration through it either. It just does that.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
I
and
mean,
then lastly, share spells.
It's a wonderful dream we had.
Yeah. Share spells.
Persona.
Yeah. Anything you cast on yourself, if your beast is within 30 feet, they get it as well. So
Yep.
I don't know how I like that as the capstone.
That's a
but
lame
Yeah.
capstone. Let's call it what
Yeah.
it is.
Maybe switch 11 and 15. Like,
Yeah.
so at 11, you get to share spells. And then at 15, it's like, hey, your beast is now attacking twice as often.
I really do like that being an 11th level, though. That is actually, I'll be honest, I didn't read the level 11 Bestial Fury trait. That is really sick and actually makes the Beastmaster Ranger a contender for strongest DPS Ranger.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
Which I
And I
did
mean, if
not
you-
expect to say today.
If you look at the primal spell list, because you can. What's the highest level they could get is 5, right?
Yep.
Half round up. Can they get the 5 or do they get the 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so they get the 5. You got like greater restoration on yourself, and it happens to
2.
them. Reincarnate. I don't know why you would do that, but you could. There's not a whole lot at 5, but I know for a fact protection from energy. That one would be great. Meld into stone would be hilarious. For you and your friend. Call lightning. Can you do call lightning on you and the animal, and have the animal do a bonus action to call lightning?
Can we talk about you can cast absorb elements if you're both in a fireball, and both of you get it.
Yeah.
And then both of you get that big swing at the beginning of your next turn, plus Hunter's Mark. No, because I think it's concentration. I think absorb elements is concentration.
It is. I believe it is concentration. But yeah, you can do some absorb elements nonsense if they get. I think they still get it, right? Probably.
Yeah, they will, because if you cast it on yourself, they get it too.
Yeah, I just meant I don't know that the primal spell list has absorb elements anymore, or absorb. Yeah.
I'll check on that. Please continue.
Yeah. So what's the next one?
Oh, so after that, sorry, I didn't know what you were.
Oh, no.
After that, we get Gloomstalker.
Yep.
They get some spells. 3rd level, they get access to a couple new spells: Disguise Self, Rope Trick, Fear, Greater Invisibility, and Seeming. And Dread Ambusher. You have mastered the art of creating frightening ambushes, granting you the following benefits: Ambusher's Leap. At the start of the first turn of each combat, your speed increases by 10 feet until the end of that turn. Frighten. Once per turn, when you attack a creature and hit it with a weapon, you can deal an extra 1d8 of psychic damage to the target and force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it has the frightened condition until the start of your next turn. You can use this benefit a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, regain on a long rest. And initiative bonus. When you roll initiative, you can add your wisdom modifier to the roll.
All right, so just real quick, who here is familiar with the old Gloomstalker Ranger?
Not I.
Yeah.
They nerfed.
Lorelai is. Raise your hand, Lorelai.
Lorelai, raise your hand. They nerfed the shit out of this.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's really strongly nerfed, in fact.
Yeah.
The old Gloomstalker Ranger on their first initiative on turn got an extra attack.
Yep.
They would always be seen as invisible. Let's see, do they even have their magical invisibility anymore?
Umbral Sight. Yeah, you gain dark vision to 60 feet. If you already have it, increase
when
it.
Entirely in darkness, you have the invisible condition to any creature that relies on dark vision. Okay, so you do still count as invisible. Funny thing about that ability that is still persistent to this day, it is passive. You do not lose it when you're incapacitated. very difficult for play when you are in complete darkness and you fall to 0 hit points.
Yeah.
I can't
Where's
see
the
my
range?
friends.
Yeah.
My friend fell, disappeared. Are they okay? I don't know. I can't see them. I have dark vision and it's completely dark.
Hey, that's when you use healing word. You don't need to see them. It's just
That's
they need to be
true.
able to hear you.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
Look, healing word is the best.
But they
healing
can't
spell.
hear you because they're unconscious.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? You got to think
Oh,
about that.
DM,
and you go,
come on.
If that's the truth, then a lot of people are gonna die.
Yep.
Dread Ambusher used to be at 3rd level. You master the art of ambush. You can give yourself a bonus to your initiative roll equal to your wisdom modifier. They get what advantage now? Same.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Same.
At the start of your first turn, each combat, your walking speed is increased by 10 feet, which lasts until the end of your turn. If you take the attack action on that turn, you make one additional weapon attack as part of that action. So
Whereas now,
let me.
Okay.
No, please go ahead.
So yeah, so that was you get 1 extra attack on the first round. Now
Yes.
it's once per turn you get an extra 1d8 psychic
1d8.
damage.
So
And
it
You
averages way
also got 1d8 extra damage on your first attack of the turn. But let me tell you how this class used to work. 2-dip and fighter. You use this on your first turn.
Yep.
Your attack action is 3 attacks if you are a level 5 Gloomstalker. And then, because it is still your first turn, you take the attack action again with Action Surge. You get 3 more attacks. So as a ranger, you get 6 attacks on your first turn. By the way, they're all at advantage.
Can I argue a point then?
high.
Is this a nerf in a bad way?
See, yeah.
Oh,
So
no, this is reasonable.
No, this is good.
This is fair as hell. The Gloomstalker Ranger was poorly worded and
Absolutely
too
dumb.
strong.
Absolutely dumb. And like the extra D8 per turn, basically not even really per turn.
It wasn't per
Right.
turn. It was only on your first
yes.
turn of the combat. So that was the trade-off. The trade-off in their eyes was you get an extra attack, but it balances out because if there's 3 turns, you don't get as many, damage extras.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from this one, it's a D8 every turn, the entire combat. Period.
Well, as long as you have the wisdom modifier.
No, you could just equal wisdom modifier. Yeah, that's true.
So that was really
But-
good if you came across some random not very good bandits. They were
Yep.
like, "Ahaha, give us all your money," and you were like, "No, here's all my death."
Yeah, one person maybe more than one person.
Gloomstalker Ranger was known for dealing over 100 damage in combat level turn 1 on level 7.
Wow.
They would go 5 Gloomstalker, 2 Fighter, and they would just annihilate one thing in the combat. Because
How many?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because it's... Let me just find the thing.
So it says
Mhm.
so it's called frightened.
Mhm.
That's where you get the extra d8 of psychic damage and it makes a wisdom saving throw or be frightened. You can use this benefit a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. So
And
that is
recharges on
both
the rest.
both the damage and the frightened.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
I
they
think it was
fail.
I thought it was just the frightened condition. I thought the d8 was 100 rounds of combat you would deal an extra 1d8 every round. But it's not.
No, it's once per
just
turn.
5 times.
You deal that D8, you have the chance to frighten them, and you can use that only a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. But
So at most it's 5d8 of extra damage.
yeah, so
Theoretically, yeah.
so the way that this used to work, and I'm talking to a specific build because this specific build is notorious. It is you are a fighter with enough to do an action surge. You are a level 5 ranger. You get 6 attacks on your first turn. You're in dark vision. You're invisible to your opponent. You get advantage on every attack. You use sharpshooter, and you hit for 1 billion damage.
Yep.
You kill that enemy in 1 round.
It was one of the ultimate Nova Strikers. Yeah.
It was the Nova Striker in original 5e because I don't know. Gloomstalker somehow got past everybody and nobody stopped to look at the UA and be like, "Hey guys, this is too strong. You can't just do this.
Well,
You can't just give +1 attack on your first round of combat, because not only do you get 6 attacks in combat on your first round with a +10 modifier to damage, on your second round you're shit."
See, this change kind of makes Gloomstalker one of the best debuffers because
It makes it fun.
Frighten gives disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while they can see you, and they can't willingly move closer to you. So you do it 5 times, you can hit every single enemy if there's 5 of them. Yeah.
And then you go stand with your mages.
Yep. And you're like, hey, look at that. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until you save against it, which would be at least a 15 at that point. Well, higher because your proficiency bonus is higher. 16 or so. Are you kidding me? That's better than Vicious Mockery every turn. That's better than Bane. Like, it's really awesome. It's really, really good.
It's good until, and this is the thing. We have all of these abilities. We have Frightened, we have Stunned, we have Dazed, we have all of these things. We don't have any monster stat blocks yet. We don't know how immune to Frighten they are.
That's true. That's very true. If they are immune to Frighten, then that would really suck.
It's like
you do
poison.
get your extra damage, but
it's like poison in ye old days. Which you know, is it good? Maybe it depends. How immune to poison is the enemy? Because they're like nearly half of the creatures in Dungeons and Dragons are resistant or immune to poison.
Wow, I had no idea.
I can't wait.
It's second only to fire resistance.
I can't wait until Gloomstalker Ranger is running away from someone, shoots them once, and then that person can never climb again because they are screwed on their check.
Bro, you're frightened. Get out of here.
Yeah, you literally never again will not have disadvantage on every ability check. Every one of them, not just one type. Every one.
Wait. On a failed save until the start. No, until the start of your next turn. It's not.
Okay. Yeah. And you shoot them again on the start of your next turn.
I mean, yeah.
So every turn on their turn, they're frightened.
So let's keep going though, because Iron Mind is basically the same. You gain proficiency with Wisdom. If you already have it, you instead gain proficiency with one of the other two. But it changes at Stalker's Flurry.
You use the frighten effect.
Use that feat to change initiative with the first person. And then you just do it on the toughest thing.
You just go, me first, 1 billion attacks.
But exactly. Ability check is counterspell, by the by.
Yeah. The thing about the new Dread Ambusher is that it doesn't rely on going first. And I love that, because it's just like the Assassin Rogue back in original 5e as well, that they changed in this playtest. It's so niche. And if you roll bad on initiative, you're fucked.
Yeah. When you use the Frighten effect from your Dread Ambusher feature, you can cause one of the following additional effects. Sudden Strike. You can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature that is within 5 feet of the original target and within weapons range. Or Mass Fear. Each creature within 10 feet of the target must make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed, they have the frightened condition until the start of your next turn.
I love Mass Fear. So terrifying. Fucking 10 feet range. If there's like a cluster of enemies that are just sitting there like around a campfire, and you shoot one of them in the ear, and then everybody just goes, "Oh my god!" That's a flavor win. It's a mechanics win, and I rarely say this, but they absolutely nerfed the shit out of Gloomstalker. But I look at all of these features and I go, I like this more. This is better.
It's now the debuff ranger.
It's let me terrify people by jumping in and being like, "Sup, bitch."
Yeah. Because now, like we said, it's when you use the frighten effect, which we talked about before. Now you can make someone else frightened. That's just still one of your attacks. So now you've made 2 people frightened with 1 use of your 5 that you have, or more if they're grouped up. So then you shoot another one in another group and do that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? You could fear everyone, literally everyone, and then disadvantage on all attack rolls. Jeez.
It's
so
good.
Good.
It's definitely here's a finite resource that you have. Spend it wisely.
Yeah.
Or just, fuck off and spend it like an idiot.
Yeah. And it gets even better.
You're allowed.
The level 15 shadowy dodge. You can dodge with wisps of supernatural shadow around you. When a creature makes an attack roll against you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on that roll. If the attack then misses, you can teleport 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. So yeah, just
Charles, are you all right? It's quite a reaction.
So good. It's so good. It really, like, it's not good at damage anymore. No. Not as good.
It's not going to blow someone up for 120 at level 7, which, if you look back at it, it shouldn't have.
I really don't have a familiarity with Gloomstalker at all. Was there a heavy lean towards just being a scary motherfucker before?
So it was supposed to be, but the scary motherfuckerness of it was on your first turn, you deal so many attacks that people are terrified of you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not real. It seems like they're going more thematic with it, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Not it's only great. More thematic, but less broken, and less of a here. If you build this very specific build, you're going to get so many bonus damages on the first round of combat, and then nothing for the rest of the fight. It lets you the damn Dread Ambusher. Now you can pick when you use it. It doesn't have to be on the first round of combat. It's not impotent after the first round of combat.
So
that's nice.
Shadowy Dodge did not used to teleport you either, but it didn't used to cost a reaction. So they gave you, it costs a reaction. Well, no, it still did. That's right. But it was, if they don't have advantage, you could give them disadvantage. You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage. Now it doesn't have.
So you like leave a smoke bomb, roll away.
Yeah, but now it doesn't have that at all, because it used to be that if they had advantage, you can't deal with it. You can't affect it at all. But now, even if they have advantage, you can impose disadvantage and get it to a normal roll. So, like, it's not less powerful, but it's not really more powerful. But that teleport, are you kidding me? Holy crap. That's
nice.
Great. For free? Yeah, man. That's awesome. Really, really cool. You just need to not break line of sight from the people that are feared of you, I think. Is the thing you'd have to think about there. Teleport and then yell. Look at me.
Yeah, it used to just be use your reaction to impose disadvantage.
If they didn't have advantage.
Yeah, if they didn't have advantage. So you couldn't stop anyone with advantage. So you couldn't stop an invisible creature that caught you. Now you still have a chance. It won't give them disadvantage, but it won't give them advantage anymore. So it's really cool.
Look at that boy.
Like, this is the Underdark.
This is the first time where I would say they completely gutted a class, but I like it. Because Gloomstalker before was a trick that you absolutely would go out of your way to game into stupid things, which is a shame because Gloomstalker itself had fun flavor and interesting stuff. It's just, it was all on turn 1. So the ideal was your burst was front loaded and you didn't get to do much after your turn 1 because you didn't get bonus damage like most rangers did. And you were basically relying on the invisibility condition that you had. this better, this way better,
Yeah.
and this give you many things to choose to do rather than just be turn 1 Nova, turn 2 hide.
If it's not dead, it's you guys' job.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or like being like, I'm a level 10 character. I am 5 levels of rangers, 2 levels of fighter, and 3 levels of rogue. So I deal a bunch of sneak attack damage on my first hit. I do this on my second hit, and then I just go bonus action hide.
Yeah. And then lastly is the hunter. Have some rework.
It is.
So at level 3, you get Hunter's Prey. You gain one of the following features. Colossus Slayer. Your tenacity can wear down even the most resilient foes. When you hit a creature with a weapon, the weapon deals an additional 1d8 damage to the target. If it's missing any of its hit points, you can deal this extra damage only once per turn.
Pretty
Second
standard. Same as
Yep,
it was,
yeah.
I believe.
Second is Horde Breaker. Once on each of your turns, when you make an attack with a weapon, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature within 5 feet of the original target that's within the weapon's range and that you haven't attacked this turn.
Also
And
same.
Same, okay. And then third is Retaliator, which I think is different. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you attacks you, you can use your reaction to make one attack with a weapon against that creature, whether or not it hits.
Yeah,
I think
it used
that was
to be
something that was
against
Giant Killer.
Yeah, it used to be against larger only.
Yeah,
And now
it
that
had a
it's
weird size restriction.
Yeah. Yeah, well, sometimes that happens, you know. But I really like Retaliator. Okay.
It made it into not the poo-poo garbage one that you never
Yes.
choose.
Exactly. I love that. It's within 5 feet, so ranger, okay.
Yeah, this is a melee ranger type.
Man, does it make me want to go, what can I dip 3 into Hunter to get for Retaliator? Because sometimes reaction to riposte costs a superiority die.
Yeah.
Like it's never free.
The beauty of this one is they went and said Giant Killer needs to be larger, and they have to miss you. Nah, man, someone swings on you, swing back. Fuck them.
That's it. Period. And there's a lot of jobs or classes that can benefit from that. Go ahead.
What's the cantrip that does that? I can't come up with a name.
Hellish Rebuke?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
It's not a cantrip. That's a leveled spell.
Okay. Well,
if you're
it's
a tiefling,
on
it's
my
free.
list above the cantrips, so I forgot.
Yeah.
It's a racial feature. You get it once for free, but you also get it prepped. Yeah.
Anyway, it's like that.
Yeah, it
but
is.
Even freer.
Yeah, even freer, and it's with your weapon.
Yeah, each round. So basically, you just become you want to attack me? Do I hit harder? Think about it.
It's not even that. It's a weapon mastery. Like you can immediately retaliate and move them away from you so they can't hit you anymore.
We can't say weapon mastery in front of James anymore.
Like
no, it's a good listen. I love weapon mastery.
So
I'm just mad what they did to Monk.
It's so cool because it ties into weapon mastery and it can be used for some really interesting stupid shit if you really go for it. Because you can change what weapon you hit them with.
It's really it's just good.
Yeah,
it's
I love
so much. It's actually so here's the thing. Colossus Slayer, #1 favorite. Everybody loved that one.
Great.
Horde Breaker, flavor win, but it was kind of a garbage pick, basically, because it's like, well, you have to have another guy within 5 feet. It's like, of the other guy I hit, what if the DM likes spreading his enemies out? I'm fucked for that. But Retaliator is, did someone swing on you? Swing back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could you imagine? And I just want to pause it. Someone swings on you, you hit back with a cleave weapon. Cleave doesn't say you have to. When you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can attack a second one. I now have Retaliator with 2 attacks. Okay. All right, cool. So push,
combines Horde Breaker,
sack, slow, topple, all. You hit me and you miss.
As long
and
as you have another person right next to them.
Yeah, so you would pick, Because I could
that's
see this on a fighter. Oh my goodness. That would be so dumb.
what this is the level 3 feature, so you don't even have to get into level 5 and get to the
Just dip
point
3.
where dip 3. No, that's
Yep.
great. Oh,
For
man.
free riposte that you could probably stack with the fighter riposte. I don't think so.
Flavor win if you're a samurai. Oh, this is
It's a melee
nice.
attack, so you can use your superiority die on it
Oh no,
and do any maneuver you want.
you can trip them and topple them. Make 2 saves.
It's
Uh,
low key
there-
really great.
There's even
does
more
sound great.
level 3. Hunter's lore. Philip, go.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Reveal certain strengths and
That's
weaknesses
me
of your
too.
prey. While a creature is marked by your hunter's mark, you know whether that creature has any damage or condition immunities, damage resistances, or damage vulnerabilities. And if the creature has any, you know what they are.
Hey,
I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like that should just be natural in Hunter's Mark.
I agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like sorry to the beast hunter or whatever it's called, ranger, but this better. You should just be allowed to do this. When you cast Hunter's Mark, you should know what the fuck you're fighting. That would be a flavor win for all rangers.
This immediately reminds me of the 14 homebrew because I've been prepping for tomorrow's session. And Blue Mage gets something like this as an action, and I'm like,
Blue Mage is a normal class. What the
as
fuck?
an action? Yeah, it's not normal, but it's weird as hell. It's a warlock with also invocations that they pick up from monsters when they feel like it. It's strange. But like, it's so interesting to see Ranger not get this by default. Like, what the hell are we doing?
It seems to me that it's almost kind of like flavor because I'm sure there are enough people who like, oh, we're going to fight this creature. And the person who's playing the ranger knows what all their weaknesses are and all their vulnerabilities, but the character doesn't. So are they like, well, I know they're immune to fire, but I guess I got to shoot a fire arrow first because I think
Cast
that's the
Hunter's
best
Mark.
choice.
Wah!
Yep.
Right. You know, and
Shoot the troll with fire. He fucking sucks at it.
I'm not 100% sure, but I just leveled up my ranger recently, and I think I actually got something
I
like
think so.
this at like level 6 as just a
I think
natural
that's
ranger.
true.
For your Fey Wanderer?
I'm not sure. It might have just been straight up ranger. Not sure.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
look.
something.
Take a look, but unless you're using some weird Tasha's stuff, no.
To be honest, Philip does let me just take extra shit because old ranger is bad.
she gets
Hey.
both Player's Handbook and Tasha's simultaneously is the only.
He lets me have both.
There's something somewhere that I remember seeing that, but I don't know if it was Player's Handbook or Tasha, but I remember seeing that. There was some ability to figure
What
out
level,
weaknesses.
Michelle?
At 6,
Sick.
gain additional favored
Moving.
terrain, and you choose one additional favored enemy, as well as a language.
Okay.
And then she got roving to increase her speed by 5. So I gave her both Player's Handbook and Tasha at the same time.
There's something somewhere.
I could just be
in there.
crazy.
Extra damage on your favored foe. Is what you would
I
get
really
it for.
thought. Okay. Then maybe it's not there. Maybe it was UA in between. I have no idea. But I remember Ranger being able to get the weaknesses.
Yeah.
There
Because
is.
it makes sense.
There's the Xanathar's Ranger. Hold on.
That's what it was. Okay. So it was in between. Yeah. Okay.
Charles, you remember this. This was the Ranger that
Yeah.
in the UA, both of us were like, this can kill a dragon solo.
Yeah. It was crazy
Nerfed
good.
it into the ground.
Yeah. Before it got into UA, I think there was something in between. It was like a playtest, and then they replaced it with the
was
UA version.
playtest, and it was like the Hunter. No, it wasn't Hunter. It was something else, like Beast Slayer or Monster Slayer is what it was called.
Monster Slayer. That's what it was. Yeah. I don't think it's here anymore, but I bet I can find it. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
So then at 7, you get defensive tactics. You gain one of the following feature options: evasion. If it gets a dexterity saving throw for half, you take no damage. Normal evasion. Hunter's leap. If an enemy you can see enters a space within 5 feet of you, you could use your action to move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. an uncanny dodge. When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to have the attack damage against you rounded down.
Yep.
So
Super cool.
either, yeah. So interesting. You only get to pick one, I guess, but still.
Yeah. It's really
makes
cool.
you-
I apologize for derailing us. Charles, it was Hunter's Sense, and it was on the Monster Slayer in Xanathar's Guide. It was an
I posted
action to do. Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah, I found it too. Yeah, and it just makes sense to give Ranger that. But these three, evasion and uncanny dodge together are crazy. It's so good that no one would ever be able to get both of them at the same time. Maybe we should continue reading through these.
With 11 Superior Hunter's Prey, you gain another feature option of your choice from the Hunter's Prey. So now you have 2 of those. 15 Superior Hunter's Defense, you gain another feature option from your choice of the defensive tactics.
Evasion
So-
and uncanny dodge at level 15. Why not?
Which
Colossus Slayer and
kinda was-
Retaliator.
Oh, so good.
So, in fairness, here's the thing. Old Hunter used to get this exactly the same almost, but New Hunter lets you pick what you want first, and I am such a fan.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can I think they're going to have to think about it just a little bit. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but if you have 2 of those attacks, Hordebreaker and Retaliator with a cleave weapon,
Yeah, with a cleave weapon is so good.
how many attacks do you get? Someone tries to attack you, you attack them back. You get a cleave that's free. And you made an attack with a weapon, so you can attack the first one again.
Uh-huh.
But it has cleave, so it attacks the second. So yeah, that's as many attacks as you can get.
If Tweedledum and Tweedledee line up with each other, you are gonna fuck them up.
Holy crap.
But
So
again,
cool.
that's such a niche situation.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
like
it is.
it's like Tunnel Fighter. It's like,
Yeah.
it's cool, but how many times are you gonna be solo defending a tunnel? Hordebreaker.
Hordebreaker Colossus Slayer is probably better. Colossus Slayer is the best one out of there, as we all know.
It's just an extra D8 of damage. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean,
even only once
yeah.
per turn, it's still just a D8.
but it's I love Hunter.
Nope, go ahead.
With that.
Uh,
But yeah, that concludes all of Hunter.
Ranger.
Or sorry,
yeah.
the Hunter for Ranger.
Hunter am good. Hunter
I love
am appreciate. Beastmaster, arguably best Hunter or best Ranger new class.
Mm.
It's or at least once you hit like level 11 when you get the ability to swing twice.
Favorite enemy. You have advantage on wisdom survival checks to track your favorite enemy, as well as on intelligence checks to recall information about them. So
Oh,
that's
that's
kind
what it
of
used
the
to be.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
But-
yeah.
But the
was
the actual like get their conditions, immunities, blah
I feel like
blah.
that just specifies what you're looking for rather than
Sure.
get information
That's
on
true.
them. Because
So-
what else are you going to be
Sure.
asking for?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
I agree. Like that's one of those things. I think that's what they're seeing here. Is they were like the whatever Slayer Ranger is. It's like such a cool thing, and then they were just like, wait, why is this just not in the class?
That
Yeah.
that is basic class ranger right now.
Yeah, now it is. Yeah.
They that's what they figured out. They were like, we should just put this in. And I agree with you. It's like that should just
That's just a ranger thing.
Hex already does the thing where it's like, and you curse one of their stat rolls for their skills. So if they're going to be grappled, they're in trouble.
So
Hunter's Mark
What's
should
the-
just be like, hey, give me like their immunities or let you pick one thing at least and be like, hey, I Hunter's Mark them. What's their vulnerabilities? What's their HP number? What's their any old thing? Let me scan
Yeah.
the enemy as a ranger. It's what rangers do.
Yep. So, what other ranger? The Tasha's ranger, was that Swarm? I want it to be Swarm.
It was.
Okay, good. Okay, so Swarm Ranger is not going anywhere. That's good. I
Yeah.
mean, none of the subclasses are going anywhere that we know of. They're just not going to be there at first. I guess. They haven't said that they're eliminating anything just yet. They're just saying that Tasha's works, and then the ones included in this. So
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to still go in this UA.
oh yes, there's way too much.
Too much. Let's do just a little bit of a wrap up here, and I want to talk about. Let's go back to Monk.
I knew
But
that was
James,
gonna happen.
but James, the mood is so high.
Yeah, I know.
No, Ranger was great, but we need to talk about shit for a second.
Okay.
Let's have a talk about job identity.
Okay.
And let's even one better, Charles. Let's have a talk about that thing that you like, which is mechanics informing RP.
Sure.
What, besides me punch more, what RP does the monk currently have as a martial striker that is supposed to be a straight flat martial class alongside the fighter and the barbarian that is supposed to be a wisdom fighting class?
Can I just jump in right now and
Yeah,
say,
go.
and this is actually something you mentioned when we were talking about monk. They're trying to move away from the traditional Asian influenced monk.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It seems like, anyway.
Yeah.
So it actually, I guess, seems like they're taking away a bit of the original identity, which could be a good thing for some reasons. But what does it have left then?
Exactly. That's exactly my point. Is they have all these things that they're trying to counterbalance against for the monk. But what are they balancing into? Where are they putting the class at this point?
See, for me, if they move away from Eastern mystical monk, the reason I think that D&D has always had trouble with monk is that it's not immediately medieval or medieval. I'm not going to say it the British way and say medieval. But anyway,
Occidental is the
Yeah.
joke that was made in
Yeah.
Darkness Rising.
Sure.
Shave.
But it is. There was unarmed fighting styles in medieval and Renaissance, and it was mostly about disarms, takedowns, ground fighting.
Grappling.
Monk could be that. Yes, Monk could be the
Grappler.
grappler, but grappling sucks in every edition of D&D. Right?
That's
it's a meme.
not true. In 3.5,
Sure.
the grappler monk is a terror on the
It is a
battlefield.
terror.
Mages beware. You will get
Yeah.
no turns.
See, I think that the flavor of a monk has been stolen straight up by a battle master fighter. Bar none.
Or, and we haven't talked about it yet, but let's talk about how it's being stolen by the Cunning Strikes rogue.
Sure, yes, because you can sacrifice sneak attack die to do other abilities, and some of them are very monk-like.
And let's just as a cheeky preview, you also get your weapon mastery on top of it because you get weapon mastery as a rogue.
Yeah. See, for me, peak monk was 3.5. Improved trip monk. You roll in, you punch. Because you punch and you hit, you get a free trip attack. If you trip, you get a free attack. If they're on the ground,
they go
you
down.
have advantage. Yes,
You
exactly.
eat on them, you knock them, and then you just go.
And if they succeed against you, then you're straight up fighting, trying to get that opportunity to get them to ground.
And if they
Like,
stand
that's
up
perfect.
from the ground, you punch them
You
again.
hit them
and
again.
It starts over.
I don't know how you would build off of that, since I guess Grappler Monk was a subclass before ? That feels like a good base.
Yeah. 100% I agree with you.
I love that. No,
Yeah,
please, by all
Grappler
means.
Monk makes sense. Grappler Monk, because once you're grappled, you used to hit automatically. I don't even remember now. Maybe you have advantage on them. I don't know. Grapple rules, I always forget immediately.
Nobody grabs anybody anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember my 3.5 monk, my favorite turn of combat. I ran in, and because I had a splat feat, maybe don't put this into the game, but it was super cool. You move, right? You charge, and whatever amount of distance you had left. So let's say you're a monk. You have 70 feet of movement. Let's not talk about charge. You walk 10 feet, minimum 10 feet to charge. You have 60 feet left. Every 10 feet was a D6. Let's make that a D4. So you can do it all in one hit. Charge into someone and hit them super hard. I charge
You
into
become
someone.
the chain
Yeah.
lightning.
Exactly right. Charge into one person, hit them super hard. Because I hit them, I trip them. Because I tripped them, I hit them again with advantage. And I knocked them back. So ran into battle on the edge of a pirate ship, jumped across, kicked someone, tripped them, threw them off the ship. That's a monk. That's 100% a monk. And that's not so far away from what we have. Improved trip, you needed to take a bunch of feet. But if monk was about maneuvers, even though Battlemaster is about maneuvers, we would have it. You have stances. Why isn't monk switching to tiger or horse or you know what I mean? Stance.
So
where the hell is that?
So I will say.
I'm sorry, I have to take a shot.
I agree with all of this, and I want to give some sense in as a person who enjoys martial arts and feels that the monk is languishing at this point.
Sure, you definitely have much more knowledge than I do. About that,
I have an amount, but either way, first off, what I want to say is hit one more time for extra amount of point is not a class identity. It can be a feature, certainly, but as an identity goes, it's garbage. I want to point something out that I feel is a lost space that I think the monk could fill as a niche, especially given what it has already as a class. Every other class is only allowed one reaction a turn. And as a design space that has been untapped potential this entire time, a monk in the traditional Hong Kong Kung Fu sense is the guy who every time that someone comes for him, he has a move ready and doable for that movement. Give me the monk that by its baseline can do more reactive than anybody else. Give me a design space where I have an answer for people coming for me that will both bolster my abilities to survive in melee and also give me more fun options as a class. I already have a point system in place that makes it so I can only do it so many times if you give it to me for discipline points. And it makes it something that my class can do that no one else can.
Are you thinking it would be like what was it? What did it be? You could do attacks of opportunity. You only got one, unless you did something.
Unless you spend a key point, and then you get another attack of opportunity.
Combat. Combat reflexes was the feat that you're looking for.
Yeah,
it was dexterity modifier number of attacks of opportunity.
Yeah,
and it was
so
3.5.
Like
I was looking for it too. Yes.
Yeah. So something like that, like your wisdom modifier, your dex modifier,
give
how
me
many reactions.
And give me a reason for my dex to be high besides just stunning frickin' strike.
You're going to say, Michelle?
Let's see what I was going to say. Are you thinking as like a subclass or like base monk?
I'm saying base monk. Give them the ability to... Here's what I would say as...
Flex everything. Fuck it.
Yeah, just... I mean, here's what I would say if you're really worried about it being broken. Monks can take additional reactions on their turn by spending additional key points. It's something that's already written into the Cobalt Soul original version of Matt Mercer's Monk, Cobalt Soul. But if you really feel like it's too strong, restrict it to one unique reaction per turn.
I don't think it's too strong at all because the number of things that give you the ability to react are so limited.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to be attacked or part of an attack.
Or like maybe like right next to a person who's being attacked.
Yes, exactly. And then you could
give
like them all those abilities.
Block. Yeah, like a reaction for a specific type of barbarian.
Yeah.
Ancient. What is it?
It's like Yeah, it's
What was
like
that?
Is it Ancient Guardian or Ancient?
Yeah.
Ancient Guardian.
Ancient
Yep.
Guardian has a shield you can put on someone else
Yep.
as a reaction. Why not
Yep.
give something like that to a monk too?
And here's
Oh.
the best part. You have reactions for yourself and you have reactions for other people, and you have to choose because you only
But you'd
have
have
wisdom
to-
modifier.
For it to make
You have to
sense
be
for a
able to
monk,
trigger.
you'd have to like be next to them.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to be in a dangerous position.
And so here's the annoying part of that is that again, monks are one of the martial classes, yes. One of the 3 martial classes. Why are they the only class as a martial class that is trained in fighting to not have a fighting style?
I knew that was coming up. I knew that was coming
Why?
up because it doesn't make
Why?
any sense.
Why are
Because
they?
they don't use weapons, and fighting styles are all about weapons, basically. That's why. That's the only reason.
Twitch is going to
Give
be
monk
like, this
two-handed
episode
fight.
needs to get off.
Give monk two-weapon fighting.
Why are monks not
Why?
allowed to have fighting styles when they are one of the martial classes, but everybody else is allowed to have fighting styles and weapon masteries? What about the monk is martial if they don't get any of it?
They should have unique fighting styles, and this should be crane, eagle, and it should give you one of those reactions. If you pick bear style or whatever, you can interpose between an enemy and it writes itself.
I mean,
honestly.
other classes have stances. Even freaking ranger. What is the one I play? Fey Wanderer. Fey Wanderer has stances, and it only affects like one thing, but they still have stances.
It's really, I don't understand why it went this way, because reactions are so untapped, and monk already has a unique reaction in deflect missile and deflect energy. If you could,
I swear
Mark's with us.
Just
like yes.
Just for the record, again, I swear to God, just make deflect missile work on things that aren't slashing, bludgeoning, piercing. Just make it any ranged attack against
Battlemaster monk has parry, which is exactly deflect missiles almost, but it just reduces the damage that they take. Just take Battlemaster fighter, which I love, and I don't want it to go away, but take that and go, hey, monk should get this by default, and the Battlemaster fighter should be how fighters get into that. Maneuvers should be monk 100%. Like, I don't understand why that hasn't happened. It doesn't make any sense, and it makes you have to do a Battlemaster monk. And I'm going to. I'm gonna do that. I've never gotten the chance to, but it would be ridiculously strong.
So my question
Go ahead.
is, who is going to go back through this episode, listen to it, write down all our notes, and send it to Wizards of the Coast?
We need
Dear
to hire an
Jeremy
Did ChatGPT do that yet? I can find out if ChatGPT can do that yet.
I mean, there are programs that do that.
Yeah.
We're such geniuses and we're unappreciated in our time. No,
I mean,
but it's really a shame because so they made us wait this long for an impotent version of the monk. They didn't change. They changed the subclasses, and the base class they changed almost not at all. And the things that they changed were things that I think we can all agree should have already been there, and I don't get it. There were so many ways that you could have changed it to make it better, more interesting, more powerful, more choice. You increase the damage die. That's not fun.
If you are listening out there, Watsy, just go purchase the quintessential monk from 3.5.
You own it. Spoilers.
Yeah, and revel in the fact that there are new weapons and like new feats and potions of ki at that point that would regenerate ki points. Oh man, that would have helped us, wouldn't it? If you would have made one. There are specific weapons like a key staff that specifically do things to your flurry of blows.
Time travel.
There's so much. Talismans, tattoos as magic item. What are we doing? Monks can't wear armor. Can I wear a tattoo?
That's the other thing. Let's talk about how monks are so restricted to their wisdom score, more so than barbarians are to con.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Barbarians they don't get their special movement, which is only ever 10.
Yeah.
And they can't, I think they can still rage in full armor, can't they? Maybe, no,
think so.
maybe they can only rage
don't know.
in medium or lower.
I don't-
But it's like everything on the monk turns off if they have any amount of armor on, and it's just their movement, their unarmored defense, like any of their really fun, goofy stuff.
Mhm.
The minute you put on a breastplate, and it's just like no one else has that restriction, and it's for almost nothing.
Yeah. Look, I have the Quintessential Monk open literally right now because I own the book and I have the PDF.
Yeah.
And here's some feats, monk feats. Chin Na. You've learned the art of Chin Na, or joint locking. You gain a +2 bonus to all opposed grapple and +2 bonus to all damage in a grapple. Pretty easy. Cool. Cotton Cage. You can use loose clothing to capture opponents' weapons. If you
That's
declare
realistic.
it as a reaction, the next opponent who attacks you is automatically subject either to a disarm attempt, so it wouldn't even normally happen, or a trip attempt. If they attack you, you're readying
So,
for a damage. Like, there's so
between-
much in here.
Between 3.5 and I guess 4, did they like lose a big chunk of their people?
So
Kinda.
here's the funny thing. Oh man, if we did a retrospective, it would be very interesting to see, because Monkin 2 was neat, but not
Yeah.
great. Monkin 3 was good. Monkin 3.5 was better. Monkin 4 was disgusting.
Really too
Monkin
strong.
the
4
bad way
no,
or the
no,
good way?
in the way of, like, if you have one monk and one ranger, you could kill the world.
Everyone.
So then,
Every-
then the question changes from: did they lose some people between 4 and 5?
Yeah, definitely.
I
too.
think they kept some of those people, and those people were like, never again.
Sure.
And I think that's the problem, is people are so scared of making the monk strong, and I think that more than anything, they're scared of making it strong at low level. And I get it, because if they were to make it strong between 1 to 4, the amount of dipping that people would do into monk just for the extra key point bullshit that you can get back on a short rest is potent. It is. It could be a very strong dip, but the way we see monk currently, nobody subclasses monk. There's no point. There's no reason to. What are you going to do? Attack with 2 extra D4s? But
Woo.
yeah.
Yeah.
But they're so, I think they're so terrified of the multiclassing aspect of monk that they just don't let it have any teeth.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're afraid of that, then give it teeth at high level, or mid to high at least.
I shouldn't be reading the Quintessential Monk.
Oh, buddy, you're gonna hurt yourself.
I am.
My favorite idea of monk is this. Give me 2 points per level for the first 3 levels of key. Give me 1 point every 2 levels after that. Give me a decent bit up front so that I don't feel like super light at the start. But not so much that I can abuse it with multiclassing like people do with warlocks up into the moon. Once I hit level 5, and Charles, I want to watch your reaction to this as I say this. Once per turn, you may use 1 monk feature that costs 1 key point for free. Yeah, right? Right? That's your extra attack feature right there. And then you get Stunning Strike on top of it. You basically say, hey, your monk key point pool is limited. However, every turn you get to do 1 cool thing. 1.
Because you're a monk.
Because you're a monk, and you should be doing cool things.
They kept the hit die low, so they're the squishiest striker there is. Give them something. I don't know what, but something. Yeah, I'm looking through like the weapons in Quintessential Monk, like a butterfly knife. Are you kidding me? That'd be cool. Like a butterfly knife, like the finger like 1d4 finger attacks, and then like the only thing that was different is they critical times 4. So like they do 1d4 like a dagger, but if you crit, it's times 4. This was back when that was a thing.
Yeah.
Fan, whip chain, hook swords to trip.
They will
meteor
never
hammer.
do whip chain again. There was so much.
Yes. So 3-section stave that then did things. Different armor. My goodness. One of my favorite things in here is like the shields that monks could have that were all about parrying. Like, come on. It's so easy. Why aren't you doing it? I don't know.
They're giving every other class an experimental fun thing, and they're giving us nothing to test the power of monk in this playtest.
Yeah.
This,
Guys,
and since it's a playtest, this is definitely the time that they should be willing to go overboard.
We should be going nuts.
Is this too powerful? I don't know. Let's see. We do this and people were like, wow, dude, I used to hate monk, but now I'm top DPS, or whatever. Like, oh man, I can fly to the moon and back and kill 3 people. Like, okay, we did go too far. But to be like, yeah, you can now disengage and dash simultaneously. Like, whoa, watch out, guys. How cool is that?
It's like, oh my god. It's like, wait, you mean I don't have to take 5 opportunity attacks to dash like I used to get to the mage?
Listening to them talk about it, it really sounded like people were going to be impressed with just the increase of hit dice.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
like,
but,
they were like,
but
you do more damage now.
Here's the dumb thing. Like, the way you said that, we would be impressed with a D10 hit die on a monk. We didn't get it.
That's not what I got.
I know. But here's one feat from 3.5. And these used to have really big prerequisites. Flurry of blows, you need the power attack feat, you need base attack bonus of 6, which is level 6.
Expertise, probably.
In lieu of an extra attack when using Flurry of Blows, you add the damage to your first attack equal to the sacrificed attack. That'd be cool for a one-punch man monk. That's super easy, and that's balanced because you wouldn't. Okay, it's just fun.
Here's the other thing that I want to say is every single thing in this playtest I've been impressed by, and I don't know how they would do this, but I don't want to throw it out into ether and see if someone catches it. Maybe. Every single time you give us something that the resource for is a die, I cannot tell you how excited I am.
Oh, yeah.
Battlemaster dice, being able to use sneak
Bardic
attack. Bardic Inspiration dice, sneak attack dice for cunning strikes. When you tell me discipline points, I cannot tell you the amount of boner I lose. Please, please make it discipline dice and find a way to make that fun. You are better game designers than I am. I know you can do it. If I, as a monk, could set out discipline dice in front of myself that were my monk attack dice and just be like,
so here's how you do it. You get like 6 D6s and you just put them all one up, and then there you go. There's your.
Yeah.
I kid to you. It's the one joke.
That hurts my soul. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, if they were dice instead of points, and if they were maneuvers instead of whatever, you roll, you do Flurry of Blows, and it spends one of those, but it gives you damage extra equal to the roll.
Well, isn't it right now at the end, or sorry, at the beginning of every combat, you get your key points, D points, fresh?
No.
4 of them.
You get 4 if you're level 15.
Okay.
Yes, you need to be that high level, yeah.
Well, instead of that, why don't they just have you roll for the amount?
Or
that'd be cool too.
Why don't we even just go? Let's just go crazy and say, rather than having one discipline point per level, let's say we get 1 discipline point per 2 levels, and you get it at the start of the encounter.
And then just regenerates.
Just a newfangled crazy thing that we're thinking about. It doesn't go on a rest. It just, you get them when you start a fight because you're a fighter.
It's like an adrenaline burst.
Yeah, exactly. Switch
hyping yourself up.
It's your focus. You have
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I'm gonna be in a
You've
fight.
meditated.
Focus on this,
You-
and then as you go, you lose focus.
You open
All right,
the
guys.
gates of battle.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God.
said that, and I looked it up because I wanted to look at it. All right, guys. I'm serious. I'm partially serious. Do you want to play 4th edition? Like a one shot of
Yes.
4th edition one day?
Oh
Yes, I wanna
God,
play-
I remember
I
how
wanna play a
casters worked,
warden.
and the answer is no.
Yeah. Yeah, casters kind of almost sucked a little bit, but I was looking at Open the Gate of Battle, and it's just impeccably designed. Okay, so it's a monk attack that you get at level 1. You can pick it. You don't have to have it. Open
There
the
was
Gates of
another
Battle.
good one.
There was.
If I
There were options, right? So it's an encounter power once per encounter, but it doesn't matter because you have to do it in the first turn anyway. What happens? So 4th edition is a little weird. You'd roll your dexterity versus their reflex, whatever. That's fine. If you hit
There were 3
2d10 plus dexterity modifier damage. If they were at full hit points, you do an extra 1d10 because you open the gate of battle. The effect, you move your speed +1. So their speed was in squares, instead of so it would have been 35 instead of 30. During this, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from the first enemy you move away from. So using this encounter power, Monk was, I'm just going to start. I am going to open the gate of battle. I'm going to get extra damage and I'm going to move away. That gave Monk such flavor, such amazing flavor as this scout, as this I'm ready to do anything that's needed. 2d10 plus dexterity modifier, and then an extra d10, 3d10. It never scaled, by the by. That's so easy. It's 2 martial arts die, as you said, plus an extra
spend
martial
a
arts
discipline point when initiative is called for. You get 1 free action.
Yep. I
There,
mean,
that's free. You can just use that.
I've been
Martial arts is
complaining.
just better.
I've been complaining about them not looking at 4th edition because they people reacted to 4th edition like it was the plague. And there was some bad stuff, like you needed a character creator and it was only paid for, and it was only from them. And that's the only way you can get it. There's no way to get that in any other way. I'm not
Put that away before you hurt yourself.
I don't know.
No, I got
on.
one more big thing to say.
Okay, sure. But anyway, like it had so much good design that they just left. The Warlord is Battlemaster Fighter, 100%.
110%. Down to the fact that they even gave them the heal.
Yeah, it's so good.
Later, but they gave it to
Delve
them.
more. Pull more stuff from 4th edition. It's fine. It's okay. Don't tell anyone. Nobody will know. We'll know. But it's fine.
Here's the thing. We didn't hate 4th edition because it was poorly designed. We hated 4th edition because you tried to make a system.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Uh-huh.
Because you tried to make a system that was proprietary. You didn't give us an OGL.
And powers were cards that we had to go look up. We couldn't even know.
We had to own a printer.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I like the cards because I was able to flip them over when I was done with them. And it was great. But you had all of these pieces that never came to be. You didn't have the online component that you were supposed to. And that's what I want to bitch about right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Dungeons and Dragons, you're the most winning and successful thing in Hasbro right now. Can you hire some more people to D&D Beyond and put the fucking playtest into the character builder, please? Because if you want us to test your shit, put it on the fucking system that you're going to propose to us to make us pay extra money for. And hey,
I'm talking. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say real quick. And hey, it's even kind of letting you build beta test this shit in the first place because you're gonna have to put it on there eventually.
Look,
Now I will argue this one thing about that. Hasbro owns My Little Pony, so D&D is probably not.
Well,
no, D&D is their
with
most
Stranger
profitable.
Things, and now it is. It didn't used to be. Like a couple years ago, it was not, and I bet it was My
Friendship
Little
is Magic
Pony.
hasn't had a season in 5 years.
Yeah, I bet it was My Little Pony up until probably 2009. Well, actually, 2020 pandemic made everyone play D&D for a while, and also there was Critical Role and Stranger Things. But look, WotC.
I was just joking.
I know. Look, WotC.
No,
this is me to you. I have a lot of time right now, and I can make time. All you need to do is put it in D&D Beyond and let us homebrew it.
You want us to play
test
test
in there?
You want us to play test stuff within a month?
Yeah.
A month?
Look,
Put it on a fucking player that we can roll up stuff for. You literally have it right there. I would have said before,
we can do it.
Hey, D&D Beyond isn't owned by Dungeons and Dragons, Hasbro Wizards of the Coast. It's a third-party tool that has its own staff. I understand. You bought them out. Put the staff in place. Let us play test on your digital tool set that you're trying to tout to us later.
Or don't even put it in place. Just open it up, and the Foundry VTT devs that I know are around will just go, oh, whatever, that's fine. Yeah, they will just make it. And
if
then
they haven't
it.
already, within 2 weeks of you all publishing this UA, if you don't think there is a mod somewhere for UA Playtest 6 version of class.
Yeah.
Nah, somebody cared enough.
If you won't do it, we will do it. So give us the ability to do it, and your playtests will be better. 100%.
Yeah. You're trying to transfer to a digital tool set.
Yeah. At this point, everybody has to do it with pen and paper. You have to be, or, like, oh, I wrote it down. What did I say? Oh, I don't remember. Hold on a minute.
How does this new UA version of the class I was already playing work? Can I not just toggle to that? No, it's not even on D&D Beyond? Damn.
Like, it's, I would say that no other, like, huge tabletop system has as many people who are willing to do it than D&D. Pathfinder has a more vocal and probably more dedicated community. However, D&D is just so huge.
I'm gonna
so many people willing
I'm gonna screech. Pathfinder 2E. Day of when they release stuff has Foundry mods for everything.
That's true.
Supported on staff because they know that that's how they can get their word out. I understand that you guys are sitting on top of the pyramid right now, but freaking give people the tools digitally to do the playtest that you want us to do. Yeah. I know it'll have to change. I know it's
pyramids are ramps, and you can fall down that ramp.
It's true.
I wasn't going there, but damn. Michelle really be saying anarchy rules out here.
I mean, you look at Project Black Flag, you look at the MCDM Inevitable project, you look at all of that coming after you. Make it easier to playtest, make it easier to get our responses, put bookmarks in the damn PDF. We'll help you.
It's been what you've been doing for the last 10 years, and it worked.
You made us all mad. Very mad with the new OGL. And you backed off. We want to help. We really do.
You have the technology. Just make it easier to play test your stuff digitally. Stop ignoring it because you don't want to hire staff. And I don't mean, and let me just say, I don't think that WotC doesn't want to hire staff. Hasbro.
Sure.
Give WotC money to hire more staff and do more play testing. They need this to work.
This horse is dead.
Yeah, it is. It's true. That's it. I don't know.
That's the post. Hasbro, give D&D money and it will pay you back fourfold if you pay enough. That's all I'm saying.
But we got through what? Monk and Ranger. There's Bard, Cleric, Druid, Monk, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Paladin,
and
Rogue.
All of them actually have some really good playtest new stuff. That is, I wanna really quickly say this playtest has a lot of amazing parts of it.
Absolutely.
Super
100%.
across the board,
Yeah.
except for Monk.
Really good. Yes.
They definitely threw the Monk into this one. I hope it wasn't because they were hoping we wouldn't notice. It feels like everybody
Maybe they were
noticed.
trying to balance it. Maybe they were like, I mean, we don't know what to do with it, so let's just put this in, and maybe everything else will make them not as mad at us.
They
Yep.
had the version of the Monk that they gave us this time. They had it in Playtest 5, and they felt like it wasn't enough. And they still have it in Playtest 6, and they just figured if we don't put it in now, they're going to kill us.
You need
Honestly,
they need-
why not? Especially with the shape that it's in. Get it out now. Get the feedback. They obviously have listened to the feedback.
Yeah.
Do
And-
feedback, everybody. Do it.
Yeah. Oh my
Yes,
God.
do it.
Please go to the site when they give you the feedback playtest.
And this is not a promotion.
You're getting choked up over there.
Nobody
But
nobody has paid me to say this, but if you're going to get Baldur's Gate 3 anyway, play the Monk in there. See what the differences are and bring that back to 5th edition, because from what I can see from the just scuttlebutt that is around, because we can't play Monk yet, not until August 3rd, which is unfortunate for me because my birthday is the day before that, but I will not be at home to play Baldur's Gate 3, and that's fine. That'll be fun. That's good. But the Monk, from what I've been hearing and seeing, is so good comparative to the 5e Monk as it is now. Look at what they did. Because D&D is not a CRPG. People adapt it into that. Baldur's Gate, Solastra.
I was going to say
and-
Solastra's doing some
Yeah.
fucking king shit, honestly.
Absolute. Look at that and see what worked, and then bring it back and play test it. Like, you didn't do that. You did not do that.
The whole point
There's no
of
way you did.
the whole point of an OGL is that when people make stuff, you're allowed to kind of take a little bit
You
of
own it, so take it back. Yeah. But yeah, I really think that this is an okay starting point for Monk, but if this is all they're doing, that's not it, Chief. It ain't it.
Meanwhile, when we talk about the rogue later, the rogue is good. You can
Yeah,
stop.
rogue's great.
The rogue is fine. You did
Just about-
so much, and it's so good.
This is a teaser for, I guess, the next episode when we go through the rest of them, but everyone else is great. Like, I do like a lot of this design for
Some
Druid,
amazing-
for Bard, for Rogue. It's good. I want to end on a positive note, especially.
Yeah, I am a paladin main.
Yes, you
And
are.
that means that I look at the paladin with a very scrutinizing eye.
Yes, you
And
do.
the things that you have done to Smite, perfect. I loved it. I am
Yeah.
100% here for it, and giving me the versatility to be like, all of these spells are actually useful. So good. Please keep designing like this, and
Mhm.
just give the marshals something on their extra attack that makes them better at it than anybody else. That's all I ask.
Yeah. When we talk about the linear fighter versus the quadratic wizard, what I'm
Oh,
talking
God.
about is, and it's stupid math things, but a linear graph just kind of goes like this, right? It's kind of diagonal. A quadratic graph goes like this. So you get higher sooner. Wizards, sorcerers, everybody else who has magic grow,
Casters.
yes,
Casters in general.
so much quicker than martial classes. And we all know that. This has been a thing since second ed, maybe even first ed. I
So.
never played it. I played second ed. I did not play first ed. But there are things you can do, and I don't know why you haven't. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. But this playtest is a great step for most of these classes. And Fighter was a great step. And also Barbarian was great in general.
I feel like if we keep talking about these things,
Yep.
people are going to be like, why do you talk about the rest of it? Because this episode's already like 5 hours long.
Yeah,
we
we're
are
done.
we are 5 hours into this, and we just mostly bitched about the monk for like.
I knew that's
solid
what you
2.5.
wanted me to do.
Listen. I knew that you. I needed to get it out, and also, oh God, I'm kind of slurring now. That's
fine.
Let me just.
Yeah, we should stop.
I'm gonna say a number that is apropos of nothing, but y'all are gonna understand, and that number is
7.
He can't remember.
8
I told you to stop.
It's always 8
plus 1.
Not.
Oh, that's not good.
So
Yeah, that's fine.
So
But-
I'm still pretty much I'm in my feels, but I'm also in my honesty. And I think that's a good place to come for playtests, especially when it comes to giving feedback. This is good. I've enjoyed a lot of Playtest 6, and I think once we actually delve into all of the other classes that aren't monk, and even still, the monk subclasses are great, except for the fact that they gate unarmed strike weapon masteries behind subclass features, which I don't agree with. That's okay though. We'll get there.
Mhm. We'll break it.
Yeah, we'll figure out a way to make it reasonable for you all to feel like we can go further.
I have an episode title because last
ahead.
time you guys split it up between warriors and casters.
Yeah.
This time it's underdogs.
Yeah, I like it. Makes perfect sense to me. Monk and Ranger are ride or die together as the worst 2 classes in vanilla 5e. Definitely vanilla 5e. Ranger has ascended since then in all of the UA. Monk still needs some help, and that's fine.
Ranger doing good. Paladin being more balanced than it's ever been. God bless.
Yeah. But we will get to there, and the next episode will be much happier. However, there might still be a little bit of salt, so
yeah. Well, we're going to talk about all the things that are really great that they gave to people who aren't monks that they could have given to monks, and that'll maybe make us have to do more.
That's just dance bar. That's
more,
all dance
more
bar.
shoot. I'm going to say shooting the shit, and while I say shooting the shit, I'm going to go shooting.
Don't.
What? No.
What?
It's fine. We're fine.
All right. Any final thoughts?
I can't wait to talk about the classes that are good.
Yeah.
I don't have to be upset about.
I'm really excited for Paladin. I'm really excited for Rogue. I'm lukewarm on Druid and Cleric, but they've always been fine, and they're still fine. They're just a little different. I feel like this is WotC pulling back all of their we're going to make it proprietary stuff, and they're kind of going back into, well, it'll be more bolt-on with 5e, and I'm okay with that, given a few things.
I just want to point out,
Yeah.
uncharacteristically for myself, I have not played Bard in any of our games so far.
Yep.
Except for the one we were all Bards.
Hey, yo, did you want to play test a Dancer Bard, though?
Yeah, dibs.
Dibs?
Bard
okay.
is cracked.
Bard,
like,
Bard
absolutely cracked.
Not as cracked as it was, but cracked in the right way now. Because
I think it might be more cracked.
Dibs.
Yeah,
that's a
like
take.
this is a tease, as we call in the industry of podcast. Which I guess we're not podcasting. However,
kind of
Bard is cracked, and it's great, and it's good because Bard was not cracked before. Magical Secrets is the best thing in the entire game.
I'm Madge. I am malding about this. I am going to shout to the rooftops at how I hate this at that level 10 feature. We are going to have a fight.
Yep, that's good. That's good.
All right. Well then. Let me give you all a lowdown of what we had going on in the future. Just as a sort of selfish put through here for Charles and I, we are on a different Twitch program called Aetheryte Radio. It's on twitch.tv/gamer escape. And we play Final Fantasy 14 and talk about it. But put your limes down. But tomorrow, Charles will be DMing a 3-man Final Fantasy 14 themed D&D game.
Mm-hmm.
Ciao. If you're awake at 3 p.m. Eastern and bored, that's what we're going to be doing this Saturday. Later.
I promise you want to see it.
Oh,
this time.
I'm scared now.
If you like 14.
Oh, that's right. You've added a bunch of cool stuff to it, haven't you?
I have.
Super cool effects.
Yes, it's going to be very 14 in D&D. It's good.
I play a blue mage, and I'm one of those really smart doofuses, so
Quick,
that's fun.
use fish spit.
Yeah.
Yeah, fish spit, which was witch bolt, which is fish spit.
I
Yeah.
have a fish.
No, it's good. The only I can't tease because you play in it. So close your ears. Yeah, just if you go, you'll have a wonderful fate. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
But I'm done now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. With that, I will go ahead and tease a few things. We, this weekend, are doing a full schedule. So anybody that wants to come along, we are doing D and Diablo tomorrow night at 10 p.m. EDT. We are also going to be doing Radical Robo-Rock Rangers at 5 p.m. EDT on Sunday. We are going to not play the game normally on Sunday. D and Diablo is going to be a normal game, but possibly a little more story-based than you're used to. Well, it's pretty story-based normally. It'll be a very special episode, as far as I can tell. And then we're going to do a Radical Robo-Rock Rangers wrap-up, where everybody is going to be just chatting about the Quad R game. We're going to talk about how we felt about it, things we liked, things we didn't like, things that people felt about their characters, things that got missed, things that got actually hit. I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for any questions that the players have for things that happened during the season, in case they're curious, kind of give them a little peek behind the screen. Maybe it's going to be a whole thing. So,
may I give us a suggestion?
Sure.
It's the Radical Robo-Rock Rangers retrospective, please. Instead of wrap up.
So it's not a W, it's an R. Okay, we can do 5R.
Yes, we need more R, please.
Quintar, we got it.
It's like a spent retro, you know?
Did you try to post a link, Philip? Because
I
don't think that we're set to be allowed
Neither
to do
of them
that.
did. I will log out and log back in and make it seeable.
Okay, cool.
The channel for getting to Michelle and Charles tomorrow will be Aetheryte Radio. AET.
No, it's Gamer Escape.
Oh God, I'm dumb. It's Aetheryte Radio on Gamer Escape.
I'm gonna link it in a second.
Okay, cool.
Just gotta log back in.
But yeah, I think that the second one of these is going to be really fun. Maybe less drunk.
It's gonna, yeah. Well, I mean,
yes, it will be.
I look at all these limes before me, and I think to myself, yes, I will be less tipsy because the rest of this is much more agreeable, and I only drink so that Charles doesn't have to, as some sort of weird alcohol proxy.
This is good. This is great. I like everything about it.
That's it.
Yeah. We did it.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This was a fun talk that I don't feel like we spent 5 hours doing this, but we certainly did.
We did.
I do not envy the person who has to try to post this online, Michelle. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't have to edit anything, so it's not that bad.
That's true. And also, I don't have the thing going beep boop every time now, so that's always a plus. This has been Plus One Shoot the Shit. I am James, and I like to trap my friends here to talk ad nauseum almost about certain topics, depending on what we're going to be talking about. We have done that today, and I appreciate all of my victims, I mean friends, for coming along.
Just to add to that, normally we would be back in 2 weeks, but the lot of us will be in Vegas, so we'll totally be back in 4 weeks.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be talking about this while the playtest submittal is going to be going on because we are going to be out at FanFest and having a great time. I'll probably be about as tipsy as I am right now. I'm not drunk because I'm not slurring yet.
That's not what you said earlier.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Listen, this isn't drunk because it's over the course of 5 hours. It's only 8, 9.
Anyhow, let's move on to the end of the show.
End of the show, you hear all the stuff that we've been talking about for what we're going to be doing otherwise in the week. And thanks everybody. Does anybody else have anything to say for sign-off stuff?
Nope. I think we're good. See everybody tomorrow.
All right. In that case, our D and Diablo game will be going on at 10 p.m. EDT tomorrow night, Saturday, July 15th. It is July 15th. Everybody look forward to that. We'll see you all then. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.